I'm done pretending. Even collecting trash can make me a billionaire. I'm coming clean. Zhang Huan smiled faintly. Right from the start, he awakened to become stronger by collecting junk system. What others saw as worthless garbage became priceless treasure in his hands. Ding. Picked up a plastic bottle. Recycled for $1,000 successfully. Ding. Picked up a piece of scrap metal. Recycled for $10,000 successfully. Ding. Picked up an old cell phone. Recycled for $100,000 successfully. Number Chapter 1. The Junk. Collecting power-up system. Sorry. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Beep, beep, beep. Sitting on his motorcycle, Zhang Huan wiped the sweat from his forehead and angrily put away his phone, waiting for someone in 30-degree heat like this. At this rate, he'd dry into jerky before the customer even showed up. Then, an idea suddenly popped into his head. He picked up the takeout order, checked the address, and muttered, "Building 5, Unit 2, Room 5002, found it." Holding the delivery in one hand, Zhang Huan cupped the other around his mouth and took a deep breath. "Wang Hongying, your electric toy has arrived. Wang Hongying, your electric toy is here." After shouting several times, Zhang Huan felt dizzy, stars spinning before his eyes from yelling so hard. The surrounding neighbors were instantly drawn out by the noise, poking their heads out of windows with curious expressions. A middle-aged woman around 40 years old walked out of the building entrance. She wore loose pajamas, but her figure was still impossible to hide. With messy hair and an irritated face, she marched straight toward Zhang Huan. "Where's my package? Hurry up and give it to me." Wang Hongying sounded anxious, since she had already become the center of attention for the entire neighborhood. "Holy crap! You really bought an electric toy?" Zhang Huan asked in shock. "Damn it! If you didn't know, why were you yelling nonsense? You delivery guy got a screw loose or what?" Wang Hongying exploded, cursing him from head to toe. Zhang Huan grinned awkwardly. "Well, you weren't answering your phone. If I didn't say that, how would you come downstairs for your delivery?" He handed the takeout over with both hands, suppressing her anger. Wang Hongying grabbed the bottom of the bag, but the moment Zhang Huan let go, she deliberately moved her hand away. The takeout dropped straight onto the ground. "Oh my God! What are you doing? Why did you throw my food on the floor?" Wang Hongying shouted dramatically. "Ma'am, you were the one who didn't hold it properly. How is this my fault?" Zhang Huan was dumbfounded. "Pick it up right now, or I'm giving you a bad review." She waved her phone threateningly. "Okay, I'll pick it up. Calm down." Zhang Huan grabbed her wrist helplessly. A real man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Fine, he'd pick it up. But just as Zhang Huan bent over, Wang Hongying suddenly shook off his hand, opened her camera app, and snapped several photos in rapid succession before instantly posting them online. "A delivery guy in our neighborhood has fallen so low he's eating garbage." Below the caption were the photos she had just taken. "Damn it, I got played." Zhang Huan picked up the takeout and said angrily, "Delete those photos." "Nope. That's what you get for messing with me. Looking at you, you really do look like a trash collector anyway." Wang Hongying snorted coldly before turning and walking back into the building. "Hey, your takeout!" Zhang Huan shouted after her. "Keep it. Go enjoy picking through your trash." She didn't even look back. Holding the abandoned takeout, Zhang Huan sighed helplessly. If only collecting trash could actually make you rich. Ding. The junk collection system has successfully bound to the host. A piece of junk worth 1 yuan has been detected. The system has recycled it at a 10,000 times value multiplier. 10,000 yuan has been deposited into the host's account. A mechanical voice rang in Zhang Huan's ears. At the same time, his phone vibrated. It was a text message. "Dear customer, your account ending in 8,330 has received a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Current balance 13,560 yuan. Zhang Huan froze for a long while before pinching his own arm. Only after feeling the pain did he finally believe it was real. This was way more profitable than delivering food. One day's income was equal to what he used to earn in an entire month, and he wouldn't have to worry about bad reviews anymore. The host has activated the system for the first time and received a beginner reward. 1 Lamborghini. The voice sounded again. Zhang Huan turned around and watched his tiny motorcycle transform into a Lamborghini sports car parked by the roadside. He hurriedly pulled out what used to be his motorcycle key, only to discover it had become a Lamborghini key. He pressed the button, not far away. The luxury car's horn sounded. Everything had happened way too fast. Zhang Huan's face lit up with excitement. Collecting junk really could make him rich. He sprinted toward the Lamborghini, practically wanting to kiss it twice. With his old delivery salary, he couldn't even afford an ordinary commuter car, let alone a top-tier supercar like a Lamborghini. Zhang Huan immediately jumped into the driver's seat and started the engine, flooring the accelerator. Vroom. The engine roared through the entire neighborhood, attracting another crowd of onlookers. Zhang Huan became even more excited. Ever since passing his driver's test, he'd barely touched a car. Now he could finally enjoy himself properly. At that moment, Wang Hongying came downstairs carrying several heavy garbage bags. Zhang Huan drove the Lamborghini right up beside her. "Ma'am, need some help?" He rolled down the window with a teasing smile. "Damn it, who are you calling Ma? This is your car." Wang Hongying froze mid-sentence. The moment she saw the luxury supercar, her tone instantly changed, and her eyes widened in shock. "What, isn't it obvious?" Zhang Huan casually tapped the steering wheel and dangled the car keys in front of her eyes. Wang Hongying looked awkward. Just moments ago, she had been mocking him as nothing more than a food delivery guy. Who would have thought he owned a top-tier supercar like a Lamborghini? "So Sister Wang, interested in getting in?" Zhang Huan asked with a grin. Wang Hongying's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. She had lived for decades and had never ridden in a luxury car like this before. Naturally, she nodded eagerly like a pecking chicken. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Huan's face as he unlocked the car doors. Wang Hongying immediately tossed the garbage bags onto the ground and excitedly reached for the door, preparing to climb inside. "Sister Wang, I never said Fei Yufei could get in," Zhang Huan said leisurely. "I was talking about the garbage in your hands. Wasn't this supposed to be a junk collecting system?" Zhang Huan suddenly realized that as long as he picked up trash, the system would automatically recycle it for insanely high prices. "You psycho!" Wang Hongying instantly flew into a rage from embarrassment. She slammed the car door shut and angrily threw the garbage bags through the window into the car. "Go spend your life with your trash." "But you were the one who said I was a trash collector." Watching her slam the door, Zhang Huan felt more heartbroken for the Lamborghini than for himself. "System detected junk worth 30 yuan. Recycling complete. Host has received 300,000 yuan." A notification instantly popped up on his phone. His account balance had suddenly increased by hundreds of thousands. Zhang Huan was overjoyed. Looks like his guess had been right all along. As long as he collected junk, he'd make money. The thought of rising to the top of life simply by picking up trash made the corners of his mouth curl upward, uncontrollably. He had to tell his girlfriend, Li Yuan, the good news immediately. Driving down the road in his Lamborghini, Zhang Huan stopped every few moments. Whenever he spotted a plastic bottle or discarded cardboard box on the ground, he would pull over and pick it up. Pedestrians on the street stared at him in disbelief. A guy driving a Lamborghini collecting trash. Now Fei Dafei was one seriously extravagant trash collector. Number chapter 2. The cheating girlfriend, a notification popped up on his phone. His account balance had instantly increased by hundreds of thousands. Zhang Huan was overjoyed. Looks like his guess had been right after all. As long as he picked up junk, he would make money. Just imagining himself reaching the peak of life through collecting trash made the corners of his mouth rise uncontrollably. He had to tell his girlfriend, Li Yuan, the good news. Driving his Lamborghini through the streets, Zhang Huan kept stopping every so often. Whenever he spotted a plastic bottle or cardboard box on the ground, he immediately pulled over to pick it up. Countless pedestrians stared at him in disbelief. A man driving a Lamborghini while collecting garbage? That was some next-level extravagance. Looking at the huge bag of junk he had gathered, Zhang Huan felt incredibly satisfied. More importantly, the balance in his bank account was continuously rising. Normally, it only took 30 minutes to drive to Li Yuan's workplace. But because Zhang Huan kept stopping to collect junk along the way, the trip took him a full 2 hours. Of course, by then, his balance was also approaching 1 million yuan. Li Yuan worked at a cell phone store. Compared to Zhang Huan's food delivery job, her work was much easier. At least she didn't have to endure the scorching sun and harsh weather every day. After parking the car, Zhang Huan got out and immediately spotted a trash can nearby. Almost by instinct, he walked over. As long as he picked something up, he'd profit. Zhang Huan quickly reached inside and started rummaging around. Before long, he had collected more than a dozen plastic bottles, clutching them like priceless treasures, afraid someone might snatch them away. "Well, if it isn't Li Yuan's boyfriend, how did you end up collecting garbage?" A heavily made-up woman walked out to throw away trash and instantly recognized Zhang Huan. She was one of Li Yuan's co-workers. Zhang Huan smiled awkwardly, holding the bottles as he walked into the store. But the moment he entered, he saw Li Yuan standing together with a balding middle-aged man. The man wore a giant gold watch and had gold teeth in his mouth. He looked exactly like a tasteless nouveau riche tycoon. One of his greasy hands was stroking Li Yuan's delicate fingers while openly flirting with her, and Li Yuan wasn't resisting at all. Instead, she clung to his arm obediently. The two acted extremely intimate, exchanging flirtatious glances every few seconds, wearing her employee uniform. Li Yuan's figure was perfectly outlined, making her look especially seductive. Crash. The bottles in Zhang Huan's arms all fell to the floor, creating a loud noise. Hey, why did a trash picker wander into our store? Get out already. A security guard immediately reached out, trying to shove Zhang Huan outside. But Zhang Huan stared fixedly at Li Yuan and the balding man. Hearing the noise, the two turned around at the same time. Let go of me. Zhang Huan's eyes turned red like a furious beast glaring at Li Yuan. Li Yuan trembled slightly, but the rich man simply wrapped an arm around her slim waist and continued sliding his hand downward as he walked toward Zhang Huan with her in his embrace. Zhang Huan, why did you suddenly come here? Caught red-handed. Li Yuan spoke guiltily. If I hadn't come, how would I know I'd been wearing a green hat this whole time? Zhang Huan's voice was calm, but that calmness felt even more terrifying, as though murderous rage were hidden underneath. So this is the boyfriend you mentioned, Yuan? I thought he was a delivery guy. Why's he turned into a trash collector now? Wearing a delivery uniform while picking up garbage, brother. That's seriously pathetic. The rich man laughed smugly, deliberately showing off the gold watch on his wrist. Zhang Huan clenched his fists tightly like a beast ready to pounce. Seeing there was no point hiding things anymore, Li Yuan decided to come clean. Since you already know, I'll just tell you directly. Brother Huang is a multimillionaire, and what about you? You can barely keep yourself from starving. I'm not going to spend my life collecting garbage with you. Zhang Huan didn't argue. Instead, he quietly asked, so just because I'm poor, you chose to follow some nouveau riche guy. For my birthday, you gave me a cheap 1,000 yuan phone. Brother Huang bought me an 8,000 yuan iPhone. What exactly do you have that can compare to him? Li Yuan shoved him angrily, and he still had the nerve to feel wronged. But the 1,000 yuan I spent on that phone was every cent I had at the time. Kid, let me tell you the truth. The rich man sneered. I only needed one cell phone to steal your girlfriend away. See that car outside? He took out a car key and pressed the button. Outside, a BMW's headlights flashed twice. Zhang Huan forcefully suppressed his anger and remained calm. Look at yourself now. You've even started collecting garbage. We should just break up. Li Yuan shook her head in disappointment. He truly disgusted her more and more, at least before. He had still been delivering food. Now he had fallen so low that he was collecting trash. Breaking up earlier would be a relief for both of them. Li Yuan immediately wrapped herself around Brother Huang's arm and stood on tiptoe to kiss him on the cheek. Brother Huang burst into laughter, squeezing the soft curve of her waist, while Li Yuan giggled flirtatiously. Zhang Huan said nothing. He only felt nauseated. See that, kid. This is the power of money. Brother Huang lifted his chin proudly, looking down at Zhang Huan from above. Oh, right. Here's that crappy 1,000 yuan phone you gave me. Take it back. Li Yuan pulled a phone out of the counter drawer and smashed it onto the floor. System detected a cell phone containing rare elements, estimated value 1,000 yuan 10,000 times recycling activated. Host has received 10 million yuan. Hearing this, Zhang Huan sucked in a cold breath. 10 million yuan? Just like that? Brother Huang noticed Zhang Huan standing there blankly and assumed he had been frightened stupid. He walked over smugly. Little brother, stealing your girlfriend wasn't intentional. How about this? I'll give you an iPhone as compensation for the breakup. Brother Huang took out an iPhone worth over 8,000 yuan from the counter and walked up to Zhang Huan. Smash. The brand new phone was thrown straight onto the floor. Li Yuan and the nearby sales clerks were completely stunned. Just to humiliate Zhang Huan, he actually smashed an 8,000 yuan phone without hesitation. Rich people were truly outrageous. System detected junk worth 8,500 yuan 10,000 times recycling activated. Host has received 85 million yuan. The two of them thought they were humiliating Zhang Huan perfectly with their little performance. What they didn't know was that Zhang Huan had already made an enormous fortune because of them. Thank you, brother. Zhang Huan suddenly grabbed Brother Huang's hand and smiled warmly. Brother Huang stared at him in confusion. Are you mentally ill? One of the saleswomen nearby couldn't help laughing. Anyone can tell he's being humiliated, and he's actually saying thank you. The guy must have been driven crazy. Li Yuan's face was filled with contempt as she turned her head away, pretending not to know him. Even her eyebrows showed disgust. Meanwhile, looking at the balance in his account, which had now exceeded 100 million yuan, Zhang Huan's hands trembled with excitement. Everyone here today, except for those two, gets the newest 10,000 yuan phone for free. It was obvious. Zhang Huan had excluded Li Yuan and Brother Huang. He immediately pulled out a bank card from his pocket. But in exchange, each of you has to trade me 5 yuan worth of junk. For a moment, the entire store fell silent. Nobody paid any attention to him. Everyone assumed he had lost his mind after getting dumped and humiliated. Seeing no one believed him, Zhang Huan's expression became awkward. He was literally giving things away for free, and nobody wanted them. Chapter 3. Public humiliation at that moment. An elderly grandmother walked into the cell phone store holding the hand of a little girl. A security guard was just about to stop them and drive them out. But the old woman hurriedly placed a bag full of plastic bottles at Zhang Huan's feet. "Kind young man, please help us. My granddaughter is about to enter high school, but she doesn't have a phone for her online tutoring classes." "All right." Zhang Huan quickly helped support the elderly woman and walked to the counter with his bank card in hand. "Get me the newest model phone." The sales clerk looked doubtful. The phone Zhang Huan had bought for his girlfriend was only an old model worth 1,000 yuan. How could he possibly buy a top-tier 10,000 yuan phone for an old lady? Could he even afford it? "Excuse me, whose Lamborghini is parked outside? Could you please move it?" At that moment, a man in a black suit walked into the store and called out politely. Because it was a luxury supercar, his tone was extremely respectful, almost pleading. After all, someone who could drive a car like that was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. "Sorry, it's mine." Zhang Huan, who was in the middle of paying, raised his hand and motioned for the sales clerk to wait a moment. "Ha! You're just a trash collector. Who are you trying to fool?" Brother Huang sneered coldly. "Him, the guy whose entire savings had only been 1,000 yuan, a Lamborghini." Zhang Huan ignored him completely. Holding the car keys, he simply walked outside and parked the car somewhere else. This time, not only Brother Huang, but even Li Yuan and the surrounding spectators were stunned. Wasn't Zhang Huan collecting trash just moments ago? How could he possibly afford a Lamborghini? The suited man thanked him respectfully. Having worked in business circles for years, he recognized almost every luxury car on the market. And Zhang Huan's Lamborghini was an ultra-rare limited edition with only 10 units worldwide. Even purchasing it required qualification reviews. Every owner of such a car was an incredibly wealthy elite. After moving the car, Zhang Huan returned to the store by now. He had completely become the center of attention. Li Yuan's face looked especially ugly, filled with regret. "Hello, sir. I'm He Yuan, chairman of Tongda Group." The suited man took out a business card and respectfully handed it over with both hands. "That's the chairman of Tongda Group? Why would someone like him come here? I heard Tongda Group's chairman only gives his business cards to upper-class elites." Zhang Huan himself was startled. Of course he had heard of Tongda Group before. It was one of the most famous real estate companies in the city, specializing in luxury villa developments. Back then, someone like Zhang Huan could only hear rumors about people of that level. Yet now, the chairman himself was voluntarily handing him a business card. "Thank you, President He. My name is Zhang Huan. Unfortunately, I don't have a business card of my own yet." Zhang Huan thanked him awkwardly. After all, he couldn't exactly introduce himself as the CEO of trash collecting, could he? "It's no problem. If you ever need anything, feel free to contact me anytime." He Yuan didn't mind at all. Instead, he secretly assumed Zhang Huan simply looked down on their company. Still, He Yuan wasn't bothered. This was only their first meeting. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. "President He, I'm Huang Xing, owner of Huangxing Tea House. Here's my business card." Brother Huang hurriedly handed over his own card with a flattering smile. Unexpectedly, He Yuan merely glanced at it casually, before saying he still had contracts to discuss and quickly left. Before leaving, he even specially said goodbye to Zhang Huan. At that moment, the difference in status between Zhang Huan and Brother Huang became painfully obvious. Li Yuan's expression turned dark with regret. She blamed herself for being blind. The surrounding crowd also began mocking her relentlessly, saying she had no judgment and had foolishly dumped a handsome, wealthy man. She had abandoned a true billionaire, level elite, for a tasteless nouveau riche with a balding head. Then someone suddenly remembered what Zhang Huan had said earlier. Anyone who brought him 5 yuan worth of junk could exchange it for a brand. New phone worth 10,000 yuan. Originally, nobody had believed him, but he had already fulfilled his promise to the elderly grandmother, and now everyone had seen that he drove a top-tier supercar. To someone like him, 10,000 yuan was probably nothing. And so, an absurd scene unfolded. A massive crowd suddenly rushed around searching everywhere for recyclable junk. Zhang Huan secretly laughed to himself. The middleman profits here were incredible. He could earn 40,000 yuan with a simple flip. Before long, all kinds of trash had piled up in front of him. Zhang Huan stuffed everything into large bags one by one while faithfully keeping his promise. Aside from Li Yuan and Huang Xing, everyone else was smiling brightly. The spectators who had originally been mocking Zhang Huan now completely sided with him instead, criticizing Li Yuan for being unfaithful and shallow. Quite a few beautiful women, even prettier and more attractive than Li Yuan, walked over Drudong to strike up conversations with Zhang Huan. Remember this clearly, I'm the one dumping you now, not the other way around. After saying that, Zhang Huan slung the bags of junk over his shoulder and walked back to his car without even turning around. The moment he got inside, he immediately pulled out his phone. Looking at the account notifications, his face was filled with joy. His bank balance had already surpassed 100 million yuan. He had officially become a billionaire. At the same time, after meeting He Yuan, Zhang Huan found himself inspired. He should probably start a company too, to make himself look more impressive. Whether it made money or not didn't matter. The important thing was prestige. With that thought, Zhang Huan immediately began considering starting his own business. As for startup capital, that wasn't a problem at all. After all, he already had more than 100 million yuan sitting in his bank account. Once the idea formed, Zhang Huan wasted no more time and drove toward a bank to withdraw some cash for convenience. After arriving at the bank, he parked properly in a parking space to avoid attracting too much attention. He still hadn't changed out of his food delivery uniform, and traces of the garbage smell still lingered on him. The people around him pinched their noses and kept their distance in disgust. Zhang Huan took a queue number and waited in line. Maybe he'd withdraw a few 100,000 first. Carrying too much cash at once would be troublesome if anything happened. Inside the bank's trash can, Zhang Huan spotted some metallic scraps. He immediately walked over, opened his garbage bag, and casually rummaged through the trash bin as if nobody else existed. Inside were various metal scraps and discarded materials. There was even disgusting mud mixed in, but for the sake of money, Zhang Huan gritted his teeth and picked everything up anyway. System detected junk worth 20 yuan, automatic 10,000 times recycling activated. Congratulations, host has received 200,000 yuan. Zhang Huan stared foolishly at the account notification, grinning non-stop. But suddenly, an angry shout rang out nearby. Hey, what are you doing? This is a bank. If you're collecting trash, get out immediately. A security guard hurried over and yelled at him. Zhang Huan's appearance, wearing a food delivery uniform while digging through garbage, was incredibly eye-catching. The guard walked over and tried to shove him outside. I'm here to withdraw money. Why can't I stay here? Zhang Huan frowned at their habit of judging people by appearances. With you? How much money could you possibly withdraw? Go use the ATM outside. The guard mocked. Hello, I'd like to withdraw 1 million yuan, please. Zhang Huan calmly placed his bank card on the counter. Number chapter 4. Withdrawing 100 million, sir. How much would you like to withdraw? The staff member looked like she couldn't believe her ears and asked again to confirm. 1 million, kid. You're just a food delivery guy. Even if we sold you, you still wouldn't be worth that much. The security guard looked at Zhang Huan with complete disdain. People these days really could brag without limits. 1 million. Was I not clear enough? Zhang Huan replied impatiently. Sir, this isn't a place for you to fool around. I suggest you use the ATM outside instead. Even the young woman at the counter was starting to get annoyed. Judging from Zhang Huan's clothes, and the fact that he had just been digging through trash cans, there was no way he could possibly have that much money. Besides, withdrawing such a large amount required manager approval. And clearly, someone like Zhang Huan didn't qualify for that level of service. They could just brush him off casually. Zhang Huan glanced at her name tag and said angrily, Lu Ting, right? I'll remember that. I'm filing a complaint with your manager. Go ahead. A trash collecting delivery guy like you probably won't even get the chance to meet our manager. Lu Ting showed no fear whatsoever. In her eyes, Zhang Huan was just some garbage picker. Whether he could even enter the manager's office was already questionable, let alone file a complaint. Kid, don't force me to use violence. Seeing Zhang Huan getting more aggressive, The security guard rolled up his sleeves, preparing to throw him out by force. "Wait a moment." A soft female voice suddenly rang out. A petite young woman walked out from the back. She looked like she had only graduated recently, still carrying a youthful student-like innocence. Clearly, she was a newcomer at the bank. "Sir, I'm a bank teller. Is there anything I can help you with?" The girl walked over timidly, barely even daring to look Zhang Huan in the eye. Zhang Huan lowered his gaze and saw the name on her badge, Dong Xinyan. Himph, such a busybody. We were just about to kick him out. The earlier teller glared at Dong Xinyan with obvious irritation. "I'd like to withdraw some money. Can you help me with that?" Zhang Huan's tone softened considerably as he handed over his bank card. "Okay, please come with me." Dong Xinyan stuttered nervously, rubbing her hands together anxiously. Zhang Huan followed her to another counter and handed her the card. "Sir, how much would you like to withdraw?" Dong Xinyan asked according to procedure. 1 million, Zhang Huan answered flatly, already growing impatient. "Sir, please wait a moment. The amount is too large, so I'll need approval from our manager." Hearing the amount, Dong Xinyan was visibly shocked. Still, she nodded and prepared to call the manager. "Little Dong, since you're new, maybe you don't know this yet. Our bank doesn't serve certain people who look poorly dressed." Lu Ting continued mocking him sarcastically. In her eyes, Zhang Huan could only fool inexperienced newcomers like Dong Xinyun. Someone experienced like her could tell immediately that he was just pretending to be rich. "What did you just say? I don't even want to keep my money in your lousy bank anymore." Zhang Huan was finally enraged. "What, kid? You looking for trouble?" The security guard grabbed his electric baton, preparing to drive Zhang Huan out by force. "So this is how your bank treats customers." Zhang Huan could no longer stand their snobbish attitudes. "We always provide smiling service to real customers, but troublemakers won't be tolerated." The guard suddenly shoved Zhang Huan hard. "Help me withdraw every cent in this bank account." Zhang Huan shouted toward Dong Xinyun. Dong Xinyun immediately swiped Zhang Huan's card. Zhang Huan entered the password. A long string of zeros instantly appeared on the computer screen. Dong Xinyun's mouth slowly fell open as she stared blankly at the monitor for several long seconds. "How much longer are you going to stare?" Zhang Huan's voice snapped her back to reality. 102 zeros. 8 zeros. Dong Xinyan counted carefully with her fingers several times just to make sure. "Sir, there's over 100 million yuan in this account." Zhang Huan simply nodded calmly. "Do you need me to count it for you too?" "What? This trash collector has 100 million yuan. Are you joking?" Lu Ting shouted in disbelief. Thinking Dong Xinyan was lying, she rushed over to look at the screen herself. But the endless row of zeros burned painfully into her eyes. Lu Ting collapsed weakly into a chair, her eyes turning hollow. A customer with deposits of this size would be treated as an ultra-premium VIP at their bank. Normally, clients like this were personally received by the bank president and even held exclusive black cards. Yet she had just offended him. Anyone capable of storing 100 million yuan in a bank account was absolutely not someone she could afford to provoke. If he pursued the matter, she wouldn't just lose her job. She'd never survive in the industry again. The security guard still hadn't understood what was happening and stared blankly at the stunned women. "Now withdraw my 100 million immediately. Your bank doesn't deserve to hold my money." Zhang Huan's tone was filled with contempt. He had never suffered this kind of humiliation before. "Sir, may I ask your surname?" Lu Ting desperately searched her memory, wondering if local media had ever reported on Zhang Huan before. Could he be some hidden billionaire? She wondered internally. "My surname is Zhang. Now can you withdraw my money already?" Zhang Huan clearly didn't want to waste more time. Surely there were other banks willing to hold his money. "Mr. Zhang, we were blind earlier. Could you please reconsider withdrawing the funds? We can immediately upgrade you to our Supreme Black Card membership." Lu Ting's attitude had completely changed. The same woman who had mocked him moments ago now spoke with extreme politeness and respect. But Zhang Huan ignored her entirely and looked toward Dong Xinyan instead. Out of everyone here, she was the only one who had patiently spoken with him and treated him like a normal customer. "No need. I'm definitely withdrawing the money, and I'll also file a complaint against you to your bank president." "Weren't you fearless earlier?" Zhang Huan showed absolutely no mercy. People like her needed to learn the hard way. Lu Ting's body trembled. She regretted not checking her luck before coming to work today. How had she managed to offend someone this powerful to keep a massive client like Zhang Huan? The bank would definitely sacrifice her without hesitation. Mr. Zhang, withdrawing 100 million requires approval procedures with our bank president. Dong Xinyan already spoke nervously by nature, but after discovering Zhang Huan's wealth, she became even more anxious. Then hurry up and call your president? Do you expect me to do it myself? Zhang Huan forcefully suppressed his anger. Why were these tellers all so slow and inefficient? With trembling hands, Dong Xinyan shakily picked up the desk phone, preparing to call Bank President Zhu Desheng. At the same time, she worried about how to explain everything. A customer withdrawing over 100 million yuan from the bank would be considered a catastrophic loss. She might even lose her job over it, but in the next second, a large hand suddenly pressed down on hers. Zhang Huan looked directly at Dong Xinyan and pointed toward Lu Ting. Don't call him yourself, let her do it. Lu Ting's expression instantly changed. She had originally been enjoying the show moments ago, but now she didn't dare offend Zhang Huan any further. All she could do was nervously pick up the phone. President Zhu, there's a client here who wants to withdraw 100 million yuan. What? 100 million? An incredulous voice exploded from the other side of the line. Keep the client there, no matter what. I'll be there immediately. Number chapter 5. Someone they couldn't afford to offend. After receiving the phone call, Zhu Dexing rushed over immediately. Withdrawing 100 million yuan was no small matter. The moment he arrived, he saw a man still carrying a bag of collected junk standing at the counter. Zhu Dexing instinctively felt displeased, but he said nothing and simply scanned the room. Yet, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find the billionaire who supposedly wanted to withdraw 100 million yuan. What's going on here? Why is there such a huge commotion? Only after hearing Zhu Dexing's voice did Lu Ting finally recover her senses. Trembling, she walked over to him. President Zhu, he's a billionaire. As she spoke, she motioned toward the computer screen. Zhu Dexing almost laughed. A billionaire trash collector. But the moment he saw the endless string of zeros on the monitor, his smile froze completely. This? How is this possible? Stop wasting time and hurry up with my withdrawal. Zhang Huan had already lost his patience. Only then did Zhu Dexing come back to his senses and respectfully look toward Zhang Huan. Young man, this money really belongs to you? What, do you think it belongs to you instead? Zhang Huan's attitude immediately set off alarm bells in Zhu Dexing's mind. He didn't remember any wealthy figure like this in the city. Who exactly had offended this living Buddha? May I ask why you wish to withdraw the funds after all? This isn't a small amount. Perhaps we could discuss things privately in the VIP lounge. As he spoke, Zhu Dexing prepared to guide Zhang Huan toward the private room. But Zhang Huan didn't move. There's no need. Just withdraw it as soon as possible. I still have many things to do. Cold sweat instantly formed in Zhu Dexing's palms. One person's deposit alone represented a massive amount of performance revenue for their bank. If you have any complaints, please tell us. I'll do everything in my power to satisfy you. We sincerely hope you'll continue keeping your money with our bank. Your bank clearly doesn't welcome me. So what's the point of discussing complaints? I don't dare have any opinions. I'll just find another bank that actually welcomes me. Zhang Huan's tone was calm, yet every word exploded in Zhu Dexing's ears like thunder. He didn't even need to guess. One of the employees must have judged Zhang Huan based on his shabby clothes and offended him because he looked poor. Zhu Dexing quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhang Huan was definitely someone they could not afford to offend. If things escalated, it might even affect his own career in the future. No matter what, he had to keep Zhang Huan as a client. Please rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate whoever offended you earlier. Our bank will not tolerate employees who damage our reputation like this. Zhu Dexing's solemn tone made everyone in the lobby hold their breath. Meanwhile, Lu Ting and the security guard had both turned pale. Forcing a stiff smile onto her face, Lu Ting quickly poured a cup of water and handed it to Zhang Huan. Sir, you must be thirsty after all this time. Please have some water. Zhang Huan glanced at her. Her cautious flattery now looked utterly ridiculous. I'm talking with the bank president, who allowed you to interrupt. Lu Ting's lips trembled violently. She wanted nothing more than to slap herself several times. Zhu Dexing was an experienced veteran. He instantly understood what had happened. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. No leave immediately, and pack your things. How did our bank even hire someone like you? This time, Lu Ting was truly finished. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the floor. She had paid a huge price just to get into this bank. Yet now she had been fired in an instant. The others who had mocked Zhang Huan earlier also turned deathly pale. Today had taught them a painful lesson. Zhu Dexing turned back toward Zhang Huan. No matter what, he had to keep this living Taishan Yer, their god of wealth. Please reconsider. I guarantee something like this will never happen again. Zhang Huan nodded slightly. Honestly, withdrawing 100 million yuan really was troublesome. Even he couldn't physically carry that much cash alone. I can change my mind under one condition. From now on, she will personally handle all my business. Zhang Huan pointed directly at Dong Xinyan. He had always been someone who clearly distinguished gratitude from resentment. Seeing this, Zhu Dexing immediately declared, starting today, Dong Xinyan is officially promoted to business manager. From now on, all of your banking affairs will be handled exclusively by her. Dong Xinyan froze in shock. She had never imagined that a simple act of kindness would lead to something like this. After a moment of stunned silence, overwhelming joy burst across her face. Meanwhile, the others stared at Dong Xinyan with naked jealousy. Nobody had expected a fresh graduate like her to rise so quickly. Everyone regretted it deeply. Now, if only they had been the first to help Zhang Huan. From the crowd, a plain-looking but fair-skinned woman suddenly spoke up. President, isn't this against the rules? She's still just an intern. Zhang Huan smiled faintly. She may have just graduated, but she understands people far better than the rest of you. I happen to like that. The woman looked awkward, but still forced herself to meet Zhang Huan's gaze. Even if she helped you earlier, that still doesn't justify this. We've all worked hard here for years, although nobody else dared agree aloud. What she said reflected everyone's true thoughts. This woman happened to be a distant relative of the bank president, so naturally she had more courage than the others. Zhang Huan was growing annoyed. People these days really had thick skin. Fine. Then withdraw every cent for me right now. Zhang Huan's tone was firm, leaving nobody able to persuade him otherwise. Zhu Dexing's expression immediately darkened. He secretly glared viciously at Sun Xiaowei. Zhang Huan had clearly already changed his mind moments ago. Meanwhile, Dong Xinyan was so overwhelmed that she became clumsy with nervousness, hurriedly processing Zhang Huan's paperwork. Sir, everything has been completed, but we don't actually have that much cash available. As she spoke, Dong Xinyan began carrying stacks of banknotes out from the vault and placing them on the table. Soon, the cash piled into a mountain. It was literally the bank's entire cash reserve. And even that still wasn't enough to make up 100 million yuan. The surrounding crowd stared in utter disbelief. Most of them had never seen this much money in their entire lives. Yet a so-called trash collector was casually withdrawing it, like it was nothing. Zhang Huan suddenly raised a hand, interrupting Dong Xinyan. Now deposit all the money back into the account for me. Thank you. Nobody understood what Zhang Huan was trying to do. Even rich people didn't play around like this. Zhu Dexing was the first to react. His heart exploded with joy. Ignoring normal procedures entirely, he immediately urged Dong Xinyan to hurry. Didn't you hear him? Move quickly! Zhang Huan shook the bag of scrap metal in his hand. The junk was starting to dig painfully into his fingers. Now her performance numbers should be enough for the promotion, right? Does anyone still have objections? The entire bank lobby fell silent. Only then did everyone realize everything Zhang Huan had done was simply to boost Dong Xinyan's work performance. At this point, every word Zhang Huan spoke sounded like an imperial decree in Zhu Dexing's ears. No one has objections with your current deposit level. You fully qualify as our supreme VIP client. 100 million yuan was no small amount. Zhu Dexing personally knew almost every major depositor in the bank, yet he was absolutely certain he had never seen Zhang Huan before. Nor had he ever heard of a billionaire who enjoyed collecting garbage. Still, despite his confusion, the most important thing right now was serving Zhang Huan properly. Zhang Huan didn't really know what Supreme VIP meant. He just assumed it came with special treatment. Hurry it up, I still have things to do. The garbage outside was still waiting for him. Every extra minute could mean another few 100,000 yuan. Making an exception personally, Zhu Dexing expedited every procedure at top speed right there in the lobby. Soon, a sleek black card was respectfully handed to Zhang Huan. To issue this card, Zhu Dexing had even used the bank president's exclusive authorization privileges. But if it meant retaining Zhang Huan as a client, it was more than worth it. Please keep it safe. Would you like me to arrange a car to drive you home? Seeing Zhang Huan still dressed in his delivery uniform, Zhu Dexing assumed he was one of those wealthy people who enjoyed experiencing ordinary life. I already have a car. Holding the metallic junk he had just collected, Zhang Huan walked out while the scraps clanged noisily in his bag. The same people who had found him dirty and disgusting earlier now suddenly felt that even the smell of garbage on him seemed unique and refined. Rich people really are different. He's even more frugal and environmentally conscious than us. Then, the roar of a top-tier supercar engine echoed outside. Everyone turned toward the windows. They watched Zhang Huan casually toss a huge bag of garbage into a Lamborghini. Before getting into the driver's seat, he even bent down to pick up an empty soda can beside the tire. System detected junk worth 10 yuan, 10,000, times recycling activated, host account credited with 100,000 yuan. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Huan's mouth. Another 100,000 yuan earned in the blink of an eye. Soon enough, he'd finally understand what people meant by a boring and monotonous life of endless wealth. Even the well-informed Zhu Dexing stood there, dumbfounded. A man driving a supercar while collecting garbage. What an unbelievable oddball. Number Chapter 6. An eye for an eye in the rearview mirror. The crowd of stunned onlookers gradually disappeared into the distance. The Lamborghini roared through 2 more streets, its powerful engine attracting endless envious stares. Near a bus stop, several young men and women whispered excitedly among themselves. Holy crap, that's the limited edition? Veneno? Since when did one of those exist in China, and in Yang City of all places? Is the car really that expensive? $8 million. Do you think that's cheap? The scary part is that even if you have the money, you still might not be able to buy one. $8 million, and still not guaranteed. The group fell silent for several seconds before instinctively pulling out their phones. Click, click, click! The sound of cameras firing off non-stop filled the air. Just as they were taking pictures, the Lamborghini suddenly stopped in front of them at a red light. Perfect. Now they could photograph it properly. Liu Hao grew excited and couldn't help moving closer. At that exact moment, an old electric tricycle drove by. Seeing Liu Hao suddenly appear in front of him, the elderly driver panicked and swerved violently. Screech! A sharp scraping sound pierced the air. The whole world seemed to go silent. The electric tricycle had scraped along the Lamborghini's right side and even smashed the rearview mirror. The surrounding pedestrians instantly swarmed over. Within seconds, the entire intersection was packed with people holding up phones and recording videos. A luxury supercar getting hit. Now Faith's Fei was entertainment. The young people nearby all went pale. Especially Liu Hao, whose vision nearly went black. The tricycle had swerved because of him. Didn't that mean he shared responsibility too? How much money would he have to pay? Should he run? But there were people filming from every angle. Where could he possibly escape? Despair completely consumed him. At that moment, the Lamborghini's hazard lights flashed, and Zhang Huan stepped out of the car, looking at the dented and scratched bodywork. Even he felt heartache. He had only just gotten the car. Not only had it already been damaged, but the carbon fiber body couldn't simply be repaired. It had to be entirely replaced. Time, consuming, expensive, troublesome. What a disaster. Zhang Huan sighed helplessly. Yet the surrounding crowd looked even stranger. Rich people these days really had personality, this outfit. Was this some kind of urban scavenger fashion? Meanwhile, the elderly tricycle driver also got out. His hair was sparse, his clothes dirty and worn, and deep wrinkles covered his weathered face. He looked at least 60 or 70 years old. The moment he stepped down, the old man immediately bowed repeatedly toward Zhang Huan. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Just tell me how much it costs. I'll pay you back. As he spoke, he pulled out a filthy cloth pouch from inside his clothes. Inside were scattered bills and loose change. There wasn't even a single 100-yuan note. Grandpa, that's nowhere near enough. Liu Hao walked over stiffly like a puppet. That's a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno. The entire body shell would need replacement. It'll cost at least several $100,000. The old man froze. Use dollars, converted to RMB? Several million yuan? Oh heavens. The old man collapsed onto the ground instantly, tears pouring down his face. He had never even seen millions of yuan in his entire life. Liu Hao also felt like crying. He was only a fresh graduate. How could he possibly afford this either? The surrounding crowd couldn't help discussing it among themselves. Sigh. How pitiful. One crash and both the old man and that young guy are ruined for life. Seriously, if it were me, I'd just let them go. Someone who can afford a car like this surely doesn't care about repair costs. That's not right either. Since when does being poor automatically make someone correct? Isn't the owner's money still money? But how can they possibly pay him back? This is a hopeless mess. There's no clean solution. Hearing all the discussion around him, the old man cried even harder. Then suddenly, a somewhat stern voice sounded from inside the tricycle. You're already that old. Why are you crying? Get over here! The old man immediately swallowed his tears back down. Sniffling, he opened the tricycle's cabin door. Only then did everyone realize there was an elderly woman sitting inside the cramped vehicle. Her graying hair was neatly combed, and although her clothes were old, they were spotlessly clean. However, her legs seemed weak, and she needed the old man's help just to get down. Wife, we caused trouble. Millions of yuan. The old man spoke shakily, looking ready to cry again. The old woman glared at him. My legs don't work properly. My ears still do. The old man immediately shrank his neck and fell silent. Watching this, Zhang Huan almost laughed, so the old man was actually scared of his wife. Then the old woman spoke seriously. Young man, we don't have that much money. This is all we have for now. Please take it first. As long as we're still alive, whatever money we earn in the future, we'll give it to you. If you don't trust us, we can write an IOU or even leave our ID cards as collateral. As she spoke, she pulled out a savings passbook from her pocket. Inside was just over 5,000 yuan. Her decisive sense of responsibility instantly earned Zhang Huan's respect. The old man looked like he wanted to say something, but one glare from the old woman shut him up immediately. All he could do was wipe his tears pitifully. What are your names? Zhang Huan asked. My name is Li Shulin. My old man is Zhang Ergo. Here are our ID cards. The corner of Zhang Huan's mouth twitched slightly. What an extreme contrast between those names. Instead of taking the IDs, Zhang Huan suddenly walked over to the roadside greenery under everyone's confused gaze and picked up a jagged stone. Holy crap! Was he about to attack someone? Several people instantly rushed forward, trying to stop him. No matter how serious the accident was, there was no need to hit people with rocks. But after only taking a few steps, they froze. They watched as Zhang Huan used the stone to carve a deep scratch into the old tricycle's body. An eye for an eye. Now we're even. The moment those words were spoken, everyone was stunned. After several seconds of silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Well done, young man. You're a truly good person, who says rich people can't be good people. No wonder you deserve to drive a Lamborghini. Several young women nearby even stared at him with shining eyes, rich, kind-hearted, and handsome. Sure, his fashion style was a little unusual, but with those first three qualities, who cared? It was the first time Zhang Huan had ever received praise from so many people. A strange feeling rose inside him. Helping others while sacrificing only a tiny bit of himself actually felt pretty good. At that moment, Li Shulin looked surprised. Young man, are you serious? Zhang Huan snapped back to reality and smiled. Of course I'm serious, but stretching out the final word, Zhang Huan suddenly hurled the stone outward. Crash! The old tricycle's window shattered instantly. The applause stopped dead. Everyone stared at him in confusion. Wasn't everything already settled? Why smash their window now? The old man looked heartbroken, but another glare from Li Shulin silenced him once again. The young man already forgave millions of yuan in damages. What's wrong with him smashing your window to vent a little anger? Yes, you're right about everything. The old man nodded rapidly like a pecking chicken. Seeing his pitiful henpecked expression, Zhang Huan burst out laughing. All his previous frustration disappeared completely. Grandma, let's separate the two matters clearly. Earlier, I scratched your vehicle once, so we were even. But now that I smashed your window, I'm the one at fault. So naturally, I should compensate you. Huh? Li Shulin finally became confused. What do you mean? Zhang Huan grinned. I'll buy you a brand new vehicle. Before Li Shulin could respond, the old man hurriedly waved his hands. No, absolutely not. Zhang Huan simply smiled and waved him off. It's fine, Grandpa. If you think about it, we, people in the same line of work. I am buying your vehicle. Number chapter 7. The recycling station Li Shulin and her husband could hardly believe their ears. Not only did they not have to pay for scratching a luxury supercar worth millions, but this young man was even trying to find excuses to buy them a brand. New tricycle. How could something this good possibly exist in the world? The surrounding crowd was stunned as well. Were rich people nowadays really this willful? Young man, we absolutely can't accept that. After recovering from her shock, Li Shulin suddenly spoke seriously. I know you're trying to help us old folks, but we can't accept rewards we haven't earned. I'd rather ride this broken old tricycle with peace of mind than let you buy us a new one. Otherwise, my conscience won't rest easy. The moment she said this, not only Zhang Huan, but everyone around them felt deep respect. These days, countless people would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on the back seat of a bicycle. Someone as principled as this old woman was truly rare. Zhang Huan smiled even more brightly. She reminded him so much of his late grandmother. Even their tempers were exactly alike, stubborn too. Changing targets, Zhang Huan turned toward the old man. Grandpa, I smashed your window, so I should compensate you, right? Do you want money or a new vehicle? The old man's eyes lit up instantly, but the moment Li Shulin glared at him, his neck shrank back. In a weak voice, he muttered, I want my wife. Zhang Huan was speechless. Looks like there was no getting around the old woman after all. How about this? Zhang Huan suddenly said. Would you two be interested in running a recycling station? The instant those words came out, everyone fell silent again. First he forgave damages worth millions. Then he wanted to buy them a new vehicle. And now he wanted to give them an entire recycling station. Calling him willful wasn't enough anymore. Seeing Li Shulin about to shake her head and refuse again, Zhang Huan quickly added, Auntie, it's not a free gift. Fei the one who wants to open a recycling station. But I'm too busy to manage it myself. I'd like to hire the two of you to help run it for me. I trust your character. I'll pay you salaries too. How about it? Originally, this had only been a random impulse in Zhang Huan's head, but after saying it aloud, even he froze for a moment. A recycling station. Damn, I'm a freaking genius. Picking up trash personally was inefficient enough already. Besides, it didn't really match his future billionaire image, but if he opened a recycling station and hired people to collect junk for him, then all he had to do was swing by every once in a while and casually pick up everything there. Wouldn't that be like printing money? And then he'd be completely free. Luxury clubs and beautiful women suddenly sounded very appealing. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Young man, are you serious? Li Shulin asked skeptically. Honestly, the proposal was extremely tempting to her. The old couple had no stable home and wandered around every day collecting scrap. On top of that, her legs weren't in good condition, forcing the old man to constantly take care of her. If they could work at a recycling station instead, life would become much easier for both of them. Of course, as long as you agree. Then all right. This old woman thanks you first, as she spoke. Li Shulin glanced at her husband. The old man's eyes were already brimming with tears. Young man, how could I ever thank you enough? You've helped us old folks so much. It's nothing. Just a small favor. Zhang Huan hurriedly comforted him, though inwardly he felt incredibly pleased. Why had he never realized before that doing good deeds felt this amazing? After comforting the old man for a while, Zhang Huan noticed he still kept wiping away tears. Li Shulin shot him another cold glance. Hold it back. Oh. Zhang Huan watched in absolute shock as the old man physically forced a tear back into his eye. Unbelievable. This auntie truly had complete control over her husband. Just then, the sound of a whistle rang out. A traffic officer had arrived to clear the growing congestion. Seeing such a huge crowd gathered together, she was startled. Had there been a major accident? But after squeezing through the crowd, she found herself with an even bigger headache. Although it was only a minor collision, a scrape between a supercar and an electric tricycle was somehow even harder to deal with. If she enforced the law strictly and someone uploaded the video online, she'd definitely get flooded with criticism. People would accuse public servants of not protecting ordinary citizens, but if she unfairly sided with the weaker party, that would violate the law and be unfair to the supercar owner too. What a nightmare. Sighing inwardly, she still stepped forward. What happened here? It's fine now. We already settled it. As Zhang Huan answered, he looked up, and his eyes instantly lit up. A beauty tall figure, wheat, colored skin, delicate facial features, sharp and spirited appearance. Especially those eyes. They were unforgettable. Still, he had just suffered emotional trauma recently. Better stay darkened for a while first. It's settled already. How did you settle it? Zhao Wan asked in surprise. Liu Hao immediately rushed over enthusiastically. Since he no longer had to pay compensation, he had come completely back to life. Grinning, he explained, "This big brother here wants to open a recycling station for the grandpa and grandma." The moment Zhao Wan heard that, her expression instantly turned serious. Extortion through staged accidents is illegal. Zhang Huan's face darkened. He glanced at Liu Hao maliciously. "Auntie, wasn't it because this guy suddenly ran out that you crashed into my car?" Li Shulin was incredibly sharp. At her age, she immediately understood Zhang Huan's intention. A kindly smile appeared on her face as she shot the old man a meaningful look. The old man instinctively shook his head nervously, but when Li Shulin raised her eyebrows, he instantly wilted, with a bitter expression. He stepped forward and patted Lu Hao on the shoulder. Lu Hao turned around. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" The old man pointed at the overturned tricycle. "You little brat, don't tell me you don't know what you did." "All right then, how much are you paying?" Liu Hao was struck like lightning. "Grandpa, you've changed. You weren't like this just now." Zhang Huan burst into laughter. Meanwhile, nearby pedestrians explained the entire situation to Zhao Huan. Only then did her expression relax slightly. She couldn't help glancing toward Zhang Huan again. So he was actually this kind-hearted, and he looked about the same age as me too. "That Lamborghini belongs to you?" she asked. Zhang Huan nodded. Zhao Huan lowered her head, pulled out a small notebook, and quickly wrote out a ticket. "If you have objections, call this number within 2 days." With that, she turned and walked away stylishly. Zhang Huan was speechless. "I'm the victim here. Why are Fei Yufei giving Fei a ticket?" But when he lowered his head to read it, he nearly tore it apart. "Speeding and overloading. And you're still asking if I have objections." "I object so mu." "Wait a second." Zhang Huan suddenly froze. His gaze landed on the large handwritten phone number. "If you have objections, call this number." Holy crap. Was this considered using public authority to flirt privately? The life of a rich man really was boring. "Young man, why are you grinning like an idiot?" Li Shulin's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Zhang Huan hurriedly put away the ticket and changed the subject. "Nothing, finished settling everything." "We asked for 50 yuan. So little?" Zhang Huan asked in surprise. Li Shulin looked surprised too. How much could one tricycle window possibly cost? Zhang Huan paused, then suddenly laughed. "Auntie, I think I just found treasure." The old man beside her immediately became vigilant. "All right, everyone disperse. Grandpa, Grandma, come with me. But your tricycle belongs to me now. From now on, I'll assign you an official work vehicle. All right?" The instant they agreed, a notification sounded inside Zhang Huan's mind system automatically detected scrap worth 1,792 yuan, 10,000. Times recovery successful. Host account credited with 1792000 yuan. Inside the bank clerk, Dong Xinyun widened her eyes in shock. What exactly did that customer do? How did another 17 million suddenly get deposited into his account? Number chapter 8. 100 million in pocket money. Li Shulan got into the Lamborghini S passenger seat, while the old man drove the battered tricycle behind them. One in front, one in back. The two vehicles drove off together. Damn. First time in my life seeing a Yadia tricycle racing a Lamborghini. Someone joked. The bystanders burst into laughter before gradually dispersing. Not long after, videos filmed from different angles shot to the top of Daoyin's trending page. Completely unaware that he had gone viral, Zhang Huan continued chatting with Lu Shulin. "Little Zhang, when you said earlier that we were Tong Han, I didn't believe you. Now I do." Seeing that the already cramped interior of the car was stuffed with cans, plastic bottles, and other recyclables, Li Shulin felt a little distressed. How can such a good car be used to carry junk? I can't help myself. Zhang Huan chuckled. Li Shulin shook her head before asking, "You said you wanted to open a recycling station. Have you found a suitable location yet?" This was kind of a spur of the moment idea. "I haven't really thought it through yet. Do you have any suggestions?" "I actually do." Li Shulin spoke frankly. "First, it needs to be big enough to store lots of recyclables. That'll make bulk trading easier. Second is the location. It can't be too far from populated areas. Otherwise, transportation becomes troublesome. But it also can't be too close either. Recycling stations are messy and dirty, and you don't want to disturb people. And then there are the business connections. Factories willing to buy recyclables, individuals willing to sell scrap to you. All of that needs to be arranged." After listening, Zhang Huan felt his head ache. Sounds like way too much trouble. His dream was to become a carefree rich guy enjoying life, not get tied down by tedious work. "Auntie, how about this? I'll handle the location and paperwork. Once the place is running, I'll leave it to you. What do you think?" "Huh?" Li Shulin's eyes widened. "Really?" "Of course, if you're willing." "I am." Li Shulin answered without hesitation, visibly excited. "To be honest, when I was young, I dreamed of becoming a businesswoman." "Really? Then what happened?" Li Shulin sighed nostalgically. "What happened? I had a daughter. Once you become a mother, who still thinks about becoming a businesswoman? You have a daughter too. How old is she? Zhang Huan frowned slightly. She should be almost 40 now. I gave birth to her when I was 19. Li Shulin sank into memories, pride filling her face. My daughter was outstanding. Excellent grades and character back in college. She even got accepted by some overseas something university. Impressive, right? Zhang Huan blinked. You mean Harvard? Yes, Harvard. She was only 18 when she left. We were worried sick. Zhang Huan fell silent. With a daughter accepted into Harvard, the old couple shouldn't be living like this. Could it be? What about her now? Li Shulin's expression dimmed. I don't know. Ever since she went abroad, we've never seen her again. Expressionless, Zhang Huan tightened his grip on the steering wheel. What's her name? Without overthinking it, Li Shulin replied. Zhang Xijia. I changed her name before she went abroad. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Zhang Huan nodded. It does. But after being away for so long, don't you miss her? Of course we do. Whenever I miss her, I ask the old man to take me to clothing stores. I imagine those beautiful clothes on her, and then I feel happy. At that point, Li Shulin turned her head away, her shoulders trembling. The moment her daughter was mentioned, all her tough and decisive demeanor disappeared. Zhang Huan took a deep breath, slowly pulled the car over, then took out his phone along with a business card. After hesitating for a moment, he dialed the number. Beep. Hello. This is He Yuan. Who's calling? He Yuan raised a hand to stop his secretary's report and answered the private call. The secretary barely dared to breathe. Anyone who knew that number was someone even her boss had to treat respectfully. Even when the company was thriving, such people had to be taken seriously. Let alone now, when things were unstable. Hello, President He. This is Zhang Huan, the guy from the phone store earlier. Immediately, He Yuan recalled Zhang Huan's appearance, though a trace of disappointment flashed through his eyes. This wasn't the call he had hoped to receive. Tongde Group's aggressive entry into Yangcheng's real estate market had placed immense pressure on his Shengyuan group. In desperation, He Yuan had been tricked into overbidding on a piece of land, leaving a funding gap of over 110 million yuan. And as if things weren't bad enough already, under Tongde Group's pressure, those capable of lending over 100 million refused to help, while those willing to help couldn't gather enough money. He Yuan had finally contacted an out-of-province bank for a loan, but after several days, there was still no response. He had assumed this unfamiliar number belonged to the bank. Instead, it was Zhang Huan. Still, anyone who could drive a Lamborghini wasn't someone he could afford to offend. So it's you, little brother. I thought you'd wait a few more days before calling me. I didn't expect it to be this soon either, but I actually need your help with something. He Yuan frowned slightly. They had only met once, yet Zhang Huan was already calling to ask for favors. Young people these days really didn't understand etiquette. Shaking his head, his enthusiasm cooled a little. Oh? What kind of help does little brother need? 2 things. First, I want to open a recycling station, and I need help finding a location and handling the paperwork. Second, I want you to help me find someone. The moment he heard that, He Yuan's last bit of enthusiasm disappeared. One favor was already pushing it, and now there were 2. And besides, who was he? He was the chairman of Shengyuan Group, one of Yangcheng's top private entrepreneurs. Even the city's top officials would give him some face. And now this guy wanted him to help open a recycling station and find someone too. What a joke. Little brother, your old brother here is rather busy right now? How about I give you a call in a few days? The moment Zhang Huan heard that, he understood He Yuan was brushing him off. Still, this was within his expectations. He might be a newly rich amateur who didn't understand the rules of the wealthy. But so what, President He? I happen to have a little pocket money on hand. Besides opening a recycling station, I'd also like to invest in something else. Got any recommendations? A trace of disdain appeared silently on He Yuan's face. Oh. And how much pocket money are we talking about? Not much. Just 100 million. It's sitting in the bank, earning interest. Clatter. He Yuan's phone slipped from his hand and hit the desk. The secretary stared in shock. She had never seen her boss lose composure like this before. In the past, 100 million wouldn't have affected him so much. But now, that 100 million was the lifeline that could save his company. Snapping out of his daze, He Yuan hurriedly picked up the phone and spoke with extreme enthusiasm. Little brother, you're not joking with your old brother here, are you? Want me to send you a screenshot? No need, no need. He Yuan quickly replied. That confident attitude was far more convincing than any screenshot. Your old brother here actually does have a great project. Do you know the greenbelt east of Yulong Bay? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Huan nodded. I know it. Good. Then this'll be easy. You know the future prospects of that area. High. And residential communities will be built there. If you were interested, how about investing some money into it? Number chapter 9. A villa. As a gift. He Yuan waited nervously. Calling it a matter of life and death might have been an exaggeration, but there was no doubt it would affect the company's future development. The sooner he could fill the funding gap, the sooner he could turn the situation around. The line remained silent as Zhang Huan thought things over. He was actually pretty self-aware. His understanding of real estate was limited to hearing about property speculation. As for actual operations, he knew absolutely nothing. Still, he had heard plenty of news stories about real estate developers going bankrupt and jumping off buildings. Head first, at that. After thinking for a long while, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn it. Why am I overthinking this so much? Isn't it just money? I can just pick up more scrap. As for profits or losses, I'm a nouveau riche guy. Do nouveau riche people even worry about that? The moment he thought of that, Zhang Huan instantly relaxed. All right. Call me when it's time to sign the contract. Those words left He Yuan dumbfounded. The funding gap that had been tormenting him was solved just like that. One phone call, 100 million yuan. He Yuan was speechless. After so many years in business, he had never seen someone so straightforward. So straightforward, it almost felt reckless. 100 million wasn't a small amount. Even the people at the top of the nation's rich list wouldn't casually hand over 100 million to someone they had only met once and spoken to briefly over the phone. How rich did someone have to be to treat that amount so lightly? He Yuan didn't know, but he did know. He had to do something in return. President Zhang, I'll handle the location and permits for your recycling station. Coincidentally, there's an unused corner on the piece of land we just bought. It's perfect for a recycling station. And also, who are you trying to find? Someone who owes money. I have debt collectors under me. No. Zhang Huan hurriedly interrupted him. He had no interest in hearing about anything shady that couldn't be brought into the open. This person's name is Zhang Sijia. She's in America. Little Zhang. Li Shulin suddenly turned her head. Astonished, Zhang Huan chuckled. Auntie, you should explain the details to him yourself. Li Shulin's tears instantly burst forth, trembling. She accepted the phone. Hello. He Yuan immediately replied. Yes, Ma. I am listening. Please go ahead. All right. My daughter's name is Zhang Sijia. She was born in 1981. She went to Harvard when she was 18. Li Shulin slowly described her daughter's information piece by piece. He Yuan immediately signaled his secretary to write everything down carefully. Understood, ma'am. I'll ask some friends to help look for her right away. Please wait patiently for a few days. All right. Thank you so much. Li Shulin thanked him repeatedly before returning the phone to Zhang Huan. President He got everything written down. He Yuan laughed heartily. Stop calling me president. He sounds too distant. I'm over a decade older than you. If you don't mind, just call me brother He. Then stop calling me President Zhang too. Just call me little Zhang. I'm used to it. He Yuan immediately went along with it. All right then, little Zhang. How about we arrange a time tomorrow? I'll come visit you so we can have a proper chat. Zhang Huan scratched his head. Only then did he remember that he was still living in a low-rent apartment less than 40 square meters in size. That definitely didn't match his current image. He Yuan's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong, little Zhang? Is it inconvenient? It really is. I'm not too satisfied with where I live now. Wait until I move somewhere better. Then you can come over. He Yuan relaxed and laughed. Oh, is that all? A house, right? I'll just give you one. As a real estate developer, he had plenty of vacant properties. Some of them were specifically reserved as gifts. What's the point of giving cigarettes or alcohol? Nothing beats handing someone a property deed. Zhang Huan froze. He had only ever heard of people gifting houses before. He never imagined it would happen to him one day. But after thinking about it, it didn't seem like a big deal. He had already invested 100 million. What was wrong with accepting a house? Then I won't be polite. It doesn't need to be too big. Around 100 square meters is fine. How can that work? If you're willing to accept a 100 square meter place, your big brother here would feel embarrassed giving it. After pondering for a moment, He Yuan made a decision. How about this? You know Shangshan luxury villas, right? There are still 3 empty villas in Area A. Pick whichever one you like. The moment she heard that, Li Shulin couldn't help but gasp. Everyone in Yangcheng knew about Changshan luxury villas. It was a high-end villa district completed 2 years ago, right beside Yangcheng Central Park. Step outside and you were in the commercial center, while Central Park practically served as a private backyard. Many local celebrities and wealthy people lived there. Rumor had it that each villa cost over 10 million yuan, and he was just giving one away like that. This style felt strangely familiar. Zhang Huan was stunned too. All he had given away before was a tricycle worth a few thousand yuan. Yet this man was giving away a villa. A role model for the ages, brother he. That's way too valuable. You should pick something else. A multi-story villa with hundreds of square meters. Living there alone would creep me out. Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked thoughtfully, Alone, little Zhang, not to criticize you, but don't tell me you don't even have a girlfriend? I did a few hours ago. Zhang Huan replied indifferently. Yuan almost burst out laughing, but forced himself to hold it in. My bad for asking, but don't refuse anymore. No matter what, your big brother here has to give you a villa. If you think living alone is scary, I've got an idea. What idea? Yuan chuckled. You can rent out rooms. There are 9 rooms total. Besides you, 8 more people can live there. You get what I mean, right? Zhang Huan's eyes lit up. That actually works? To be honest, your big brother here did exactly that back when my business first took off. Not bragging or anything, but in 2 years, 30 girls. Hiss. What happened after that? After the 30th one, I fell in love. We've been married for over 20 years now. An absolute legend. He actually found true love that way. Zhang Huan was amazed. Brother he, I'll take the villa from now on. We're brothers. Haha. Good. I still have some things to handle tomorrow. Go to Xiangshan Luxury Villas and wait for me there. All right. After hanging up, Yuan shook his head with a laugh sometimes. It really was that easy for men to become close. Only I want to become your father-in-law. But you want to become brothers with me. That won't do. Xiaolu. What's Jiaqi doing these days? Secretary Lu Hui smiled bitterly. Same as always, playing games at home. Oh! Then tell her to pack up in a few days. She'll be gaming somewhere else. Liu Hui immediately understood and nodded with a grin. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Zhang Huan couldn't help imagining the shared villa lifestyle Yuan described. Life should be pretty good from now on, right? Just then, bang, a muffled sound startled Zhang Huan. He turned his head and saw the old man furiously banging on the car window. Zhang Huan rolled the window down, only to hear a roar. Brat! Why is my wife crying? The corner of Zhang Huan's mouth twitched. He turned toward Li Shulin. Auntie, look at this. Li Shulin glared fiercely. Zhang go. Number chapter 10. Do you still want this job? Outside the car, the old lady scolded the old man so fiercely that he barely dared to breathe. Sitting in the car, Zhang Huan leisurely smoked a cigarette while enjoying the show. This Hong Tashan cigarette really scratches the throat. Time to upgrade to Zhonghua. Fei Fei sigh. Life as a rich man really takes some getting used to. Fei Zhanghuan got out of the car. Auntie, keep lecturing him. I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes. Go ahead. I'll still be at it for a while. Zhang Huan laughed loudly, ignored the old man's pleading eyes, and walked straight toward the convenience store by the roadside. The moment he stepped inside, the young sales clerk instantly blushed. Through the glass window, she had already seen the flashy supercar parked outside. Now that the owner was standing right in front of her, she knew she had to seize the opportunity. She had to leave a deep impression. Taking a deep breath, she smiled and said, Welcome. Your outfit is really unique. Is it some new fashion trend? Zhang Huan paused awkwardly. He'd heard similar comments a little too many times today. Back when he used to read novels, there were always protagonists showing up to formal banquets in slippers and tank tops, then feeling wronged when security refused to let them in. Whenever he saw scenes like that, Zhang Huan would leave comments calling them idiots. Fei, if the event clearly requires formal wear, and you deliberately dress like a slob, aren't you just asking for trouble? Fei, if I were security, and you weren't the protagonist, I'd slap you across the face. Fei, thinking about it now, he realized he probably should pay more attention to his appearance. Being looked down on over something like this was honestly embarrassing. It didn't suit the identity of a nouveau riche. What's the most expensive cigarette you have here? The salesgirl looked disappointed. Apparently, she'd said the wrong thing. We have soft Zhonghua, then give me a whole carton. Okay. She nodded and reached toward the cigarette shelf, then suddenly froze. How much did you say? A carton. Oh, we don't have that many. Then just give me however many you've got. Carrying 12 packs of soft Zhonghua back outside, Zhang Huan found that the old man had already been thoroughly disciplined into submission. Little Zhang, sorry about earlier. I was a bit impulsive. Zhang Huan laughed and casually handed him 2 packs of cigarettes. It's fine. Get in the car. I'll find you two a place to stay first. Once the recycling station is ready, you'll probably be living there full time. All right, leave it to me. I mean your auntie. Don't worry. Just as the old man finished speaking, Zhang Huan's phone rang. It was his supervisor. Hello, Zhang Huan. You got another bad review, and the customer even called to complain personally. Also, where the hell have you been? Why haven't you taken any orders today? Don't you want this job anymore? You mentioning it reminded me. I really don't. The other side fell silent for a moment before laughing angrily. Zhang Huan, you've got guts. You think you can just quit whenever you want? Do you even have any sense of responsibility? Zhang Huan curled his lips. Does lacking responsibility affect my ability to drive a Lamborghini one? Handed besides. You're always finding excuses to dock our pay. Out of 4,000 yuan, you deduct 800. I've been sick of working for you for a long time. You're talking bullshit. Since when did I ever dock your pay? All right, stop yapping. I'm hanging up. You dare. If you hang up, I'll Fei beep. Fei Zhang Huan put away his phone. Li Shulin frowned and asked, Little Zhang, who was that? He was way too rude. It's nothing. He's history now. Zhang Huan said casually, forget about him. Let's find a place to stay first. They got back into the car and followed the navigation all the way to Yangcheng International Hotel. It was the only 5-star hotel in Yangcheng. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, a uniformed valet hurried over and bowed politely. Don't park it too far away. I'll be heading out again later. During the drive over, Zhang Huan had mentally rehearsed the scene several times. He calmly handed over the keys. However, the valet didn't take them. What's wrong? The valet apologized awkwardly. Sorry, sir. It's better if you park it yourself. I don't dare drive it. The valet was afraid of being falsely blamed too. A car worth tens of millions already had scratches on the body and a crooked side mirror. If anything happened, who could he possibly explain it to? Following the valet's gaze, Zhang Huan looked over and sighed helplessly. Forget it. It's okay to leave it here for a while, right? No problem. After getting confirmation, Zhang Huan led the elderly couple into the hotel. The well-trained staff guided them all the way through the check. In process, helped them book 2 rooms and personally escorted them upstairs. Fei as expected of a 5-star hotel. The service really is top tier. Fei, after settling the elderly couple in and telling them to rest, well, Zhang Huan took a shower and headed back downstairs. The moment he came down, he saw a crowd gathered around his car discussing it excitedly. What a waste. Such a nice car, and it got scratched. Looks like the scratches came from that tricycle behind it. Yeah, even the paint marks are still there. Zhang Huan's face darkened. Fei finally managed to ignore the scratches. And now you. People just had to remind me. Fei, at that moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Well? If it isn't Zhang Huan, what are you doing here? Zhang Huan raised an eyebrow. Fenemies really do cross paths everywhere. Fei the speaker was none other than his former supervisor, Zhou Guanggun, a short, fat man in his 40s who had just called him earlier. I was about to ask you the same thing. Fatty Joe, how much money did you skim off employees before you could afford to spend money here? Zhang Huan shot back immediately. You're talking bull. Watch your mouth. Don't go slandering people. When did I ever skim money? Oh, this guy was actually watching his language. Zhang Huan was surprised. Unless the sun rose from the west, there was only one explanation. A higher-up was here inspecting things. No wonder he'd come to a 5-star hotel. Zhang Huan scanned the surroundings and quickly found his target. The regional head of the food delivery company, Zhang Lishan, was walking out surrounded by a group of people. Seeing him, Zhang Huan slowly grinned. The moment Zhou Guanggun noticed that smile, his heart skipped a beat. Zhang Huan, don't do anything stupid. Ignoring him, Zhang Huan pulled out his phone, searched for a moment, and finally found a video buried in his social media feed. Zhou Guangjun's face instantly turned deathly pale. The video clearly showed him yelling at delivery workers while cursing and threatening to deduct their wages. Boss Zhou sure is impressive. I wonder what Zhang Lishan would think if he saw this video. Zhou Guanggun swallowed nervously. Let's talk this out. Don't be impulsive. Zhang Huan curled his lips and turned on the camera function. Apologize, and promise you'll stop deducting people's wages for no reason. Zhou Guanggun's face twitched with rage, but seeing Zheng Lishan and his entourage getting closer and closer, he could only grit his teeth and say, I apologize, I was wrong before. I promise that from now on, I won't deduct wages arbitrarily anymore. Is that enough? Zhang Huan chuckled, stopped recording, and immediately sent the video into the delivery driver's group chat. Instantly, the entire group exploded. Number. Chapter 11. If I get rich, I won. T forget you the moment the video appeared. The group chat exploded. Holy crap. Is T that fatty Joe? Xiao Zhang? How the hell did you make him cave? No way. I actually got to see Fatty Joe talk politely for once. Brother Zhang is a legend. I want to have your babies. But before that, can you ask him to return the money he deducted from me? Legend my ass? Zhang Huan, you really humiliated Fatty Joe this time. How's he supposed to keep working after this? Zhang Huan smiled faintly. I already quit. The group suddenly fell silent for several seconds. Even the lurkers who never spoke got dragged out by the news. No way, Brother Zhang. Why'd you quit all of a sudden? Exactly, delivering food may not sound glamorous, but if you work hard, it's still better than factory work. Hey, what kind of nonsense are you guys saying? Maybe Xiao Zhang just found a better opportunity. Wait, seriously, Brother Zhang. Are you finally making it big? Everyone chimed in one after another. Within moments, the unread messages hit 99+. It was said that every friend circle had one person who acted like glue. People might have different levels of closeness with one another, but they all got along especially well with that one person. Zhang Huan was exactly that kind of person. Hearing that he was leaving, everyone felt a little reluctant. But people always strive upward in life. Who could deliver takeout forever? Brother Zhang, if you get rich, don't forget us. Xiao Zhang, work hard. Once you make it big, I can borrow money from you. Can you be a little more ambitious? Borrow. If Brother Zhang gets rich, would he even care about your pocket change? Right? Brother Zhang. The group was as unserious as ever. Zhang Huan chuckled. I originally wasn't planning to tell you guys, but now, I won't hide it anymore. I'm officially making it big. The chat instantly filled with laughter and jokes. Yeah. Brother Zhang is young and energetic. Totally normal. Xiao Zhang, as someone older and more experienced, let me give you some advice. Learn moderation. Zhang Huan curled his lips disdainfully. Hey, a bunch of guys who don't even have girlfriends are lecturing me about moderation, about experience. Fei, how vulgar? Fei for people who only knew how to joke around online. The only way to respond was with reality. At that moment, Zhou Guanggun suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. Zhang Huan, is this enough now? Only then did Zhang Huan remember he was still there. He waved his hand casually. All right, you're dismissed. Go stand somewhere else. Zhou Guanggun's mouth twitched violently. His fists clenched so hard they turned pale. Fei, I'll remember this. Kid Fei hire. Ups are inspecting today, so I'll let you off for now. Fei, fiancé today is over. Let's see how I deal with you. Fei. Nobody delivery driver actually thinks he can rise to the heavens. Fei thinking this, Zhou Guanggun took a deep breath and began planning how to get revenge on Zhang Huan. But the very next moment, excuse me, could you move aside? I need to get through. Zhang Huan spoke to the crowd gathered around the luxury car. The person in front turned around, looked him up and down, then sneered. Chech. Go line up if you want to look at the car. I haven't gotten a good look yet. Zhang Huan was speechless. Fei, that's my car. Fei, he pulled out the key fob and pressed it twice. The Lamborghini immediately responded, its doors slowly lifting upward. The man's face instantly froze. Fei, this guy is the owner. Fei, the crowd immediately split apart to form a path. Under countless complicated gazes, Zhang Huan walked through them and sat inside the car. Before the doors could even close, someone suddenly reacted. Hello, sir. I'm the general manager of Nanyu Bamboo Garden. Here's my business card. As soon as one person started, more than 10 others rushed over. Hello, sir. I'm from Gaiyun Antiques. You're welcome anytime. I'm the manager of Chuanbazi Hot Pot. More than 10 business cards were stuffed into Zhang Huan's hands alongside enthusiastic introductions. Zhang Huan sighed. Fei, this kind of treatment, Fei honestly feels pretty good. Fei, unfortunately, he hadn't really listened to a single one of them, until the very last man stepped forward with a meaningful smile and handed over a card. Hello, sir. I'm Deng Tao, manager of Shuimu Hot Springs Club. This is our membership card. Feel free to visit sometime. Zhang Huan raised an eyebrow. The other man responded with a knowing smile. There were many legends surrounding Shuimu Hot Springs, for example. It was rumored you could meet famous internet celebrities, models, and even obscure actresses there. Ahem. All right. Stop blocking the road. I need to leave. Without changing expression, Zhang Huan accepted the black and gold membership card and drove away. Meanwhile, Zhou Guangjun was completely dumbfounded. Fei, am I dreaming? Fei hat driver was Zhang Huan. Fei, where the hell did he get a supercar? Fei cooled. He actually be some rich second-generation heir experiencing ordinary life. Fei noder. He quit without hesitation. Fei wait. Fei, if he really is some rich heir and deliberately targets me, then I'm screwed. Fei cold sweat instantly poured down Zhou Guanggun's back. Guanggun, what's wrong with you? Why are you sweating so much? Wang Hai walked over with Zheng Lishan and asked curiously. Snapping back to reality, Zhou Guanggun forced a smile. It's nothing. Brother Wang, it's just too hot. Oh, Wang Hai didn't ask further, and instead turned toward Zheng Lishan. President Zheng, this is one of my supervisors. He's very capable. Zheng Lishan nodded. If he's capable, then nurture him properly. Once you transfer away, it'll save me the trouble of finding a new regional manager for Yangcheng. Just a few minutes earlier, hearing these words would have made Zhou Guangjun beam with joy. All the money he spent bribing people clearly hadn't gone to waste. With those words, his promotion to Yangcheng regional manager was basically secured. But now, he couldn't smile at all. Fei no, Fei me, bright future is right in front of me. I absolutely cannot let Zhang Huan ruin it. Fei thinking this. Zhou Guanggun quickly apologized. President Zheng, Brother Wang, I think I might have heat stroke. You guys continue without me. I'm going to the hospital. Wang Hai frowned slightly. Go then, but come back early. Don't forget tonight's event. I won't. After saying that, Zhou Guangjun drove away while dialing Zhang Huan's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. He tried several times. Still busy. Damn it. Cursing loudly, Zhou Guanggun opened WeChat and sent Zhang Huan a message. You are not this user's friend. Say he blocked me. Fei Zhou Guanggun's mouth twitched violently. Fei just want to apologize. Why is it so hard? Fei, completely unaware that Zhou Guanggun was desperately trying to contact him. Zhang Huan was currently in a group video call, proudly showing off the luxurious interior of his car. Believe me now? Do I look like the kind of guy who brags? On the other end of the call, everyone participating was completely stunned. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Seeing their reactions, Zhang Huan felt as refreshed as drinking an ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day. From the inside out, he felt one thing, pure satisfaction. Fei returning home in glory is important. Fei, what's the point of being rich if you don't show it off? Fei sigh. The life of the wealthy really is this simple and unpretentious. Fei, after savoring the moment for a while, Zhang Huan spoke to the group, Brothers, stop taking orders tonight, dinner. S on me. And while we eat, I want to talk to you guys about something. Number chapter 12. Money can buy dad. S happiness. No matter how the group chat reacted, Zhang Huan hung up the video call and drove to the mall, casually walking into a clothing boutique. After buying several outfits for himself, he also picked out a few sets for Li Shulin and her husband. Honestly, he didn't care much about brands when it came to clothes or shoes. Comfort was all that mattered. Weren't those landlords who collected rent while wearing slippers and baggy shorts the same way? Sir, would you like to keep your old clothes? The salesgirl asked enthusiastically. Clothes really did make the man. After changing outfits, Zhang Huan looked even more handsome. He appeared energetic and confident. And he spent money freely. Anything he liked. He simply gave his size and told them to pack it up. It practically screamed, Fei, I'm rich. Fei, young, handsome, wealthy. The salesgirls in the store kept drifting closer, intentionally or not. Ah, the troubles of being rich. Zhang Huan suffered happily and smiled. No need, throw them away. All right, sir, I'll handle it for you. Also, if you have any issues with the clothes, feel free to call this number anytime. The salesgirl shyly handed over a handwritten phone number, deliberately emphasizing the word anytime. The other girls who had been watching immediately gritted their teeth. Fate hat little fox. Fei, how dare she steal our man? Fei, the next second, Several girls couldn't hold back anymore and came over asking for his WeChat. When women stopped being shy, men truly stood no chance. Zhang Huan grabbed his shopping bags and fled, only relaxing after running quite a distance away. No wonder successful men were always surrounded by temptation. Temptation never bothered unsuccessful men. In just a single day, Zhang Huan had deeply realized the meaning of that sentence. I really need to protect myself from now on, he muttered to himself, when a luxury watch store suddenly entered his sight. Zhang Huan's eyes lit up for some reason. His wrist suddenly felt a little too empty. Night fell, and dazzling neon lights painted Yang City in brilliant colors. A cool breeze drifted through the streets, finally making the temperature pleasant. Hey, do you think Brother Zhang's car is actually real? Maybe it was just some computer image? At the central commercial street, packed with people and buzzing with energy, the skinny Qian duo squatted by the roadside with a cigarette in his mouth, looking doubtful. Beside him, the burly Wu Honggang leaned against a lamppost, puffing smoke. We'll know once he gets here. That idiot said he's almost here. Feng Qi looked like a melancholic pretty boy, but every word out of his mouth sounded straight out of the internet troll kingdom. Where is he? I don't see him. Wait a little? I told him we're at the place where the lights are dim. Feng Qi flicked his bangs dramatically and spoke in an overly literary tone. The hell do you mean dim lights? This whole damn street has street lamps. Qian Duo cursed and was just about to message Zhang Huan when Zhang Huan's voice suddenly sounded beside them. Good point. I almost walked right past you idiots. Still annoyed, Zhang Huan lifted his leg and kicked toward Feng Qi. Feng Qi dodged sideways. Who gave you the courage to kick your father? Disrespectful son. Oh, on this commercial street? Ask around who the real daddy is. Old Wu Qian Duo? Hold him down. I'm cleaning house today. Wu Honggang and Qian Duo silently walked over, and each grabbed one of Feng Qi's arms. Feng Qi remained calm. That's it? Zhang Huan pulled out his phone, opened the camera, and grinned. Lift up his bangs. Feng Qi instantly surrendered. Dad, good boy. Zhang Huan laughed proudly before letting them release him. Looking around, he asked, Why is it only you three? Where's everyone else? The three fell silent. Wu Honggang finally asked, Little Zhang, that car of yours, is it real? Of course. Why would I lie to you guys? Wu Honggang sighed. Then you were kinda reckless. How so? At 28, Wu Honggang looked far steadier than the others, and he began explaining, back when we were all equally broke, everyone naturally got along easily. But now that you suddenly got rich, only the three of us still treat you the same. Zhang Huan blinked. After thinking about it carefully, he realized Wu Honggang was right. People envied those above them and mocked those below them. When everyone was on equal footing, it was easy to call each other brothers. But once the gap became too huge, cutting contact became the final form of dignity. Looking at it that way, flexing in the group chat really had been a bit reckless. The supercar had been too much stimulation. He should have shown off gradually, but whatever. These three showed up, and that was enough. As for everyone else, if ties broke, they broke. Forget it. Let's go eat first. We can eat any time. Where's the car? Qian Duo jumped out excitedly, eyes shining. Didn't drive it, took a taxi. Brother Zhang, tell us honestly, did you use fake pictures to fool us? No. Then you rented it? No. Then why didn't you drive it? Zhang Huan shrugged. We're drinking tonight. Qian Duo instantly fell silent. He literally couldn't argue with that. Feng Qi patted his shoulder. Qian Duo, stop overthinking it. Your brother Zhang really made it big. And you know that how? Oh, I definitely know. Do you know what that car in the video was? A limited edition Lamborghini Veneno. An upgraded version of the 2013 model. Just launched not long ago. Only 10 in the world. To get one imported into China, you're looking at least 80 million yuan. Who the hell would rent out a car like that? Holy shit, 80 million. Qian Duo and Wu Honggang were struck like lightning, faces full of disbelief. But Feng Qi wasn't done. He pointed at Zhang Huan's wrist with envy. See that? Patek Philippe 5524, known as the most beautiful pilot watch. Qian Duo twitched. Don't tell me the name, tell me the price. Over 300,000? Ahem? Wow. It really is hot tonight. Hearing that, Zhang Huan immediately raised his left hand and wiped sweat that didn't exist from his forehead, repeatedly flashing the watch in front of them. A successful young man without a watch. Impossible. Why buy something like this in the first place? To flex, obviously. Now that someone recognized it, He naturally had to cooperate. Too bad the store only had this model. Otherwise the effect could have been even better. Now even Wu Honggang and Feng Qi couldn't stop twitching. I want to beat him up, same. Qian Duo and Feng Qi exchanged looks and were just about to move when Wu Honggang had already silently wrapped Zhang Huan in a bear hug. His trunk-sized arms slowly tightening. The other two immediately gave him thumbs ups. A veteran really was different. Few words, ruthless action. After fooling around for a while, Zhang Huan finally raised the white flag. All right. I'll treat you guys to a huge feast, okay? Let's go. The moment food was mentioned, the four instantly set off and headed to Yang City's famous lobster house. What would you gentlemen like to order? After they sat down, the waiter came over. Zhang Huan pointed at the table in front of him. Crayfish, make every flavor you have. Keep bringing them until the table can't hold any more, and 4 cases of beer. Sir, are you serious? The waiter asked blankly. Yep, go ahead. As the waiter walked away while constantly looking back over his shoulder, Feng Qi said disdainfully, I mean, you're pretty wealthy now. Couldn't you at least act classy? Zhang Huan curled his lips. Money can tea buy happiness, especially Dad's happiness. Number chapter 13. Come pick scrap with me after 12 rounds of drinks. The table was piled high with crayfish shells, and they were already working on their second case of beer. Fei burped, Fei brother Zhang. If I keep eating this much crayfish and beer, I'm definitely getting gout. Qian Duo slurred drunkenly. Zhang Huan was getting tipsy too. He waved his hand grandly. No problem. I already said tonight's on me. If you end up hospitalized, I'll cover that too. Even if you die, I'll arrange a private cremation furnace for you. Your ashes will be extra pure. The three at the table instantly went speechless. If we could still stand steadily right now, we'd definitely beat your ass. Zhang Huan burst out laughing. Enough messing around. Let's talk business. Your brother here became a nouveau riche. Stop delivering food and come pick scrap with me instead? Huh? The three twitched simultaneously. You drunk or what? Quit delivery jobs to collect trash? Zhang Huan paused. Yeah, saying it like that really did sound weird. Fine. Let me rephrase it. Stop delivering food and work with me. Even if we're collecting junk, I can still turn you guys into millionaires or something. Yeah, right. Keep bragging. Feng Qi and Qian Duo clearly thought he was joking, but the older Wu Honggang fell into thought. Little Zhang, think this through carefully. Plenty of brothers and friends go into business together and end up turning against each other. Zhang Huan waved dismissively. That only happens because the profits aren't divided fairly, and people lose balance mentally. Everyone feels like they gave more than they got. But with me, you guys will only get Fei more Fei than what you put in. If you're still unhappy after that, then I've got nothing to say. Feng Qi casually asked. So how much are you paying? Name a number. Zhang Huan thought for a moment and counted on his fingers. Let me calculate. You'll need money for your families, some savings, insurance. Actually, buy the insurance yourselves. Too troublesome for me. Then random subsidies and stuff. I'll round it up nicely. Let's start with 100,000 a month. Qian Duo's cigarette fell. Feng Qi's bangs dropped. Wu Honggang crushed a crayfish in his hand. All three stared at him in shock. 100,000. You're not joking. 100,000 a month meant 1.2 million a year. That was already a 7-figure annual salary, joking. Zhang Huan took off his gloves and pulled out his phone. A moment later, all three phones chimed. Fei, your account has received 100,000 yuan. Fei clatter. Fei, their phones slipped silently onto the table. Believe me now? We're brothers. Didn't I say? When one gets rich, don't forget the others? If I've got the means, of course I'm helping you guys out. The three finally snapped back to reality. No, we're not brothers anymore. Qian Duo suddenly grabbed Zhang Huan's hand affectionately. From today onward, we're father and sons. Dad, get lost. I treated you like a brother, and you treat me like your father. Zhang Huan shuddered in disgust and shook him off, only to get his hand covered in oil. Feng Qi rolled his eyes at Qian Duo. Pathetic you kneeled that fast. Dad, don't worry. I'll help you discipline him later. Zhang Huan's mouth twitched violently. These idiots were seriously drunk. Thankfully, there was still one normal person left. Zhang Huan turned toward Wu Honggang and saw him making a phone call. Hello, Shufan. There's something I don't know how to tell you. I think I got sugar daddied, Zhang Huan. Yeah, definitely drunk. If he remembered correctly, Shufan was Wu Honggang's mom. I seriously want to kick all of you. When father commands, sons obey. Come on, kick us. The three stood up in unison and stuck their butts out toward Zhang Huan. Scram. I don't even want to talk to you idiots anymore. I'm going to the bathroom. Zhang Huan got up and headed toward the restroom. The moment he turned around, a smile crept onto his lips. Why did this weird sense of accomplishment feel so damn good? After washing his hands and returning, Feng Qi and the others all stood up at once. Dear father, just tell us what to do. We'll do anything except sleep with you. Zhang Huan silently opened the recording app on his phone. What was that? The three drunken fools repeated themselves again. Zhang Huan laughed so hard he nearly collapsed, then tricked them into repeating all the dad lines from earlier before finally putting away his phone. For now, there's nothing major. Just help me run errands and stuff. I'll arrange things later. The three exchanged looks and simultaneously raised their beer glasses. No more words. Drink. Just then a sweet voice sounded nearby. Whoa, you guys can really drink. Mind if we join you? Zhang Huan and the others turned around. At the neighboring table sat three beautiful girls in revealing outfits, smiling brightly at them. The three instantly froze. They were just about to agree when they suddenly remembered they were already spoken for. So all of them turned toward Zhang Huan with hopeful eyes. His phone vibrated. Looking down, Zhang Huan was speechless. He'd been dragged into a four-person group chat. Fei father. You still don't have daughters. In-law. Fei the Wu family urgently needs descendants. Chan Duoduo's message was the most sincere. Fei. I want to grow up. Drunk people really had no boundaries. After silently taking screenshots, Zhang Huan nodded in agreement and pressed the service bell. But the person who came over was the owner himself. His gaze swept across Zhang Huan's watch before he smiled warmly. What can I get you, brother? Could you clear the table and fill it up again? Also, bring 3 more cases of beer. Coming right up, the owner called over the waiter. This table's bill is on me. Whatever they want, just bring it. Zhang Huan waved his hand. No, that's too embarrassing. It's fine. Think of it as making a friend. My name's Zhang Peng. What should I call you? Little brother, Zhang Huan. Just call me Little Zhang. All right. Little Zhang, come by often in the future. Whatever you want to eat, as long as it's not a protected animal. Your big brother here can get it for you. Then thanks in advance, brother Zhang. Zhang Huan shook hands with him and smiled, feeling somewhat emotional inside. In the past, he'd thought knowing lots of people meant having connections. Later, he realized that true connections were built on mutual benefit and exchange of interests. Just like everything that happened today, he'd traded 100 million for He Yuan's friendship, plus a villa and a piece of land. Then there was Deng Tao earlier, and now Zhang Peng. Although Zhang Huan still thought of himself as an ordinary nobody, in the eyes of others, his status had already risen dramatically. Luckily, I still have 3 brothers who won't change because of that. Zhang Huan comforted himself, only to see Feng Qi and the others practically staring straight down the collars of those 3 girls. Bah, these idiots don't deserve it. Haha. All right then, you guys enjoy yourselves. I won't ruin the mood. Come again sometime. Leaving behind a business card, Zhang Peng departed. Zhang Huan pocketed it, only to notice the 3 girls staring directly at him with flirtatious eyes. 1, 2, 3. Then he looked at Feng Qi and the others. 1, 2, 3. Sigh. As a father, how could he compete with his sons for women? Zhang Huan picked up his phone and pretended to make a call. Hello? Honey? Has our son gone to sleep yet? The passion instantly vanished from the 3 girls' eyes. Meanwhile, Feng Qi and the others' eyes turned red with emotion. There's only one good dad in the world. Number chapter 14. Goodbye. My car, they kept drinking together until well past midnight. Feng Qi and the others were already in arm with the girls, completely drunk. When they had almost finished eating, Zhang Huan called over a waiter. Do you have membership cards here? Yes, sir. Get me one. I'll preload 100,000. The waiter froze, but our boss said, I know. Does topping up a membership card conflict with getting a free meal? You give me face, I support your business. Simple as that. Understood. After the transfer and membership registration were completed, the waiter hurried off to tell Zhang Peng about it. Zhang Peng was briefly stunned before saying, All right, get back to work. Then he called over his driver. Prepare a few cars once the guests at table 18 are done eating, wherever they want to go. Drive them there. Understood. All right, let's go. Zhang Huan put away the membership card and stood up. Handsome. Let's go clubbing, or maybe karaoke. One of the girls said coquettishly, with their arms being hugged and occasionally brushed against soft places. Feng Qi and the others instantly became restless. Let's go! The kids have finally grown up. Zhang Huan sighed emotionally and waved his hand. You guys go ahead. I've got things to do tomorrow. Oh, right? Spend the 100,000 however you want. If it's not enough, I'll advance you more. The girls immediately looked even more bashful as they supported Feng Qi and the others out of the crayfish restaurant. As soon as they stepped outside, several men in suits walked up to them. Hello? We're drivers arranged by Boss Zhang. Where would you like to go? The girls were secretly shocked, and their determination to latch onto a rich guy grew even stronger. If they couldn't get Zhang Huan himself, then they'd take the indirect route. They got into 3 separate cars and headed straight for a nightclub. After Zhang Huan came out, he was greeted by Zhang Peng's driver. That was thoughtful of him. Thank Boss Zhang for me. You're too polite, sir. Where would you like to go? Yangcheng International Hotel. The next day at noon, Zhang Huan groggily opened his eyes as his phone vibrated non-stop. Holy crap, what happened last night? Why is there a naked woman sleeping beside me? Same here. She even said she wanted to cook noodles for me. My first time. Damn it. I can't remember anything. A dream lover of 900 million girls, Zhang Huan, get out here. What the hell happened? Zhang Huan instantly woke up. Last night you called me daddy. Now you're calling me by my name. Humanity really has fallen. The 3 of them exploded in anger. Bullshit. Who the hell called you daddy? Trying to deny it. Zhang Huan casually sent out a bunch of videos and photos. The group chat instantly fell silent. I wish to die. Anyone care to join me? Wu Honggang sounded utterly lifeless. I'll go too. I acknowledged a thief as my father. How can I face my ancestors? Feng Qi was drowning in shame. Chi-Chi just came in wearing nothing but a white shirt. I'll talk later. Shan Duo disappeared from the chat. Zhang Huan laughed so hard he almost fell over. Just then, a phone call came in. Hey, little Zhang, got time, brother he. Yeah, I'm free. Good. I'll arrive at Shongshan Luxury Villas at 1 o'clock. Let's meet at the entrance. All right. After hanging up, Zhang Huan washed up and checked on Li Shulan and the old man while he was at it. Little Zhang, when are we moving out? Being waited on like this makes me uncomfortable, Li Shulan asked. Zhang Huan smiled. Just bear with it for a couple more days. If you really don't like it, I'll tell the hotel staff to stop serving you. That works. As long as I've got the old man here, I don't need anyone else taking care of me. The old man beside her looked utterly aggrieved, suppressing a laugh. Zhang Huan chatted a little longer before leaving and driving straight toward Gate, one of Shongshan Luxury Villas. The matte black supercar stopped at the entrance, and the security guards silently stared in admiration. Then they saw the owner step out and start picking up trash. The guards widened their eyes. Rich people really do have unique hobbies, so environmentally conscious. Hey, doesn't this guy look familiar? Kind of. Wait, I remember. Wasn't he in that trending video on Douyin yesterday? That's right. The 2 guards immediately became more respectful. Since we ran into him, should we take a video together? Thinking that, they walked over. Hello, are you the kind-hearted supercar owner? Huh? Zhang Huan blinked. What kind of title is that? The guard hurriedly pulled up the video. It's this one. After watching it, Zhang Huan couldn't help laughing. The video was exactly the accident scene from yesterday. Good people really do get rewarded. No wonder this guy drives a Lamborghini. Does anyone know the owner's contact info? No other reason. I just want to ask if he minds his wife being male. I've already got the car and prepared my apology speech. All I'm missing is the owner's location. I don't even need a recycling station. Just buy me a new car. The comments amused Zhang Huan to no end. Can we take a video with you? One guard asked hopefully. Sure. Zhang Huan agreed readily. The 2 guards were overjoyed. He was so approachable, it proved the video wasn't staged. So one of them stood beside Zhang Huan, striking all kinds of poses for photos before switching with the other guard. Zhang Huan kept smiling and cooperating until He Yuan's voice sounded behind him. Little Zhang, what's going on here? A Rolls. Royce Ghost slowly pulled up, and He Yuan stepped out with a smile. Nothing much. I became an internet celebrity too, just taking photos with fans. The two guards were stunned. Almost everyone local knew He Yuan, from having absolutely nothing to building Zhang Huan Group in only 20 years. He was practically an idol to countless young people. More importantly, he was the owner behind Shongshan Luxury Villas. It was the first time the guards had ever seen the big boss in person, and they immediately became nervous. Seeing this, Zhang Huan patted them on the shoulders. "All right, get back to work." The two guards instantly relaxed and hurried back to the security booth to open the gate. "You wait here," He Yuan said to his driver before climbing into Zhang Huan's passenger seat. "I want to experience riding in a supercar too." "You don't mind, do you?" "Why would I? It's not like you can't afford one." He Yuan shook his head. "It's different. If it's for business or investment, then sure, I have the money. But spending it on an impractical supercar, forget it." Then he changed the topic. "Oh right, I saw that video too. When are you taking this car in to replace the body shell?" "Haven't found the right connection yet. I'll deal with it in a few days." "A few days for what?" "I've got a friend in the supercar business. If you trust me, leave the car to me. Once it's repaired, I'll personally deliver it back to you." "That'd be perfect. Then just have someone drive it away later." He Yuan smiled. "Done?" An 80 million yuan car, casually handed over to someone else. He Yuan's opinion of Zhang Huan rose yet another level. After making a quick phone call to his driver, He Yuan pointed ahead. "We're here." Zhang Huan hit the brakes, stopping in front of a villa. Looking at the luxurious mansion before him, Zhang Huan sighed inwardly. The rich really know how to live. No wonder a villa worth over 10 million was this extravagant. Number. Chapter 15. Go collect used phones for daddy lush green trees and endless flower beds stretched throughout Shongshan Luxury Villas. The landscaping area was astonishingly massive. All the villas in Shongshan Luxury Villas are 4 stories tall. The entire top floor belongs to the owner. Bedroom, bathroom, gym, walk, in closet. You can decorate it however you like. The rooftop is open too. Lying there while overlooking Central Park feels incredible. The second and third floors have a total of 8 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. The remaining space can be arranged however you want. The first floor has the living room, kitchen, dining room, and a shared media room. There's also a basement that can be turned into a storage room, bar, or KTV room. There's one elevator already installed, but you can add another external one if you think that's too few. The only downside is the garage. It only fits 2 cars, and it can't be expanded. As He Yuan introduced the place, he led Zhang Huan through the villa for a tour. Zhang Huan's first impression was simple. Huge. It would almost be a waste if a place this big. Fei didn't Fei have ghosts. If he had to live here alone, Zhang Huan would never dare move in, even if someone beat him to death. Not because he was timid. It was simply basic respect toward the supernatural. This is the best villa among the remaining 3 in Area A. From here, you can directly see the artificial lake in Central Park. As he spoke, He Yuan took Zhang Huan to the top floor via elevator. Looking out from above, the artificial lake resembled a sapphire embedded within an endless sea of emerald green. Zhang Huan was instantly tempted. "So, if you're not satisfied, I can show you the other 2 villas." "No need. This one's already great." "All right then, sign here, and I'll have someone handle all the paperwork for you." He Yuan pulled out a stack of documents. Zhang Huan signed them swiftly. "Do you want me to help arrange the interior design, furniture, appliances, and all that? The service is this thorough? You're the boss of Shengyuan Group." Zhang Huan found it strange. Giving away a house was understandable. After all, He Yuan could earn the money back eventually, but now he was also helping repair the car, handle renovations, and even buy furniture and appliances. That was a little excessive. In short, it didn't match the aura of a successful businessman. "Brother, if there's something you want, just say it." He Yuan sighed. "So you noticed." "How could I not notice? It's like this. I want to ask, can your investment be increased?" "Increased?" "Yeah. To deal with Tongda Group, I need more money." He Yuan said frankly. "Of course, if you're not interested, just pretend I never asked." Zhang Huan fell into thought. Honestly, He Yuan had left him with a very good impression, and Shengyuan Group was one of Yangcheng's star enterprises. Increasing the investment wasn't really a problem. As for money, he could just pick up more trash. "How much do you need?" He Yuan was startled by how confident he sounded. 100 million. "I'll give you double that." 200 million enough? How much? Even someone as experienced in business as He Yuan couldn't help being shocked. That was Fei 200 million yuan Fei. The entire Shengyuan group was only valued at around 4 to 5 billion, yet this guy could casually pull out a tenth of that without even blinking. Could he actually be a spy sent by Tengde Group? After thinking for a moment, He Yuan cautiously asked, "Then, what conditions do you have?" Zhang Huan shrugged indifferently and smiled. "Just dividends, the kind where I can lie down and collect money." "Huh?" He Yuan froze. 200 million. Just for dividends? Oh, and give me a few job titles too. The kind that sound really awesome. The rest can be random stuff like manager or director or whatever. Positions where I don't actually have to work. Honorary positions without real power. He Yuan could hardly believe his ears. Who does business like this? This was basically like spending 200 million on a lollipop. The demands were absurdly low, criminally low. You're serious? That's 200 million. Everything's going into the contract. Your conditions are really this simple. Zhang Huan nodded. Yep, but I can't invest it all at once. Let's do it over 10 months, 20 million each month. If you've got no objections, we'll sign the contract. Is this even business anymore? This is outright charity. The overwhelming surprise hit He Yuan so hard he felt dizzy and lightheaded. Subconsciously, he pinched himself hard. Only after feeling the pain did he confirm he wasn't dreaming. 200 million Shengyuan Group had just gained an extra tenth of its assets out of nowhere. If managed properly, the benefits could be even greater than that. Thinking of this, He Yuan grabbed Zhang Huan's hand and shook it vigorously in excitement. "Little Zhang, I won't waste words thanking you. Your brother, he absolutely won't let you suffer a loss. From now on, if you ever need anything, just come to me." Zhang Huan was shaken so hard his whole body trembled. "All right, brother he, calm down." "I can't calm down. You have no idea what 200 million means to Shengyuan Group." "I don't need to know. I've got money, and I'm willful. Isn't it just 200 million? Zhang Huan said casually, though inwardly he was already thinking about sending Feng Ke and the others out to collect used phones. Seeing his attitude, He Yuan gradually calmed down from the excitement to decide on 200 million so casually. Just what kind of background did this kid have? Should he investigate him? No, absolutely not. Whether he found anything or not. If Zhang Huan discovered it, the relationship they'd worked so hard to build would be ruined. A relationship worth 200 million. Thinking of this, He Yuan took a deep breath. "Then I won't say any more thanks tomorrow. I'll bring the contract over. Come in the afternoon. If it's too early, I won't get up." Though, while saying that, Zhang Huan was secretly calculating how many used phones they could collect over one afternoon and one morning. All right afternoon it is? After speaking, He Yuan suddenly felt that, whether to maintain the relationship or simply to balance their positions, he ought to do more. So he smiled warmly. "Little Zhang, you've helped your big brother so much, so I have to show some sincerity too. How about this? I'll handle the repairs for your car, the villa renovations, interior design, furniture, and appliances. Also, the other two villas are yours as well." Zhang Huan froze. That generous, what he didn't realize was that compared to him, He Yuan was actually the less generous one. Even adding together the car repairs and the renovation and furnishing costs of the three villas, it still wouldn't total 100 million. Yet Zhang Huan had casually offered 200 million with no collateral, no control, and no interest. Even pies falling from the sky weren't this stuffed with filling. With He Yuan's business abilities, it would be effortless for him to earn back everything he'd given away using those 200 million. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. I don't have any particular requirements for the design. Just make it fast. I'm still staying at a hotel right now. Oh, and speed up the recycling station too." "No problem," He Yuan promised confidently. The two chatted a while longer before preparing to leave. "Little Zhang, you free tonight? Nothing much going on." "Good tonight I'm treating, and you better drink plenty." "Then let me make a quick call first." Walking into a corner, Zhang Huan dialed Feng Ke and the others. "Hello, I've got work for you guys. Go collect used phones for Daddy. I don't care about the price. Buy as many as possible. If you collect over 100, I'll let you live in the villa." Chapter 16, Even If We Die. We die collecting scrap, quit bragging. When they got the call, Feng Ke and the other two reacted exactly the same way, frozen on the spot. Would your dad lie to you? Get moving already? Remember, I want phones or home appliances that people treat like junk. The more, the better. If you do well, not only will there be villas waiting for you, but also a one-day trip to Shuimu Hot Spring. The moment they heard Shuimu Hot Spring, the three of them instantly got fired up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Don't worry. Even if we die, we'll die on the road collecting scrap. Not long after hanging up, Feng Qi-chan duo and Wu Honggang met up at a fast food restaurant, though their expressions didn't look too good. What's wrong? Weren't you guys excited just now? Feng Qi asked curiously. Qian duo looked like he was about to cry. Kiki ran away after hearing I was going to collect scrap. Wu Honggang patted him on the shoulder with a gloomy sigh. You got off easy. Mine demanded 5,000 bucks before leaving. Otherwise, she said she'd call the cops. The two exchanged a look, a tragic sense of brotherhood filling the air. Then they both turned toward Feng Ke. What about you? Feng Ke flicked back his bangs. She wanted to come with me, but I refused. Women are such a hassle, Chan duo. Old Wu, let's ruin his face. Wu Honggang turned toward the counter. Boss, bring me a pot of hot oil. Stop. Let's talk business first. Feng Qi wisely surrendered. Zhang Huan's been good to us, trying to pull us up with him. We can't let him down. You all saw the bank balance, right? 100,000. Forget collecting scrap. Even if we had to shovel sewage, we'd do the hell out of it with pride. Qian duo and Wu Honggang both turned serious. Right. We're doing this to live up to Zhang Huan's friendship and this 100,000 yuan. Definitely not because of Shuimu Hot Spring. No, that part's important too. Feng Qi corrected him while opening the Notes app on his phone. It's already almost 4 o'clock. The deadline is noon tomorrow. We don't have much time left. Then let's pull an all-nighter, Qian duo said enthusiastically, only to get kicked by Wu Honggang. Are you stupid? Where are you going to collect scrap in the middle of the night? You think people don't sleep? Good point. Qian duo scratched his head. Then what do we do? Feng Qi smiled confidently. Starting now. Follow my lead. Any objections? Fine, we'll follow you. The two nodded. Feng Qi had done business before and used to have a decent amount of money. Even though his business eventually failed, he still understood business far better than the other two. First, we identify our target demographic. People who have a habit of selling scrap are mostly elderly folks, so we need the most effective way possible to grab their attention. How? We split up. I'll go to the night market. You two head to the public squares, wherever there are lots of elderly people. That's where we go tonight. Isn't about collecting a huge amount. It's about letting them know that tomorrow we'll be buying scrap at high prices. Qian duo and Wu Honggang exchanged doubtful looks. Will that really work? Feng Qi grinned confidently. You seriously underestimate how fast old folks spread news. The moment one person hears, there's a bargain to be had somewhere. The speed at which they call friends and relatives will exceed your imagination. So tonight, we have to play the role of suckers. That night, at the public square. A group of elderly men and women were dancing when Qian duo and Wu Honggang showed up carrying loudspeakers. We buy old phones, washing machines, TVs, all kinds of used appliances. Minimum 100 yuan. First come, first served. Not long after the announcement started blaring, the crowd's attention shifted toward them. Young man, will you buy this phone? An elderly woman held up an old feature phone whose screen was shattered and paint almost completely worn off. Qian duo forced out a smile. Yes, we'll buy it for your phone. I can give you 120 yuan. Really? The old woman looked delighted. Wu Honggang immediately pulled out a stack of cash he had just withdrawn and counted out 120 yuan. One hand gives the money. The other hands over the phone. Believe us now? Oh my, there's actually such a good deal I'll trade. The woman removed the SIM card and immediately exchanged the broken phone for cash. Seeing this, the surrounding elderly people instantly crowded over, all talking at once and asking questions. Qian duo's throat went dry, explaining things over and over. Finally, Wu Honggang grabbed a loudspeaker and shouted, Grandpas and grandmas, if you didn't get to exchange tonight, don't worry. Tomorrow morning, we'll set up booths right here at the square and at the morning market too. Bring as many old appliances as you want, and we'll buy all of them. Until we run out of money. First come, first served. The moment they heard this, the elderly people stopped dancing. Within minutes, more than half of them had left. They couldn't miss out on such a good deal. Most of them had spent their entire lives being frugal, who didn't have some old transistor radio or broken pager lying around at home. Even if they no longer worked, they couldn't bear to throw them away. Now that they could exchange them for money, of course they wouldn't ignore the opportunity. Hopefully tomorrow turns out well. After regrouping and hearing Qian Duo and Wu Honggang's report, Feng Qi muttered quietly. The next morning, Zhang Huan was woken up by the non-stop ringing of his phone. Regularly sitting up, he sighed helplessly. Next time, no matter what. He wasn't going drinking with middle-aged successful businessmen again. Originally, he had actually been looking forward to it. Since Yuan could come up with genius ideas like finding true love through roommates, Zhang Huan assumed the guy must know how to have fun. With a veteran like that around, the evening should have been unforgettable, but instead, Yuan's gathering had brought in practically all the senior executives of Shengyuan Group. Zhang Huan spent hours listening to flattery and endless toasts. Remember how many people had come over to drink with him? Sure. People were talented and pleasant to talk to. But Zhang Huan genuinely disliked this kind of drinking table culture, and since he had the privilege to refuse, he left around 10 and returned to the hotel. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Have you rested well? Liu Hui, Yuan's secretary, spoke from the phone. What is it? Zhang Huan asked while brushing his teeth. You forgot last night, our president. He said he wanted to gift you a watch. Zhang Huan paused, finally remembering. Right? After seeing his 30,000 yuan watch yesterday, Yuan insisted on giving him a better one. What's brother he planning to give me? You should see it for yourself. Shall I bring it over now? Zhang Huan was just about to agree when another call came in. Hold on. Another call's coming through. All right. He answered the new call, and Feng Kei's voice burst out immediately. Zhang Huan, something happened. Zhang Huan's heart skipped a beat. Who got hurt? No, we're fine. But our wallets are in trouble, huh? We seriously underestimated the enthusiasm of the grandpas and grandmas. We told them we'd buy as many old appliances as they brought, and now there are way too many people. The three of us are running out of money. The three of them together had at least 300,000 yuan. How much scrap had they bought? Zhang Huan clicked his tongue in disbelief, then stopped buying for now. I'd love to, but the old folks won't let us. Do you have time? Come over. I'll send you the location. All right, I'm coming. After hanging up, Zhang Huan informed Liu Wei before hurrying out. They had already spent 300,000 just buying old junk. How much money could that turn into? Thinking about it, Zhang Huan couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 17. 1 billion credited. Zhang Huan took a taxi to the square. The moment he got out of the car, the scene before him left him stunned. As far as the eye could see, there were people everywhere. Even the grassy areas were packed. Every single person was holding some kind of old appliance. Small things like electric razors and radios. Large ones like standing fans and washing machines. After confirming that this place was truly buying scrap at high prices, the elderly crowd exploded with unmatched enthusiasm, surrounding the entire area so tightly that not even water could flow through. They had even blocked the roads. Gulp. Even though Zhang Huan had mentally prepared himself, he was still shaken by the scale of it. These were all the kind of people who could lie down on the ground and start negotiating at any moment, if something actually happened. Thinking of that, he pulled out his phone. Hello, who's this? A clear and pleasant female voice came through the speaker. Is this Zhao Wan? I'm Zhang Huan, the car owner from the other day. Do you remember me? The corners of Zhao Wan's lips immediately curled upward. Of course I remember. I thought you weren't going to make this call. How could that be? Originally, I planned to call you after finishing my business this afternoon. But something came up on my side. Could you bring a few colleagues over? Your car got scratched again? It's even worse than that. You'll understand once you get here, Chengxi Road Square. All right, I'll come as soon as possible. After hanging up, Zhang Huan took a deep breath and carefully squeezed his way into the crowd. It took him nearly half an hour just to reach the center. There he saw mountains of old appliances piled together, along with Feng Qi and the others looking utterly defeated after being drowned in spit from non-stop scolding. Aren't you people just messing with us? You said you'd buy as much as we brought. And now after we dragged all this stuff here, you're saying you won't take it. Exactly. You think old people are easy to bully? I nearly threw out my back carrying this fan over here. Don't give us that. We ran out of money excuse. We don't care. Since we brought the stuff, you have to buy it. More than a dozen elderly men and women who clearly looked difficult to deal with stood there with hands on their waists, spraying insults everywhere. Feng Qi and the others didn't even dare speak, terrified that one of these big shots might suddenly clutch their chest and collapse onto the ground. At that point, everything would be over. Zhang Huan frowned slightly and coldly glanced at those troublesome elders and the crowd cheering behind them. Not all old people were bad people, but the bad people who happened to grow old had indeed ruined the reputation of the elderly as a whole, making younger generations wary whenever they dealt with them. How did things end up like this? After calming himself down, Zhang Huan walked forward and asked. Seeing him was like seeing a savior. You finally came. Feng Qi and the others immediately explained everything from beginning to end. Zhang Huan couldn't help laughing bitterly, honestly. The method itself was pretty good. The only problem was that things had grown way too big to control anymore. All right, I get it. As he spoke, Zhang Huan took out his phone. Old Wu Qian Duo, go to the bank and withdraw some money. We'll keep buying. Wu Honggang and Qian Duo froze for a moment. Then notification sounds rang out simultaneously. Your account has received 500,000 yuan. Little Zhang, with this included, that's already 800,000 total. Are you sure this is okay? It's fine, just pocket change. Zhang Huan said casually. Seeing how unconcerned he looked, the two of them relaxed and prepared to leave. Hey, where do you think you're going, trying to run away? Stop them, don't let them leave. The troublesome elderly crowd immediately blocked their path without hesitation. Zhang Huan's expression turned cold. He grabbed a loudspeaker, climbed on top of a pile of old appliances, and shouted, They're going to withdraw money. If you don't let them leave, then we won't be able to buy anything, even if we want to. Only after hearing this did the elderly crowd snort and step aside. Hemph, you should have done that earlier. Hurry up and go. Wu Honggang and Qian Duo were furious but didn't dare lose their tempers, so they could only leave resentfully. There was a bank nearby. Half an hour later, they returned empty-handed. It's no good, little Zhang. Without making an appointment beforehand, we can't withdraw 500,000 in cash. The troublesome elders immediately exploded again. Are you playing with us? This is outrageous, bullying us because we're old. Call the police. They have to give us an explanation today. Zhang Huan was speechless. He had forgotten about that restriction. Looks like he'd need to call Dong Xinyun at the bank, where she worked. Withdrawing cash wouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Zhang Huan dialed her number. I need 500,000 in cash delivered to Chungxi Road Square right now. How long? Dong Xinyun froze and instantly sounded as if facing a major enemy. 1 hour? Good, hurry. After hanging up, Zhang Huan relaxed again, completely ignoring the yelling elderly crowd as he turned toward his harvest. How much money can all this turn into? The moment the thought appeared, the system notification rang out. System detected scrap worth 131,386.7 yuan 10. 1,000-fold recycling. Limit reached. Host receives 1 billion yuan. Host has obtained 1 billion for the first time. Reward granted. Health immune to diseases caused by viruses and bacteria. Accelerated physical recovery. Increased training efficiency. A strange sensation rose throughout his body. The slight headache caused by last night's drinking instantly disappeared. Not only that, but all the minor issues caused by years of bad habits, neck soreness, mild nearsightedness, and more vanished completely. His entire body felt light, as though a heavy burden had been removed. The sensation was so refreshing that Zhang Huan almost groaned out loud. Although the system cap meant he lost out on over 30 million yuan. Compared to good health, what did 30 million matter? Even 300 million wouldn't compare. Zhang Huan's mood immediately improved. Even those yelling elderly troublemakers no longer looked quite so hateful. At that moment, police sirens sounded. Zhao Wan had arrived with dozens of colleagues. The instant they saw the overwhelming sea of elderly people, every single one of them felt their heads ache. Zhao Wan, you really brought us a wonderful job today. A middle-aged man laughed bitterly. Zhao Wan giggled and raised 2 fingers. I'll steal 2 bottles of the liquor my dad can't even bear to drink for you. Wang Zhengqi's eyes instantly lit up. You said it yourself. Don't fool your Uncle Wang. Absolutely not. You can trust me. All right then, stop standing around and get to work. With Wang Zhengqi's command, his team immediately began directing traffic and organizing the crowd. Most of the elderly people felt a little disappointed but didn't insist. Shaking their heads, they obediently followed instructions. But those troublesome dozen immediately started cursing loudly. Not only were the insults vulgar, but they were politically sensitive too. Wang Zhengqi couldn't help frowning. These shameless old troublemakers who relied on their age and refused to cooperate were truly difficult to handle. Seeing the troubled expressions on Wang Zhengqi and his team, Zhang Huan stepped forward with a smile. I've prepared another 500,000 yuan. That should be enough to settle everyone down. I'll just need your help maintaining order. Wang Zhengqi's expression immediately relaxed. That would be wonderful, but everyone has to line up. As he spoke, Zhang Huan glanced at those troublesome people and revealed a mischievous grin. Number chapter 18. Yuri going to the hospital, whether you like it or not confused. His gaze drifted toward the car parked outside the square. When did Zhao Wan become friends with someone like this? Just as he was wondering, Zhang Huan raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone line up properly. Once the money arrives, I'll continue buying everything. Anyone who cuts the line won't be served." After a round of organizing, the elderly crowd slowly became orderly again. As expected, the troublesome dozen immediately squeezed themselves to the very front. Whoever dared compete with them got cursed out on the spot. Zhang Huan's smile widened. Around 10 o'clock, his phone rang. "Mr. Zhang, I'm here." "All right, I'll come find you." From afar, Zhang Huan spotted a van parked beside the square. Dong Xinyan was looking around anxiously, with 2 security guards standing behind her. "Exchanges are starting now!" The moment Zhang Huan shouted that, some people were delighted while others exploded in anger, especially the troublesome old folks. Originally, they had been first in line, but after Zhang Huan changed locations, they had suddenly become the very last. How could they possibly tolerate that? "What are you doing? Why did you move locations? What kind of trick are you playing? Hurry up and exchange our stuff! You're so young, yet already this dishonest. You think we're easy to fool." Zhang Huan sneered. "I can collect scrap wherever I want. Who are you to tell me otherwise? Go line up properly." "Why should we line up? We should be first." "Exactly. Everyone move aside, we're exchanging first." They cursed arrogantly and tried forcing their way into the line. Zhang Huan smiled coldly. "Anyone who cuts the line won't be accepted. Why do you have so many rules?" "Yeah. Who do you think you are?" Zhang Huan patted the cash box. "The money is mine, that's why." "You forget it. Let's just exchange this pile of junk first." After muttering resentfully for a while, the group finally stomped toward the back of the line, still cursing loudly. "All right. Now that the troublemakers are gone, ma'am, you first." An elderly woman with graying hair pushed forward an old sewing machine on a small cart. "How much can this get me?" Zhang Huan inspected it briefly. "I'll give you 400 sound good?" "Really, thank you so much." The old woman was overjoyed and left happily with her money. System detected scrap worth 121 yuan. 10,000-fold recycling activated. Host account credited with 1,210,000 yuan. One elderly person after another came forward, trading old items they could bear to throw away for crisp new cash before leaving cheerfully. The crowd gradually thinned out. Meanwhile, the money in Zhang Huan's account had already reached 2.28 billion yuan, far beyond his expectations. Just as he was feeling great, it finally became the troublesome group. "S turn? Hurry up. If it's less than 600, I'm not trading." A fat-faced old man tossed a pile of plastic children's toys in front of Zhang Huan and spoke arrogantly. The others behind him instantly regretted not bringing more worthless junk themselves. At that moment, Zhang Huan said teasingly, "Sorry, I'm not buying any more." "What?" The old man flew into a rage while the others started cursing furiously. "You little brat, are you messing with us?" "Hey, it's my money. I'll buy if I want to. What's it got to do with you?" "No. We brought the stuff here already. You're buying it whether you want to or not." Zhang Huan snorted dismissively. If hundreds of elderly people caused trouble together, that would have been difficult to handle. But now there were only a dozen left. Why would he be afraid? You people should go cool off somewhere else. Want money. Not happening. The moment those words landed, Feng Ke and the others instantly felt all their frustration disappear. Serves them, right? That's what you get for bullying people with your age. You. Ah, my heart. The old man pointed at Zhang Huan while cursing, then suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed onto the ground. The others immediately copied him. Some claimed they had headaches. Others said they couldn't breathe. Those lacking acting skills simply sat on the ground fake, crying without a single tear. The ugly spectacle made everyone around frown. Compensate us. You made my illness flare up. Yeah? Pay up? My stroke's acting up? Zhang Huan let out a cold laugh. So you're sick, huh? Fine. I'll call ambulances and get all of you hospitalized. We're not going. We don't want hospitalization. We want money. Not going to the hospital, that won't do. I already wasted 800,000 today. What's a little more money to me? Whether you like it or not, you're going to the hospital. Feng Qi? Yeah? Call the ambulances? Send all these people straight to the ICU? Use whatever medicine works? Don't worry about side effects. Oxygen tubes, catheters, stick in whatever can be inserted. And run every possible test at their age. Their hearts, lungs, kidneys, and livers are probably all failing anyway. If anything needs cutting out, cut it. The air instantly fell silent. The troublesome old folks froze in place. Medication tubes, surgery. This wasn't treatment. This was torture. Just as fear began rising in their hearts, Zhang Huan crouched down in front of them with a smile. So your scam doesn't work on me. What's the issue? Medical bills. Is 1 million enough? I'll pay 10 times that, 10 million. If that's still not enough, I can add more. I guarantee you'll spend the rest of your lives in a hospital. How's that sound? The moment those words fell, not only did the troublesome elders start trembling, even Wang Zhengqi, Feng Qi, and the others clicked their tongues inwardly. That was ruthless. Spending the rest of your life trapped in a hospital, suffering through excessive medical treatments, was basically no different from locking a sane person inside a psychiatric institution. It was simply incredibly satisfying. Feng Qi picked up his phone. Hello, emergency center. There are 14 elderly patients here at Qingxi Road Plaza. Please send ambulances immediately. The troublesome old folks completely broke down, one after another. They scrambled to their feet and fled in panic. Well done. Chen Duo and Wu Honggang burst into laughter and applauded enthusiastically. Too bad the ambulances won't actually get used. Feng Qi chuckled. I never really called ambulances our public medical resources. We can't waste them just for showing off. Scaring them was enough. Zhang Huan nodded in satisfaction. Good job. Number. Chapter 19. Women are all temptresses. Everything finally settled down peacefully. Wang Zhengqi was about to have his men withdraw when Zhang Huan stopped him. After briefly introducing himself, Zhang Huan asked, How should I address you? This is Wang Zhengqi, the deputy director of Yangcheng's traffic management department. Just call him Uncle Wang. Along with the crisp and pleasant voice, Zhao Wan finally stepped out of the car. She wore a pair of high-heeled sandals, fitted blue jeans, and a simple white short-sleeved shirt. The outfit was plain, but beautiful women looked good in anything, especially those long legs. They were impossible not to notice. Zhang Huan's eyes lit up instantly, but he quickly turned his head away and said to Wang Zhengqi, Uncle Wang, thanks for all the trouble today. It's almost noon already, and everyone probably hasn't eaten yet, right? Wang Zhengqi waved his hand. Forget it. That wouldn't be appropriate. I know. Just treat it as Zhao Wan inviting everyone. Feng Qi, take everyone to lunch, but don't cross any lines. Got it. Feng Qi agreed and immediately went to gather the others. Wang Zhengqi shook his head with a helpless smile. You young man. Forget it. Lunch it is. So you and Xiao Wan are friends. When did you meet? We met when she flirted with me using public authority the other day. Before Zhang Huan could answer, Zhao Wan interrupted first. Uncle Wang, are you interrogating household registration now? Hurry back already. Don't you still want that liquor? Wang Zhengqi froze for a second, his suspicious gaze shifting between Zhang Huan and Zhao Wan. Then realization suddenly dawned on him. Oh, got it. I'll leave right away. Xiao Wan, bring this young man to visit me sometime. Zhang Huan was stunned. Wasn't this misunderstanding something? Hey, what are you thinking about? Coming back to his senses, Zhang Huan saw Zhao Wan's face suddenly close to his, making him instinctively lean backward. Nothing. Nearby, someone snickered. Zhang Huan glared over. What are you laughing at? Feng Qi didn't bring cash, so hurry up and split that 500,000. Then you two contact someone to transport all this stuff away. I'll send you the address later. Yes, old Wu. Let's go. No need to stay here being light bulbs. Qian Duo dragged Wu Honggang away as he spoke. Zhao Wan smiled sweetly. Your friends? No, my sons. You really like being called daddy, huh? Zhao Wan leaned even closer, her warm breath brushing against him. How had Zhang Huan ever dealt with something like this before? He couldn't help taking another step back from the whole public duty flirting incident. He already knew Zhao Wan was bold and outgoing, but he never imagined she'd be this bold. Sure enough, women really were temptresses. Ha! Look how scared you are. Could it be that you... Before she could finish, Zhang Huan twitched awkwardly and hurriedly interrupted. Who are you looking down on? I'm a busy little bee among countless flowers. Oh? Zhao Wan raised an eyebrow and responded with a teasing smile. Now Zhang Huan felt embarrassed. Using the excuse of sending an address, he calmed himself down before saying, Anyway, thanks for today. I'll treat you to dinner another time. Why not tonight? I've got something to do this afternoon. I'm signing an investment contract with St. Yuan Group. After that, there'll definitely be business entertaining. What he was really thinking, though, was that no matter what, he had to visit Shui Mu Hot Springs tonight to erase the stain on his reputation. Even Qian Duoduo had already grown up. He couldn't fall behind. Signing a contract. Which corporate lawyer did you hire? Huh? Zhao Wan's expression suddenly became strange. You didn't hire a business lawyer? Zhang Huan scratched his head. It's not that big a deal. Is it necessary? An investment isn't a big deal. How much are you investing? 200 million, for the first time since meeting him. Zhao Wan lost her composure. After staring blankly for a moment, she asked in disbelief, You're signing a 200 million yuan contract without a business lawyer. Is there a problem? A huge one. If they tamper with the contract, you could get completely screwed without even realizing how you died. Zhang Huan wanted to say he didn't care. If someone dared cheat him, he'd just support a competing company until they collapsed. But in the end, he swallowed those words, too exaggerated. No one would believe him anyway. At that moment, Zhao Wan pulled out her phone proudly. You're lucky you met me today. Hey cousin, I have a friend negotiating a 200 million yuan investment contract with St. Yuan Group. Can you come over? Okay, got it. After hanging up, Zhao Wan smiled. My cousin is a senior corporate lawyer. With her checking the contract, no one will be able to scam you. In that case, thank you. You're just thanking me with words. At the very least, you should buy me dinner. My cousin doesn't work for free, you know? Looks like there was no escaping this today. Fine. Dinner's on me tonight. After the contract's signed, we'll go have a big meal. As for lunch, how about some cold noodles to make do? Zhao Wan beamed. Sounds good. 1 p.m. Outside St. Yuan Tower. After waiting several minutes, a mature urban woman stepped out of a BMW 7 Series. She looked about 28 or 29, dressed in a black women's business suit with black rimmed glasses and a serious expression. Cousin, over here. After greeting her, Zhao Wan introduced them. This is Zhang Huan, and this is my cousin Zhao Man. Hello, Mr. Zhang. You're certain the cooperation terms and details have already been negotiated beforehand, and you only need me to check for loopholes. Zhao Man's very first sentence was about work, with no small talk whatsoever. Zhang Huan actually appreciated that style, direct and efficient. Yes, it shouldn't take too much of your time. Brother, he and the others are already waiting upstairs. Let's go. Understood. As soon as the three entered the building, Secretary Liu Hui came over to greet them politely before leading them to the top floor conference room. Fei, knock, 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 Fei, the moment the knocking sounded. The entire conference room fell silent. Everyone became tense. A 200 million yuan contract. How could they not be nervous? Come in. Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart before speaking. The door opened. Zhang Huan entered first, followed by Zhao Wan and Zhao Man. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone stood and applauded. Yuan even walked over personally to shake Zhang Huan's hand. You finally came. I barely slept last night waiting for this moment. All right, brother, he. Don't be so formal. Everyone sit down. Yuan gestured, and the applause immediately stopped as everyone returned to their seats. And these two are, my friends, this is Zhao Wan, and this is her cousin Zhao Man. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Zhao Wan, Zhao Yuan Hong is my father. A trace of surprise flashed through Yuan's eyes before he smiled warmly. No wonder you looked familiar. Please, have a seat, Xiao Li. Bring the contract over. The secretary brought over the contract, but Zhang Huan didn't take it. Instead, he pointed at Zhao Man. Let her review it. Of course. Zhao Man accepted the contract and opened the heavy black leather cover with a serious expression, though inwardly she was excited. A 200 million yuan contract. This was the biggest case she had ever handled, but the next second, her eyes widened in shock. This contract had to be fake, right? Number chapter 20. A 2 billion. Yuan contract like child. S-play. Mr. Zhang. This contract. Zhao Man looked at Zhang Huan in disbelief, almost thinking she was dreaming. This was a 2 billion yuan contract. Before coming here, she had mentally prepared herself to spend several days reviewing it carefully. But the contract was only 2 pages long. The first page stated that Zhang Huan would invest 2 billion yuan into the Shengyuan Group over 10 months. And after that, he wouldn't interfere at all. He Yuan could use the money however he wanted. The second page listed Zhang Huan's dividend percentage, along with a vice chairman title that carried no real authority, plus the right to appoint a few similarly hollow positions, like HR director and project manager. Every single role was ceremonial. No involvement in the company's internal operations whatsoever. How was this a 2 billion yuan contract? Even children playing pretend would take things more seriously than this. Despite Zhao Man's usual calm and professional demeanor, she was completely dumbfounded. Is there a problem? Zhang Huan asked. Seeing her reaction, he thought something might actually be wrong with the contract. He took it back, glanced over it, and said in confusion, "Looks fine to me." This is really your cooperation agreement? Zhao Man asked blankly. Yeah. Zhao Man nearly cursed out loud, but managed to stop herself at the last second. This had to be some kind of prank. There was no way a 2 billion yuan investment could be handled this casually. Zhao Wan had never seen her cousin lose composure like this before. Curious, she asked, "Can I take a look?" "Sure." Zhang Huan casually handed it over. Zhao Wan skimmed through the 2 pages at lightning speed. Then she froze too. Wasn't business supposed to be full of schemes, negotiations, and psychological warfare? Why did this feel like children playing house? Even as an outsider, she knew contracts were supposed to include clauses protecting one's own interests. Yet this one had none at all. What kind of contract was this? A gentleman's agreement. Seeing both women standing there in stunned silence, everyone else in the office felt the exact same way when they had drafted the contract. None of them had reacted any better. An awkward atmosphere filled the meeting room. Zhang Huan scratched his head, grabbed a pen, and signed his name directly onto the contract. There. Done. Shall we head to the bank? He Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and gestured for Lu Hui to bring over a laptop. No need to go to the bank. You can just scan the code to verify it. As soon as he finished speaking, the projector turned on, displaying the computer desktop on the large screen. To boost morale, He Yuan explained. Oh. Zhang Huan took out his phone and scanned the code. Facial recognition, fingerprint verification. After receiving a confirmation call from Dong Xinyan, he finally reached the amount entry screen. As one zero after another appeared on the projection screen, everyone from Shengyuan Group held their breath. Please enter password. Transfer successful. The moment the company account suddenly showed an extra 2 billion yuan, the office erupted into thunderous cheers. Now they finally had the confidence to fight against Tongde Group. Zhao Wan and Zhao Man both felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Even now, they still couldn't believe it. A 2 billion yuan partnership had just been completed like that. This had to be a joke. At that moment, Zhang Huan picked up the laptop and examined it from side to side. This laptop's pretty nice. I'm taking it with me. He Yuan waved his hand. It was meant for you anyway. It's a newly released gaming laptop. It can handle basically any game on the market. Zhang Huan looked surprised. Brother He, you play games too? My daughter plays? He Yuan muttered inwardly before smiling. I've just heard about it. Besides, that's not the only thing I'm giving you. As he spoke, Lu Hui placed a briefcase in front of Zhang Huan. Opening it, Zhang Huan immediately smiled. Inside were the permits for the recycling station, property certificates for the 3 villas, a finely crafted wooden watch box, and documents related to dividend payouts. The recycling station is basically finished too. It can start operating any time, Yuan said. That was the advantage of having construction teams under his command. Leveling the land, building walls and sheds, and putting up a small residential building had all been completed in just 2 days. Zhang Huan was extremely satisfied. Now old Madame Li and her husband finally had somewhere to settle down. Oh right, have you found Zhang Shujia yet? He asked. Yuan shook his head. Not yet. Back in those days, someone who could study abroad at Harvard shouldn't have been hard to track down. Right? Zhang Huan found it a little strange, but he knew this wasn't something that could be rushed. Let me know when there's news. Of course. He Yuan nodded, then stood up. Any plans tonight? The moment Zhang Huan heard that, he immediately raised a hand to stop him. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with another middle-aged businessman's drinking party. Brother He, let me host tonight instead. He Yuan instantly understood and laughed. All right then, I'll gladly accept. And so, at Food Mansion Lobster Restaurant, Zhang Peng was currently in his office, listening to reports from the managers of his other branches. Besides this crayfish restaurant, he also owned 12 other dining establishments. Western restaurants, hot pot shops, Japanese cuisine, Korean barbecue, and all kinds of other businesses. The reason he spent most of his time at the Crayfish restaurant was simply because it attracted younger crowds and had a lively atmosphere. Just then, a waiter hurriedly knocked on the door. "Boss, you should come out and take a look." "What's going on?" Pausing the meeting. Zhang Peng walked out of the office and looked downstairs from the third floor. Then he froze. A stream of over 100 sharply dressed men and women filed into the restaurant, one after another. Judging from their appearance alone, they were obviously successful elites. What was happening here? A corporate team building event at a Crayfish restaurant. While he was still puzzled, Zhang Huan and He Yuan walked in side by side. Zhang Peng's eyes sharpened instantly as he recognized them both. One was a famous local entrepreneur. The other was the young man who had left a deep impression on him 2 days ago. Why were they here together? And with so many people filled with confusion, Zhang Peng hurried downstairs. "Brother Zhang, I'm back again." Zhang Huan waved at him with a grin. "Little Zhang, what's all this?" "Oh, I just signed a contract with Brother He, so we came to celebrate. The moment I thought about good food, your place came to mind." "Didn't you say I could eat all kinds of rare delicacies here? Don't hold back tonight?" Zhang Peng was shocked. This young man could actually do business with He Yuan. Looks like I was right to build a relationship with him. Thinking this, he burst into laughter. "No problem, President. I've heard so much about you tonight. You absolutely have to drink a few extra glasses." He Yuan responded with equal warmth. Whether Zhang Peng had influence or not didn't matter. If he was Zhang Huan's friend, then he deserved respect. While the three chatted and laughed together, Zhao Man quietly walked over to Zhao Wan's side. "Wan, this Zhang Huan clearly has quite the background. How did you meet him?" "Just 2 days ago." 2 days? No wonder you two don't seem that familiar yet. That's fine. After tonight, we'll know each other much better." Zhao Man was stunned. She looked at Zhao Wan as if seeing her for the first time. Wan, are you serious?" Zhao Wan nodded firmly. "When you finally find a pair of shoes you really like, who cares whether they fit perfectly or not? You buy them first before someone else snatches them away. You'd better think this through, otherwise the one who gets hurt will be you." "Relax, sis. You know what kind of person I am." Then Zhao Wan grinned mischievously. "But tonight, I need your help with something." "Help with what?" Zhao Wan giggled. "If I don't get drunk, how is he supposed to get a chance?" Chapter 21. You Got Me Drivunk. Zhang Peng attached great importance to the arrival of Zhang Huan and He Yuan. After chatting for a while, Zhang Peng excused himself and made a phone call to his other restaurants. "We're temporarily suspending new customer service. Chefs, get to work. Prepare your signature dishes and deliver them to the restaurant as soon as they're ready." With the boss giving the order, the subordinates naturally had no objections and hurriedly got to work. The executives of Sheng Yuan Group were somewhat frustrated. "I originally thought that with a 200 million yuan cooperation, we could have a celebration banquet at a high-end hotel. It has both sophistication and delicious food. Wouldn't it be great to post it on WeChat Moments?" To my utter surprise, they came here to eat crayfish. Mr. Zhang is really original. They're young people, after all. There is a generation gap between them and us. It is normal that they don't like our way of doing things. Let's just consider this an early midnight snack. Come to think of it, it has been a long time since I've had crayfish. The senior executives were discussing amongst themselves, some expressing disappointment. More than an hour later, 3 cars suddenly stopped at the entrance. Immediately afterwards, the restaurant staff busied themselves, bringing out food boxes to them. "Wow, isn't this the Japanese food from Tinbenya? Holy crap, I ate there once, and it cost over 4,000 for 2 people.
So expensive? Not only are they expensive, but you also have to make an appointment in advance." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Eating crayfish is also a great option.
Over the next few hours, they suddenly felt incredibly fortunate. Japanese food, wagyu beef, yakiniku, grilled meat, seafood, steak. A steady stream of delicious food is being sent in from other places. Each one comes from a shop they usually can't afford to visit, or only visit occasionally, roughly estimating. This meal must have cost at least 5 million. With that thought in mind, no one was disappointed anymore, and everyone ate with beaming smiles. Being young is great. Meanwhile, in the private room on the 3rd floor, Zhang Huan was also enjoying his meal immensely, giving Zhang Peng a thumbs up as he ate. "Brother Zhang, your shop is really something." Zhang Peng laughed heartily. "I'm glad you like it. You came so suddenly today. If I had had some time to prepare, the dishes would have been even better." That is good enough. Seeing that Zhang Huan was only focused on eating and hadn't touched his wine cup much, He Yuan and Zhang Peng gave up on offering him more wine. But this didn't align with Zhao Wan's expectations. How can you get drunk without drinking alcohol? How can you make it a done deal if you don't get drunk? So she winked at her cousin, helpless. Zhao Man slowly stood up, picked up her wine glass, and smiled. It is my first time meeting President. He today, President Zhang. It is an honor. Let's have a drink. Zhang Huan paused, then quietly asked Zhao Wan beside him, Is your cousin a heavy drinker? It is all right. And what about you? Zhao Wan chuckled. I can't do that. I get drunk very easily. Oh, then you shouldn't drink it. That won't do. My cousin suggested drinking, and I can't refuse. As Zhao Wan spoke, she raised her wine glass and clinked it with everyone's, then drank it all in one gulp. Zhang Huan advised, Drink slowly. You'll get drunk easily if you drink so fast. Zhao Wan blinked. Then I'll drink it slowly later. Why are you still drinking? Your face is all red. Stop drinking. As Zhang Huan spoke, he turned his gaze elsewhere. There was no way he could resist the girl's rosy cheeks. Zhao Wan curled her lips into a smug smile. We'll see. After a while, she winked at Zhao Man again. Mr. Zhang, this toast is for you. A $200 million investment contract. I've never seen such a large contract in my entire career. This is a significant achievement on my resume. Snap. Zhang Peng dropped his chopsticks on the ground, his face filled with astonishment. No wonder He Yuan values him so much. He doesn't mention drinking, and He Yuan doesn't touch his glass either. It turns out it was a $200 million investment contract, Zhang Peng. Originally thought he valued Zhang Huan enough, but after hearing these words, he suddenly felt that he hadn't done enough. This is a huge financial backer. Sister man, please don't say that. I should thank you for making this trip today. Zhang Huan said politely, and just as he clinked glasses with Zhao Man, Zhao Wan also raised her glass and came over, smiling. I'll have one with you. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Zhang Huan's eyelids twitched. This cup had a capacity of 2.5 ounces. Even if Zhao Wan has a good alcohol tolerance, at the rate she drinks, she probably won't last long. Zhao Man then drank it all in one gulp. Both women finished their drinks, and Zhang Huan, with no other choice, gritted his teeth and downed his own cup. After drinking 5 ounces of wine, Zhang Huan would have been staggering in the past. But now, Zhang Huan clicked his tongue. Something's not right. Aside from feeling a little tipsy, I wasn't drunk at all. Just as he was wondering, Zhao Wan put her arm around his shoulder. Her eyes glazed over and said, I've helped you so much today. Shouldn't you have a drink with me? Next time. You've had too much to drink. No, right now. Let's do it. Zhao Wan filled her and Zhang Huan's glasses to the brim, then drank them down in one gulp, let out a burp, and swayed unsteadily. Why aren't you drinking? Okay, I'll drink it. All right. Zhang Huan was both amused and exasperated, so he had no choice but to drink another cup. He then realized that his alcohol tolerance was indeed abnormal. He wasn't drunk at all, which can't be explained by just being in good shape. Could it be? Zhang Huan suddenly remembered the health attributed to him by the system, and the two must be related. While he was pondering, Zhao Wan secretly dialed her cousin's cell phone. The time is right. You can leave. Zhao Man hesitated for a moment, then answered the phone and said, Hey, Xiao Wang, I'm eating. Tell me, how did this happen? Okay, I'll go back right now. After hanging up the phone, she apologized. I'm sorry, everyone. Something urgent came up at the firm, so I'll have to go now. Mr. Zhang, I'll trouble you to take Xiaowen home. After saying that, she left in a hurry. He Yuan's eyes flashed, and his attention fell on Zhao Wan, seeing her glancing at Zhang Huan from time to time, and then slightly raising the corners of her mouth. He Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Not good. This girl seems to have taken a liking to Zhang Huan, thinking of his daughter who played video games day and night. He Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment and frustration. Look at them. They act decisively, and look at you. All you do is play games. If she succeeds, the Golden Bachelor will be gone. Thinking of this, He Yuan became somewhat anxious. Hey Zhang, do you have any plans after dinner? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan immediately became serious. This guy's going to cause trouble. Vomit! Before Zhang Huan could answer, Zhao Wan gagged. Zhang Huan quickly helped him up. Do you want to throw up? Zhao Wan looked up pitifully and said, I want to go home. Okay, I'll take it back to you. Offering words of comfort, Zhang Huan apologized to He Yuan and Zhang Peng. Sorry, brother. I'll take her home first. Let S. Get together another day. Chapter 22. The door was unlocked watching Zhang Huan leave. He Yuan sighed with regret, feeling a sense of journey to the west in his heart. Daughter Tang Sanzang has been kidnapped by a demon. In the taxi, Zhao Wan, reeking of alcohol, leaned on Zhang Huan's shoulder. Zhang Huan felt a little stiff all over. Xiao Wan, where do you live? There was no response. Zhang Huan looked down and saw that Zhao Wan had her eyes closed, as if she were asleep. In reality, she was perfectly clear, headed. 3 cups of wine were like drinking water to her. I'm just a little nervous. Where should we send this? He shook her a few times, but she was still asleep. Zhang Huan was at his wit's end. Driver, please go to Yongcheng International Hotel. The driver gave a knowing smile. Okay, after arriving at Yongcheng International Hotel, Zhang Huan helped Zhao Wan out of the car and led her to his room, where he put her on the bed. A man and a woman were alone in a room, and one of them was drunk. After this glitchified plot, what follows should be glug. Zhang Huan swallowed hard, his mind wandering. But in the blink of an eye, he shook his head violently. No way. I'm a decent guy. I can't take advantage of someone in distress. That is so disgusting. Zhang Huan gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Zhao Wan opened her eyes a crack, and when she saw that he was about to leave, she immediately panicked. Your aunt has gone to such lengths, and you still want to run away. Thinking of this, she turned over and hugged Zhang Huan's arm tightly. Now you can't escape, can you? To her utter surprise, Zhang Huan actually pulled his arm back. That was close. I almost lost control. Zhang Huan muttered nervously to himself, and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a scolding voice from behind, sounding both embarrassed and angry. Zhang Huan, are you even a man? I've gone this far, and you still don't understand what I mean? Zhang Huan froze and turned to look. Zhao Wan showed no signs of drunkenness whatsoever. She was breathing heavily with righteous indignation. You're not drunk? Nonsense. That little bit of alcohol is like water. I could drink a whole bottle and not get drunk. Pretending to be drunk is just giving you a chance. With that, Zhao Wan strode up to Zhang Huan and demanded, Do you have a girlfriend? No. If you don't have it, then why are you leaving? Zhao Wan's face was almost touching Zhang Huan's, and she asked with burning eyes. Zhang Huan was sitting on a wax statue. That? Am I not good? Looking nice? Not in good shape? Very good? Then why are you leaving? Zhao Wan's aura reached its peak, and Zhang Huan unconsciously leaned back. Calm down. This kind of thing needs to have a foundation of feelings, right? This is only the 2nd time you've met. It wouldn't be fair to you if we acted hastily. I don't care. So what are you babbling about? But that is a load of rubbish, Zhao Wan cursed, then suddenly kissed Zhang Huan on the lips. Zhang Huan's eyes widened instantly, and a few seconds later, he suddenly broke free. Zhao Wan looked at him in disbelief. Do you hate me that much? Zhang Huan silently shook his head, walked to the door, twisted his hand, and clicked. The door isn't locked. The following day at noon, sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains. Zhang Huan looked up at the ceiling, feeling like he was dreaming. Zhao Wan leaned lazily on his arm, tracing circles on his chest with her fingers, and asked, What are you thinking about? What name should I give my child? Zhang Huan laughed. Zhao Wan's face flushed red. Shameless. Zhang Huan laughed and turned to ask, I'm quite curious about something. What makes me so charming that you'd take such a big step for me? I don't know. It is just that you were so nice to that old man who collects scraps, and suddenly I felt a little attracted to him. So you're offering yourself in marriage? Get it first? Last night I saw that Mr. He, and it seemed like he was thinking of playing matchmaker for you. Zhang Huan was somewhat surprised. Really? How did you know? Zhao Wan chuckled. A woman's intuition. Zhang Huan's lips twitched, speechless. What a jack. Of all. Trade's answer. Just then, the cell phone rang. Hello, Zhang Huan. Where the hell have you been? I've been calling you all night, and you haven't answered. Shut up, Dad's busy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan abruptly covered her head with the blanket. What else can I be busy with? Zhang Huan smiled and said to Feng Qi, Get to the point. Oh, so you finished everything you asked us to do. Just letting you know. Also, when did you set up a scrap metal collection station? Children shouldn't meddle in adult matters. Where are you all? Hotel. Oh, then don't just sit around doing nothing. Go buy a few electric bikes and send them to the recycling station. And what about you? Father has important business to attend to. Roll. The call ended. Zhao Wan remained curled up in bed, refusing to come out. Zhang Huan grinned mischievously and crawled inside as well. Around 6 p.m. At the restaurant, we had lobster, Xiao Zhang. There is too much. Upon learning that Zhang Huan had arrived, Zhang Peng immediately went downstairs to greet him. As soon as they arrived at the front desk, they saw Zhang Huan transfer 10 million. It is okay, I'll just keep the extra. I won't pay next time I come to eat here. Zhang Huan said with a smile. Okay, by the way, is this your sister, in-law now? Zhang Peng looked at Zhao Wan, and at a glance he understood what was going on. Bitch, bitch. After Zhang Huan finished speaking with a hint of smugness, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Zhao Wan said with a smile, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. That girlfriend. Himph? That is more like it. Zhao Wan nodded in satisfaction, released her fingers, and massaged his skin. Zhang Peng smiled and shook his head. It is so good to be young, want to eat here tonight. Yes, I made plans with a few friends. Okay, just tell me what you want to eat. I won't keep you company. I have some social obligations. It is okay. You go about your business. As soon as Zhang Huan finished speaking, Feng Qi's voice rang out from behind him. You scoundrel, hurry up and reimburse us for the fare. Let's go, brother Zhang. After greeting Zhang Peng, Zhang Huan joined Feng Qi and the others. Why are you so late? You have the nerve to ask us. It is so hard to get a taxi from the scrap metal yard. We didn't have a car, and we waited for a whole hour before we could get one. Zhang Huan was speechless. Couldn't you have called a private car? Feng Qi and the others chuckled. Can't you understand our subtext? What? We need a car. We need a vehicle for running errands. Even a van will do. PFFT. Zhao Wan was amused by them and hugged Zhang Huan's arm, laughing continuously. Yu Feng Qi and the others' eyes widened instantly, somewhat incredulous. Zhang Huan smiled smugly. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Zhao Wan. The three remained silent for a long while before speaking softly. Beautiful lady, it is not too late to leave now. This scoundrel is no good. That is right. He ate 3 children in one meal. Let's leave quickly before he reveals his true nature. Zhao Wan smiled even more broadly and looked at Zhang Huan. Really? Zhang Huan said apologetically. You flatter me my sons aren't very educated. The 3 of them jumped up. How dare you talk to your father like that? Is a car provided? The 3 of them sat down immediately. Father, what are your orders? Chapter 23 doesn't suit your taste. Having received the promise of a car, Feng Qi and his team barely slept a wink all night. The next morning, he couldn't wait to call Zhang Huan. Father, it is time for court. Zhang Huan checked the time. It is only 8 o'clock. We know that the 4S store has reopened. Zhang Huan was speechless. Then you guys wait for me at the hotel entrance? Okay. Zhao Wan opened her eyes. Going to buy a car? Zhang Huan yawned. Okay, you get up too. I'll buy one for you too. Zhao Wan shook her head. No, I've already wrecked 4 cars. It is okay. We'll just buy another one if it gets damaged. What I mean is, I'm not a good driver, and not driving is the least I can do to respect life. Zhang Huan suddenly realized. My apologies. Are you perhaps the infamous road menace? You flatter me. You guys go ahead. I'm going to sleep a little longer, you beast. Zhang Huan immediately became proud. Being healthy means you can be this carefree. Half an hour later, Zhang Huan saw Feng Qi and his group pacing back and forth at the hotel entrance. Is it really necessary for you? I'm about to get my first 4-wheeled car. How can I not be excited? No sooner had Qian Duo finished speaking than Wu Honggang asked, What kind of car are you planning to buy? A pickup truck would be better. It can carry some things. With that, Zhang Huan walked toward the main road and hailed a taxi. Father, please reconsider. A pickup truck doesn't suit your style. Yeah, pickup trucks are gas guzzlers. The high fuel consumption is one thing, but the real problem is that using a company vehicle for private purposes is disrespectful. The 3 hurriedly followed, offering words of advice one after another. Zhang Huan ignored him and said to the driver, Driver, to the Ford 4S store. The 3 of them immediately fell silent. Going to a Ford dealership to buy a pickup truck? Could it be? Buy a Ford F-150? Qian Duo asked expectantly. The model name might be unfamiliar, but if you mention Raptor, it is a name that everyone knows. Even without considering performance, just thinking about the Raptor's imposing appearance made Qian Duo's breathing quicken. The other 2 weren't much better off. They were both staring at Zhang Huan with shining eyes. Otherwise what? Upon hearing this, the 3 of them cheered. Nearly an hour later, the 4S store arrived. The three got out of the car and excitedly followed Zhang Huan into the 4S store. Upon entering, their eyes were immediately drawn to the red raptor on display. Overwhelmingly powerful. "Hello, sir, I am." "Oh, Zhang Huan." A salesperson walked over and asked, somewhat surprised, "Who are you?" Zhang Huan looked at him with a puzzled expression. He looked somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't remember who he was. "My name is Liu Kai. We were in the same class in college." Zhang Huan then remembered. They were indeed university classmates, but Liu Kai dropped out after 2 years. "It is you. It has been 3 years, hasn't it?" Liu Kai nodded. "That is right. How fast?" "Do you remember? Back then, when you were chasing Li Yuan, the girls from the next dorm blocked your way, and I was the one who stood up for you." Upon hearing him bring up this matter, Zhang Huan's lips twitched. It wasn't because he mentioned Li Yuan. That is all in the past. Instead, his so-called standing up meant getting himself kicked around by 4 people from the next dorm. In the end, Zhang Huan ran to the toilet and picked up a broom covered in poop to rescue him. Recalling this, Zhang Huan couldn't help but laugh out loud, then said, "You've changed a lot. I didn't even recognize you." Liu Kai waved his hand. "It has been 3 years. How could things not have changed much? Go out for a smoke?" We arrived at the door. Liu Kai was about to take out a cigarette when he saw that Zhang Huan had taken out a Zhonghua brand cigarette, so he immediately put the cigarette back in his pocket. "Since we're all smoking Huazi, have one?" Zhang Huan handed him a cigarette. "This cigarette is still the best." As he spoke, he lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and nodded at Zhang Huanyang. "What are you doing now?" "Play." Zhang Huan told the truth. "Just playing around won't do. We're not getting any younger. We need to do something serious. Why don't you come sell cars with me? The boss is a good older brother of mine. I'll talk to him. If you work hard, you can earn a good amount of money each month." As Liu Kai was speaking, his colleague, who had also come out for a smoke, burst out laughing. "All right, Liu Kai, stop bragging. If you don't sell any cars this month, you'll be fired." "Thank goodness, bro." Liu Kai's face froze for a moment, but he stubbornly said, "You don't know anything. Brother Sun was just saying that. He was joking." "Who told you I was joking?" Just as he finished speaking, a somewhat overweight middle-aged man got off the bus. Upon hearing this, he pointed at Liu Kai's nose and started cursing. "Let me tell you, Liu Kai, I only let you come because your mother begged my mother. If you still don't have any results, I can't support someone who just sits around doing nothing, understand?" Liu Kai's spirits immediately waned, and he nodded, saying, "I understand, brother Sun. I'm sorry for troubling you. If you know you're causing trouble, then hurry up and sell the car." Sun Zheng left those words and walked straight into the store. "I'm sorry to have made you laugh," Liu Kai said with a wry smile. "What kind of joke is this? We're all adults. It is normal." Zhang Huan took a drag of his cigarette. "But how come you just quit university like that?" "It is okay. I won't miss it." "Stop pretending. Tell the truth." Liu Kai paused for a moment. "My dad died in a car accident. My mom is paralyzed, and there is no one to support the family, so I have to hold things together." "And then you stopped reading?" "Yeah. When I first stopped studying, I thought I could make a name for myself, but after 3 years, I'm nothing but a piece of trash, and I've picked up a bunch of bad habits." Liu Kai shook his head. "Do you think I'm ruined? What is the big deal? Everyone goes through a period of confusion. You just have to get through it. I couldn't take it anymore. I heard that you could make 10,000 or 20,000 yuan selling a car if you did well. But I've been here for 4 months and haven't sold a single one." At this point, Liu Kai took a deep drag of his cigarette, shook his head, and laughed. "Why am I talking to you about this? You want to buy a car, right? I'll get a colleague over here. He has connections and can give you a discount." "No need. It is not a problem for me. Money doesn't grow on trees, so every little bit saved counts." Zhang Huan chuckled. "It seems easier to earn your own money than to have it blown in by the wind. Really, no need. To be honest, I'm quite wealthy now." Liu Kai laughed too. "How rich is very rich?" Would buying 4 raptors be considered wealthy?" "What?" Liu Kai was stunned. 4 raptors, plus all sorts of miscellaneous purchase taxes and insurance, will easily cost over 3 million. Isn't his family situation quite ordinary? Where did all this money come from? Dude, calm down. I'm not trying to show off. I just happen to be in this situation. You're not kidding, are you? How could that be? Do you have any cars in stock? If so, I'll take them right now. Let me ask. Coming to his senses, Liu Kai was overjoyed and rushed into the store. "Brother Sunday, Do you have 4 raptors in stock? Chapter 24, Helping Others Makes Me Happy, 4 raptors. When Sun Zheng and the other sales staff heard this, their first reaction was disbelief. The person outside must be his friend. But who is Liu Kai? How could I possibly know someone who can afford to buy 4 raptors? Thinking of this, Sun Zheng said sarcastically, Yes? What? Is your friend going to bring it up? Liu Kai nodded hurriedly. Yes, I'll print the contract right away. Sun Zheng's gaze swept over him and Zhang Huan, and he sneered, All right, 4 raptors? What is the point of this? Why not use that time to call your clients? Liu Kai froze, his joy immediately fading. Zhang Huan frowned. What do you mean? What is wrong with me? Do I have to put up with your attitude when I buy a car? Sun Zheng said dismissively. All right, young man. I know you want to stand up for Liu Kai, but you should try a different approach. Doing it this way will only make you look bad in the end. Heh, really? How much are 4 raptors? Sunday Zheng sneered. I'll give you a round number 3,100,000. How about that? Pay the money and you can pick up the car, right? Yes, Zhang Huan nodded, scanned the QR code, and accessed the 4S store. S account, okay. Where is the car? These words immediately filled the store with a joyful atmosphere. They're quite good at pretending. Sun Zheng made no attempt to conceal his disdain. Just then, the finance person rushed over. Brother Sunday, 3.1 million has just been deposited into our account. In an instant, the joyful atmosphere froze. Sunday Zheng's lips twitched. Real? The finance person nodded. Really, go see for yourself if you don't believe me. Now, everyone's gaze changed. Liu Kai's friends are really rich. Sun Zheng was stunned for a while before he came to his senses and forced a smile, saying, What should I call you? What is it to you? Where's the car? Forehead. Sun Zheng's eyelids twitched, and he forced a smile, saying, Well, we only have 2 cars in stock. So, 2. Didn't you say there were 4? This was my mistake. I'll call and arrange for a car right now. It should arrive in 5 days. No, 3 days. Is that all right? I don't think that'll work. They said there were 4 before payment, but after payment there are only 2. Are you kidding me? Zhang Huan crossed his arms and said, 4 cars, either give them to me now or give me my money back. Sun Zheng immediately became anxious. He doesn't have that authority. Calling his superiors to request a refund would not only be a hassle, but it would also negatively impact their impression of him. No, brother. Who are you calling brother? You weren't like this just now. Sun Zheng's face slapped repeatedly, but he dared not retaliate. Anyone who can casually pull out 3 million is someone you can't afford to offend. Sir, I'm really sorry. We only have 2 cars available. I don't care. You said it, and I paid. It is not over until you get the car back today. After saying that, Zhang Huan calmly found a chair and sat down. Beside them, Feng Qi and the other 2 gave a thumbs up. Damn, you're starting to look more and more like a rich dog. Then aren't you just lackeys? Shan Duo and Wu Honggang were stunned for a moment, and then they started punching and kicking Feng Qi. Can't you even use your brain before you speak? While they were fooling around, Sun Zheng was filled with gloom and despair. What to do? After much thought, he still couldn't come up with a good solution. Just as he was worrying, Liu Kai came into his view. Sun Zheng's eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Liu Kai, is that your friend? Liu Kai was still in a daze. The fact that his college classmate, with whom he once shared a simple meal, is now a wealthy man was quite a shock to him. Liu Kai. Sun Zheng repeated it again before he came to his senses. Really? He is someone who can't even sell cars properly while others can casually buy 4 raptors. The gap is too big. Can they still be friends? Hey, why don't you go talk to him? Ask him to be lenient. If he agrees, the commission for these 4 cars will be yours, and I won't mention firing you at all. How about that? Liu Kai was overjoyed. The commission and the promise of not being fired hit his weak spot perfectly. I'll give it a try. After speaking, he approached Zhang Huan, somewhat reserved. Zhang Huan, you were sent here as a mediator. What conditions were offered to you? Zhang Huan asked directly. Liu Kai paused for a moment. Commission, and not firing me. Are you satisfied now? Liu Kai smiled wryly and said, What else could I be dissatisfied with? Zhang Huan stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Liu Kai, do you really think you can sell cars? Even if you close this deal with me today, what about the future? If he doesn't fire you, do you think you can make a living off this? Then what else can I do? Liu Kai knew in his heart that he was not as persuasive as his other colleagues. Often, after only a few words, the client would want to switch or leave. He wanted to do something else, but the temptation of earning 10,000 to 20,000 yuan if he did it well made him reluctant to leave. I have a scrap metal recycling station that is currently run by an elderly couple. Their health is not very good. If you are willing, you can go and help them with the work. I will give you 5,000 a month. Besides, there are places to stay at the purchasing station. You and your daughter can move there. Not only will you be exempt from rent, but you'll also be able to look after those old folks. What do you think? Zhang Huan said kindly, when poor, one should cultivate one's own virtue. When successful, one should benefit all under heaven. He has the ability. What harm is there in helping an old classmate? Aren't those 3 items next to it an example? Are you serious? Liu Kai's eyes lit up. Although scrap metal collecting may not sound appealing, the rent-free premises and decent wages make it incredibly attractive. Real. Liu Kai pondered for a moment, then nodded emphatically. Damn it, Zhang Huan, thank you. No need to thank me. It was nothing. Just give me a call in the next couple of days when you're ready, and I can come over any time. Okay, this way then. Zhang Huan glanced at Sunday Zheng, who was looking anxiously. As far as you know, how much can you bet on with 3.1 million? Liu Kai did the math. We can save over 200,000 yuan. You can save 60,000 to 70,000 yuan on a car. Then go and talk to him. You can keep whatever you can save. Use this money to take your aunt to the hospital for a checkup. Zhang Huan. Liu Kai's eyes immediately turned red. All right, gentlemen, don't cry. Let's go out for a smoke. Once we're done talking, bring the car out for us. No problem. Liu Kai nodded emphatically, as if heading to battle, and walked towards Sun Zheng. That is the kind of presents worth 300,000. As Wu Honggang left the 4S store, he had many thoughts to share. When I see him, it is like I am seeing myself. Qian Duo nodded. Yeah, if it weren't tea for Zhang Huan, I'd still be delivering takeout right now. Feng Qi flicked his bangs. We're all the same kind of people. Zhang Huan immediately corrected him. It is not the same. He is my classmate, and you're my sons. You'll call him Uncle when you see him in the future. Go to hell, Chapter 25. The process is essential. By the time all the formalities were completed, it was already afternoon. A red car, a black exterior, 2 imposing raptors driving one after the other on the road, certainly attracted a lot of attention. As they entered the city and waited at a red light, Zhang Huan's phone rang. Zhao Wan's coquettish voice came from inside. Little Zhang, when are you coming back? I'm hungry. Zhang Huan's heart melted. Just by listening to that soft voice, who would have thought that this was a person who could call someone old lady or grandma so affectionately? What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. No. Let's eat out. We haven't gone shopping yet. Zhang Huan was taken aback. It really was true. The relationship developed faster than a rocket. There was no going through the usual procedures like dating or confessing feelings. Since that girl has been so proactive, I should reciprocate. Okay, pack your things. I'll be back around 2 o'clock. Okay, Mua. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Zhang Huan immediately made up his mind. The procedures can't be omitted. Make sure to include them. Make sure she remembers them for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Zhang Huan parked the car on the side of the road. The black raptor behind them also slowly came to a stop, and Feng Qi and the others got out of the car. What is wrong? Brother wants to do something romantic? Any suggestions? Feng Qi tossed his bangs. You've come to the right person. What kind of surprise do you want? A little something special? A touching gesture? Or something else? Unforgettable? That sounds expensive. Zhang Huan waved his hand. You're so poor, you only have money left. So hurry up and say what you're thinking. In that case, let's take a look. The 4 of them squatted by the roadside and began to whisper among themselves. Around 2 a.m., Zhao Wan sat by the window, swinging her legs, gazing listlessly at the hotel parking lot. Suddenly, a splash of red caught Zhao Wan's eye, and her eyes lit up immediately. It is a brand new car with temporary license plates. Sure enough, the phone rang the next moment. I've arrived, you can get down now. Zhao Wan sweetly agreed and jogged downstairs, where she saw Zhang Huan standing by the car, opening the door for her. This car is so cool. Once in the car, Zhao Wan praised it. Zhang Huan chuckled. Right? I bought it just for its looks. I'll take it in for modifications in a couple of days, and it'll look even cooler. No one is as handsome as you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan's heart trembled. This sudden flirting is too much to handle. I'm embarrassed by what you're saying. If you're ever embarrassed, drive. I need to eat. Okay, what do you want to eat? As the car drove off, Zhang Huan asked. A match made in heaven. Ah, Zhang Huan explained excitedly. It is a couple's restaurant. I've wanted to go there for a long time. Okay, let's go there. The perfect match is located on the north side of Central Park and has only 2 floors. Through the window, all I could see was lush green woods. Everything inside the shop is made of wood, and various flowers are planted inside. Dolls, cushions, and everything else that girls would love are used to decorate the place. Isn't this place beautiful? Zhang Huan, her girlish heart fluttering, held up the large white car the waiter brought and asked, I didn't expect there to be a place like this in the city. Zhang Huan said this against his will. I didn't see anything particularly beautiful about it, but it certainly felt very formalistic. Upon entering, a waiter dressed as the god of marriage tied red threads around the wrists of the 2 people and made a few pretentious remarks about how their marriage was ordained by heaven. Have you ever considered whether the red thread will break or not once the guest leaves the room? In addition, the dishes here are all designed for couples, and the seating, tableware, and other amenities are also tailored for couples. Zhang Huan didn't think this thing had any significance. However, Zhang Huan was very pleased with this, and her smile never faded. From this perspective, the 3,344 yuan expense for the 2 of them is too much. Before leaving, Zhang Huan went to the restroom. When she came back, she pulled Zhang Huan and walked out. Wait a minute, I haven't paid the bill yet. I've paid. Let's go. I'm going to see a movie. As she spoke, Zhang Huan pulled Zhang Huan out. In the car, Zhang Huan said helplessly, Don't pay next time. Give me a chance to show off. Okay, let's go. The Red Raptor drove all the way to the mall, and the 2 went up to the 4th floor hand in hand. After buying movie tickets and snacks, they sat on massage chairs, chatting and waiting for the movie to start. Just then, a few trendy men walked by. One of them fixed their gaze on Zhang Huan and couldn't look away. After a moment of hesitation, he walked over, and his friends behind him couldn't help but let out strange cries. Hi, beautiful. Can I add you on WeChat? Zhang Huan opened his eyes instantly, looked at him with a half smile, and shook the hand he was holding with Zhang Huan. Are you blind? The boy shrugged dismissively. So what? Zhang Huan sneered. What is your name? Chu Wen. Oak. Zhang Huan took out his phone. In a harmonious society, money can not only solve problems, but also resolve the issues caused by those problems. Just as he was about to call, He Yuan to ask him to help him find Chu Wen's home address, family relationships, and the workplaces of his family members. Zhang Huan pressed his hand down. Then, get out of my way. Can't you see? I don't want to talk to you. You're dressed like a feathered duster. Aren't you hot? You think you're so handsome? Ugly bastard. After rattling off her words, Zhang Huan raised an eyebrow at Zhang Huan. How about that? Pretty awesome, right? Zhang Huan's anger vanished instantly, and he silently gave a thumbs up. He truly is a man of strong emotions. Chu Wen was stunned. After a long while, he finally came to his senses. I like this personality. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Huan said with disgust. No, I like your personality. Beautiful lady, be my girlfriend, Chu Wen said with great enthusiasm. Is this guy a masochist? Zhang Huan felt a chill. He couldn't stand it. Before he could even take any action, Zhang Huan had already made a phone call. Hey, Uncle Lee, I'm being harassed at the cinema in Horun Shopping Mall. Help? The call ended immediately, and Zhang Huan casually put it away. Chu Wen chuckled. Miss, my family isn't your average family. Your phone call won't do you any good. Zhang Huan raised an eyebrow, introducing myself. That would be great. What does your family do? Chu Wen smiled proudly. You know Zhengyang Real Estate. It is mine. I see. Zhang Huan dialed He Yuan's number directly. Brother He, do you know Zhengyang Real Estate? Of course I know. Tongda Group's entry was facilitated by them. So what? I want to take it down. Do you have a way? That is all? He Yuan smiled and said, I was originally planning to make my move later, but since you put it that way, let's do it a little earlier. Then I'll have to trouble you. Upon hearing this, Chu Wen was stunned, looking at Zhang Huan with suspicion and uncertainty. To bring down Zhengyang Real Estate, what gives you the right before he could figure it out? Several kind and friendly police officers appeared in front of him. So you're the one harassing women in public. Come with us. Chapter 26. You've gotten me into big trouble. I didn't even touch her. I only exchanged a few words with her. How is that considered harassment? Chu Wen shouted defiantly, but the officers completely ignored him and handcuffed him with a shiny bracelet. Let's talk about it when we get back. I refuse to accept this. You're wronging me. Chu Wen struggled excitedly, but to no avail, and was forcibly dragged away by several police officers. Zhang Huan looked at Zhang Huan with some surprise. The latter rolled her eyes at him. What kind of look is that? I'm wondering if I've managed to latch onto a powerful figure. Zhang Huan raised her long, slender leg. Come here and hug me. Zhang Huan tapped her forehead. Stop fooling around. We're being serious. You're quite forceful with your words. Zhang Huan chuckled. That is because my dad was powerful. Before he was transferred, he was the second in command in Yangcheng and had many connections and old friends. Yangcheng's second in command transferred. Zhang Huan was taken aback. Promoted? Kindness? Zhao Huan seemed reluctant to talk about her father and changed the subject, saying, By the way, were you just saying that in anger? What? It is about ruining that person's family company. Zhang Huan nodded. It was just a small thing. What is wrong? Zhao Huan hesitated for a moment and said, It is best not to. My family has some special circumstances, and you're my boyfriend. It wouldn't look good if word got out. Seeing how serious she was, Zhang Huan couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry. Taking over Zhenyang was Yuan's plan all along. I just brought it forward. It won't give anyone anything to say. Then it is all right. Zhao Huan felt relieved and glanced at the time. The movie is about to start. Let's go. The two chatted and laughed as they went to get their tickets checked, while Chu Wen's friends looked at each other in bewilderment. Chu Wen has always been seen as a big shot by them, but today it seems he has bitten off more than he can chew. Should we? Go and check on Chu Wen? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear what those two were saying? One has a family member who is an official, and the other just talks about taking over Zhenyang real estate. They're not ordinary people. That is right. It is a battle of gods. We'd better not get involved. After muttering a few words, they immediately removed Chu Wen's name from their friend list. Let's keep in touch via message in a bottle from now on. At the same time, in the private cubicle, Chu Wen shook the iron door and kept shouting, Let me out. Is it really necessary? I was just trying to strike up a conversation. Is there no law anymore? Is there no justice? Just then, a middle-aged man carrying a thermos slowly walked up to him. All right, kid, save your energy. It is fine to strike up a conversation, but you've picked the wrong person. Chu Wen's expression froze, and he began to make some guesses. Could that girl have a very powerful background? The middle-aged man nodded and said, In Yangcheng, she is considered one of the top figures. If you've messed with her, you'd better stay here quietly for 10 days or half a month. Upon hearing this, Chu Wen's expression immediately turned bitter. Staying in this awful place for half a month is worse than being killed. I want to make a phone call home. Sure. The middle-aged man didn't make things difficult for him and simply handed him a cell phone. Chu Wen dialed his father's cell phone number 3 times, but the call didn't go through. It wasn't until the 4th time I called that they finally answered. Hello, who is it? Chu Chang's impatient voice rang out. Chu Wen's eyes welled up with tears, and he almost cried. Dad, it is me. Xiao Wen. Kindness. Go home early. Bye. Beep, beep. Hearing the busy signal, Chu Wen was stunned. Is this his biological father? Why are you in such a hurry to hang up? I haven't finished speaking, Chu Wen attacked again. Xiaowen, I'm very busy right now. If you need money, ask your mother. Dad, I've been detained. Afraid that he would hang up again, Chu Wen hurriedly said. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a surprised and uncertain voice. Detention? What happened? I tried to chat up a girl, and her boyfriend got upset. Chu Wen recounted the whole story, and when he mentioned that Zhang Huan had called a guy named He and said he wanted to ruin his family's company, Chu Chang, on the other end of the phone, almost jumped up. What did you say? He really said that? Chu Wen was startled by his reaction and muttered, Yeah, and he even said he'd ruin our company. Isn't that just bragging? You little brat, you've gotten me into big trouble. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chu Chang roared. Chu Wen was stunned. Dad, what do you mean by this? You have the nerve to ask me that. Chu Chang's chest heaved heavily. Just 10 minutes earlier, he had received 3 resignation letters in a row. If he were just an ordinary senior executive, he wouldn't be so angry. The problem is that these 3 executives are all veterans who have been with him for over a decade. Not only did the senior executives leave, but they also took a large number of people with them, bringing 3 departments to a standstill. But the worst was yet to come. One of them even took away Junyang Real Estate's financial records of tax evasion over the years. Chu Chang immediately realized that someone was targeting him, but he had no clue what was going on. Now he understood that it was all because of his good-for-nothing son's foul mouth. If handled carelessly, Junyang Real Estate could plummet in value. Thinking of this, he wished he could slap Xu Wen a few times. "Where the hell are you, Chu?" Wen was quite intimidated by his imposing manner and nervously revealed his location. 2 hours later, Chu Chang finished dealing with company matters and rushed over in a hurry. The father and son met through the iron gate, but Chu Chang asked directly, "Where are the other two?" Xu Wen was somewhat hurt and said weakly, he didn't come." Yu Chu Chang was furious. Why did he come? All I wanted to do was talk to the person involved. And this turned out to be, fine. Just stay here and sober up. Upon hearing this, Xu Wen was stunned and watched Chu Chang leave blankly. The latter did not leave, but instead found Li Feng, whom Zhang Huan referred to as Uncle Li. "Captain Li, hello, I'm Chu Chang." As he spoke, Chu Chang placed the gas card and supermarket shopping cart he was holding on the table. "It is just a small token of my appreciation. Director Liu said you like practical things." Li Feng glanced at it and took a sip of the goji berry water. "Mr. Chu, don't waste your time. You can't let your son go." "I know. That is not why I came. That brat should be locked up for a while." After saying that, Chu Chang changed the subject. "Captain Li, I'd like to ask if you know the contact information for the 2 people who filed the report. I'd like to talk to them." Li Feng's gaze immediately sharpened. "What, you want to retaliate against the person involved?" "Of course not. I just wanted to apologize to them." Chu Chang said sincerely. "I see." Li Feng refused Chu Chang's gas card and shopping card, but still dialed Zhang Huan's number in front of Chu Chang. Chapter 27. This scene is unforgettable, isn't it? In the bustling night market, Zhang Huan and Zhang Huan were having a late-night snack. The phone rang suddenly. "Hey, Uncle Li." "Zhang Huan, that kid's family wants to apologize to you. What do you think?" "No, Uncle Li. I have something to do. I'm hanging up now." Fei beep Fei. Li Feng shook his head helplessly. "Did you hear that?" Chu Chang's face was extremely ugly, and he felt very frustrated. It seems there is no way to solve the problem at its source. It is all because of that brat. Thinking of this, Chu Chang took a deep breath. "Could you please open the door? I need to go in and have a heart talk with my son." A moment later, Xu Wen watched as Chu Chang pulled out his belt and walked towards him, feeling utterly helpless and on the verge of tears. "At least Uncle Li helped out. Shouldn't you say thank you?" Zhang Huan asked while eating the squid skewers. Zhao Huan snatched a handful and ate 5 or 6 skewers in one go. "No need, my dad said that when you're dealing with Uncle Li, you have to be assertive. If you're too polite, he'll be on edge." "What do you mean?" "You know, I don't need to spell it out." Zhang Huan remained silent. He simply couldn't understand the complexities in these people's minds. Just then, Zhang Huan's phone vibrated. While Zhao Huan was buying ice cream, Zhang Huan hurriedly took out his phone to take a look. "Ready?" Zhang Huan was overjoyed. When Zhao Huan returned, Zhang Huan pulled her away. "What are you doing?" "I haven't eaten enough yet. I'll take you somewhere." Once in the car, Zhang Huan took out an eye mask. "Put this on." "Such a mystery! Are you planning some kind of surprise?" Zhao Huan hit the nail on the head. Zhang Huan was a little speechless. Wouldn't it be better to leave some suspense? "All right, please begin your performance." Zhao Huan chuckled and put on the blindfold. The Red Raptor walked and stopped intermittently. About 20 minutes later, Zhang Huan led her out of the car, and they walked forward. The hustle and bustle of the night gradually faded away, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. A wooded area. This is Central Park, isn't it? If you keep talking, let's head back home. Hearing the deep resentment in Zhang Huan's words, Zhao Huan stuck out her tongue. "Then I won't say anything more." A moment later, a refreshing breeze caressed my face. Zhao Huan immediately guessed that they must have arrived at the artificial lake in Central Park. The breeze is so refreshing by the water. Just as she was pondering this, Zhang Huan suddenly picked her up by the waist, and then she felt a swaying sensation. "Is this a boat?" Zhao Huan chuckled inwardly. "Bringing me to the artificial lake for a boat ride in the middle of the night? What an amazing surprise. But this feeling isn't bad." At this moment, Zhang Huan stepped on the pedal, and with the sound of splashing water, the small boat headed towards the center of the lake. "You can take it off now." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan removed her blindfold. Just as she was about to make a sarcastic remark, a dreamlike scene came into view, and she was completely stunned. All the streetlights in Central Park were turned off, and in the darkness, the lake was filled with colorful lotus lanterns. In a daze, Zhang Huan almost thought she was wandering in a galaxy. Meanwhile, countless Kongming lanterns drifted slowly into the air above the shore, like a Milky Way within reach. At this moment, Zhang Huan asked softly, "Is it beautiful?" Zhang Huan's eyes were unfocused, and she nodded blankly. "There are even prettier ones." As he spoke, Zhang Huan secretly pressed the send button. Less than a minute later, a burst of fireworks suddenly shot into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a series of banging sounds rang out. The night sky was as bright as day, bursting with a dazzling sea of flowers that stretched endlessly. Zhao Wan's mind had gone blank. She guessed that Zhang Huan had prepared a surprise, but she didn't expect it to be this grand. At this moment, Zhang Huan took out a bouquet of flowers about half his height from behind his seat and said affectionately, "Zhao Wan, be my girlfriend." Zhao Wan stared at him blankly for a while before slapping the bouquet away. "Let's get practical." Ah. Zhang Huan was taken aback, and then he saw Zhao Wan rushing towards him. Done. Feng Qi clapped his hands and exchanged smiles with Chan Duo and Wu Honggang. In one afternoon, the three of them visited 8 wedding planning companies non-stop before they finally found so many people. They worked tirelessly, preparing lotus lanterns, sky lanterns, and fireworks, while also contacting the Central Park Administration. Fortunately, the large sum of money spent was at least worth the 100,000 yuan delivery fee per person. Right in front of them were 8 computers and 8 drones that were tracking and filming the entire night's events from the best angles. Behind them, hundreds of people held up their phones, excitedly recording the scene. "Look at how romantic they've prepared, and then look at you. You just had a bouquet of flowers and you dragged me to stay in a hotel for 3 days. You can't think like that. He spent millions preparing for this event, which is probably only a tenth of all his money, while the money I spent on flowers for you is all I have. Get lost. You don't even have money for a hotel room. How dare you say that?" A group of people whispered among themselves. The women were envious, the men were jealous, and then they posted one romantic video after another on Douyin TikTok. Shocking. A local tycoon in Yangcheng spent 7 million to express his love. "Whoever pursues me in this way will get our marriage certificate tomorrow." Some are dying of drought, while others are drowning in floods. The money someone spends on a confession is more than I could earn in my entire life. A series of videos were released and quickly went viral. Just then, a police siren sounded, and a dozen or so police officers arrived. "Who set off the fireworks? Don't they know that fireworks and firecrackers are prohibited in the city? And those lotus lanterns and sky lanterns? Who gave you permission to release them? This is a forest. What if it causes a fire? And it pollutes the environment?" The group fell silent. Seeing this, Feng Qi sent a message to Zhang Huan, and then he, Chen Duo, and Wu Honggang walked up to the police officers. "We're sorry, we were wrong. We will not shirk our responsibility for the consequences." The 3 of them bowed in unison and shouted loudly and resolutely. The police officers were taken aback forehead. This is an excessively kind attitude in admitting their mistake. "Well, since you know you were wrong, come back to the station with us." "No problem. Wait a moment. When the main person arrives, we'll go together. And importantly, he is the one who started this. We're just errand runners. Tell him to hurry up." "You can't hit someone who is smiling," Captain He, who was leading the team, nodded somewhat helplessly. At the same time, Zhang Huan finally parted ways with Zhao Wan, read the text message and smiled. Was tonight unforgettable? Zhao Wan blushed and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. And there are even more unforgettable ones? A moment later, sitting in the back of the police car with Zhang Huan, Zhao Wan looked speechless. "This is what you mean by unforgettable?" Zhang Huan laughed heartily. "First a confession, then detention. A roller coaster of emotions. You'll remember this for the rest of your life, won't you?" For a moment, Zhao Wan was speechless. The police officer in front shook his head repeatedly. "Young man, this is not a good thing to do." Zhang Huan immediately sat up straight. "You're right. You can tell me how to punish them. But let me clarify that the idea came from the 3 people in the car behind. I'll pay the fine, and they can be detained." The police officer was speechless. Those words sound so familiar. Chapter 28, Talk to him yourself in a small office. Zhang Huan, Feng Qi, and the other 3 stood obediently, while Zhao Wan watched them with a hint of schadenfreude. The whole scheme was arranged by Zhang Huan and his group. She was unaware of it, So naturally, it had nothing to do with her. The impact is terrible. The consequences are severe. Captain, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "If a fire breaks out, will you go to put it out? Many people are already dissatisfied with the ban on fireworks and firecrackers. If you do this, who knows how many more people will criticize the idea that money gives you special privileges. Do you care about public opinion?" Zhang Huan and the others apologized repeatedly. The police officer is right. What others do when they have money is none of Zhang Huan's business, but he can't let the idea that money makes you right get you started. This is a matter of principle. After reprimanding them for a while, seeing that Zhang Huan and the others were very remorseful and had no airs at all, Captain He's tone softened considerably. "Fine, considering your good attitude, and the fact that it didn't cause any serious consequences, clean up the trash by tomorrow, and we'll let it go if you don't." Feng Qi quickly took over the conversation. "Don't worry, we've already contacted the sanitation department. They'll have sanitation workers come and clean up tomorrow, and we guarantee there won't be a single piece of trash left." Upon hearing this, Captain He couldn't help but smile and shake his head. "That is good. You young people are really good at making things happen. What is all the fuss about?" A balding man holding a thermos peeked in from outside the door and asked, "Uncle Li?" Zhao Wan greeted him with a smile. Li Feng was taken aback when he saw Zhao Wan. "Zhao Wan, what are you doing here, Lao? What is going on? You two know each other?" Yunwei was taken aback. He was only the second in command. Li Feng was the top leader. These people knew the head of the department, but they didn't say anything before, and instead obediently accepted the scolding. He'd seen plenty of people who, even if they had connections, were afraid others wouldn't know. People who have connections but don't use them and are willing to accept punishment are extremely rare. Thinking of this, Yunwei's impression of Zhang Huan and his group immediately improved significantly. Follow the rules. Yes, this is Mr. Zhao's daughter. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Yunwei almost jumped up. There was only one person he could call Mr. Zhao. What need is there for any relationship here? It is a big tree in itself. You should have said so earlier if you had this background. Aren't you just setting me up for failure? Yunwei felt extremely uneasy at this moment. Zhao Wan said, "Uncle Li, please stop mentioning my father." Li Feng immediately slapped his forehead. "Look at my uncle's mouth. He really has no self-control. Let's not talk about it anymore." Then he changed the subject and asked, "Old He, what did Zhao Wan do wrong?" Yunwei gave a wry smile. It wasn't her. It was her boyfriend. He made a huge fuss by confessing his love in Central Park with fireworks, river lanterns, and sky lanterns. Boyfriend? Li Feng was startled. He scanned the area and finally fixed his gaze on Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan smiled and said, "Hello, Uncle Li." This is big news. Li Feng was inwardly agitated, but outwardly he responded with a smile. "How old are you, young man? How long have you been with Xiaowan? What does your family do?" Zhao Wan interrupted him. "Uncle Li, why are you asking so many questions? Do you want to tell my dad?" Li Feng was immediately embarrassed. "Just asking. I'll talk to my dad about it then, so you won't have to worry about it." Zhao Wan pursed her lips and said bluntly. The scene became somewhat eerie for a moment. Just then, another person appeared at the door. "Excuse me, are you the people my son hit on?" Chu Chang asked politely. Just as Chu Chang was about to leave, he heard Li Feng call out to Zhao Wan. He immediately remembered the phone call from before and came over to ask about it. "Who is your son?" Chu Wen. Zhang Huan and Zhao Wan immediately realized what was happening, and their attitude instantly became less friendly. "Yes, is there something you need?" "We've met the person in question." Chu Chang suppressed his inner joy and said politely, "Yes, I know about what happened to my son. It was really outrageous, and I've already disciplined him. Speak your mind," Zhang Huan said impatiently. Chu Chang's expression froze for a moment. Then he chuckled twice. My son already knows he was wrong, and I apologize on his behalf. If you have any further requests, please feel free to make them. Can you please leave my Zhenyang real estate alone? If the company collapses, the hundreds or thousands of families who rely on me for their livelihood will suffer." Zhang Huan was stunned. Yuan's actions were so fast. This forced the owner of Zhenyang real estate to back down, but that is not up to me to decide. Chu Chang immediately became anxious. "Don't joke around, my son said that you were the one who called and said you wanted to ruin Zhenyang real estate. As a result, 3 of my key executives resigned shortly after. How could you not keep your word?" Zhang Huan waved his hand. "I really can't say for sure. You brought a dragon from across the river. so of course Zhang Huan Group has to deal with you. This is just a little earlier than expected as you're giving me face. This Chu Cheng fell silent, so that is how it is. Being targeted by the Zhang Huan Group meant that even without today's events, my company would have collapsed sooner or later anyway. Thinking of this, Chu Cheng's back suddenly slumped. Can I ask you for a favor? You say, the construction teams under my command are all migrant workers from the countryside. If my company can't survive in the end, could you please ask General Manager He to be lenient and leave me some savings to pay their wages? Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan was somewhat surprised. Judging from Chu Wen's nonchalant attitude, I originally thought his father was also a domineering and tyrannical person. Surprisingly, this was actually a contractor with some conscience. In the competition between capital, the migrant workers at the bottom are innocent. Thinking of this, Zhang Huan sighed. You should tell him yourself. As he spoke, he dialed He Yuan's number. Hey, Xiao Zhang, why are you calling me at this hour? Either he. The boss of Zhenyang Real Estate is in front of me now. Why don't you two talk and see if you can achieve a peaceful acquisition? There was a pause on the other end of the phone. Then let him answer the phone. Zhang Huan handed the phone to Chu Cheng, who nodded gratefully. Chu Cheng had just signed up when he heard a confident voice coming from the other end. Before we talk, let me tell you that the person opposite you just invested 200 million in Zhang Huan Group. Your Zhenyang Real Estate can stop me no matter what. Chu Cheng froze on the spot, staring at Zhang Huan in disbelief. He invested 200 million, did I hear that right? Now we can begin our talks. Having seized the initiative with a decisive blow, He Yuan was now certain of victory. Chu Cheng took the phone and walked to the door where the two began a heated argument. Inside the office, everyone except Zhao Wan looked completely bewildered. 200 million. Oh my God, chapter 29. Could you let me keep a low profile? Zhang Huan, when did you invest 200 million in Zhang Huan Group? After a long period of shock, Feng Ke and the other two asked with complicated expressions. Zhang Huan chuckled. Children shouldn't ask about adult matters. The three of them twitched at the corners of their mouths, and Feng Ke and Qian Duo silently grabbed his arms. Wu Honggang walked up to Zhang Huan expressionlessly, his arms as thick as his thighs, bulging with muscles. Zhang Huan remained undaunted. All right, Lao Wu. So what if you have a bit of muscle? If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll make you kneel on the ground and beg me not to die. The three of them. What a tough nut to crack. Let go. Let go. Is it really that big of a deal? It is just 200 million. My money is beyond your imagination. You'll get used to it. The three of them indeed let go of each other. We promised to eat dirt together until we grow old, but you got a perm halfway through. Zhang Huan waved his hand. What are you talking about? Didn't I also make you young again? Feng Ke and the others finally smiled broadly. Yeah, but when are we going to the water bath hot spring? Since you're so awesome, don't try to fool us with some cheap tricks. Upon hearing this, the air temperature suddenly dropped. Zhang Huan felt a chill run down his spine, as if a knife was scraping against him. A hot spring bath? What a wonderful place, Zhao Wan said with a half-smile. Zhang Huan's expression hardened, and he looked directly at the dumbfounded Li Feng and He Yunwei. I'm reporting illegal transactions at Shuimu Hot Spring. Damn it. You need to report this. Everyone in Yangcheng knows this. Li Feng and He Yunwei's lips twitched. Feng Ke and his group were unhappy. Damn it. You have food to eat. Fine. But now you want to smash the pot. Bah. They started fighting over a disagreement. After a while, Xu Cheng returned, looking somewhat lost. Mr. Zhang, thank you. Are you done talking? Yes. It is mostly settled. It'll be a peaceful acquisition. The specific details will be discussed by the team. Oh. Zhang Huan nodded, put his phone away, and asked, Uncle Li, Uncle He, if there is nothing else, can we go now? He Yunwei was flattered and quickly waved his hand. Just call me Lao. It was just a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. We're all family here, so it is all right. Li Feng nodded and said, Yes, go back quickly. Do you need me to call a car to take you? The attitude of the child of a high-ranking official and the child of a billionaire was undeniably respectful. No need. We'll be going then. I'll see you off. After being seen out, Zhang Huan and his group headed straight for Central Park. When they went to pick up their cars, he secretly slipped the Shuimu Hot Spring membership card to Feng Ke. How much of the money we gave you is left? More than 1 million. All right, let's go eat and drink on public funds. Feng Ke and his two companions were overjoyed, and like bulls in heat sped off with a throttle. My son has grown up. Zhang Huan smiled like an old father and murmured. Just then, Zhao Huan's chilling voice rang out from behind. Looks like you want to go too. Zhang Huan immediately replied with righteous indignation. How could that be? Am I that kind of person? Stop talking nonsense and get back to the hotel. Zhang Huan immediately did as instructed. That night, the hotel beds were no longer used for sleeping. The next day, Zhang Huan was awakened by a cell phone ringing. Zhang Huan, I am almost done packing. When would be a convenient time for me to come over? Liu Kai asked somewhat nervously, feeling anxious and uncertain. I quit my job at the 4S store and also gave up my rented apartment. If Zhang Huan changes his mind now, Zhang Huan rubbed his aching lower back. This afternoon? I'll send you the address then. Okay. Liu Kai was overjoyed. By the way, the 4S store refunded 260,000 yuan. Didn't I tell you to take it? Perfect timing. Take Auntie to the hospital for a checkup first, and come find me when you're done. Zhang Huan, thank you. Don't mention it. I'll hang up now. Kindness. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Huan lay on the bed and started scrolling through Vivo. Then, to my astonishment, I realized that I seemed to have become a celebrity, and even had my own entry. A wealthy man from Yangcheng, owner of a Lamborghini Veneno. Clicking on these two entries reveals, in addition to the video of his Lamborghini being scratched, a video of him posing with a security guard at the entrance of Shangshan Villa, and a video of him confessing his love in Central Park. I was heartbroken after seeing a rich guy confess his love to me. Calm down. So what if he is a rich guy with a girlfriend? Can someone kindly ask him if he needs a boyfriend? Rich guy, want to get a dog? A single one, the kind that can talk. Seeing the flood of compliments in the comments, Zhang Huan burst out laughing. What are you looking at? Zhao Huan woke up and asked lazily. Zhang Huan proudly placed his phone in front of her. See? This guy's in high demand right now. You better cherish him. Is that so? Zhao Huan glanced at him, leaned against Zhang Huan, and asked with seductive eyes, How will you cherish it? Zhang Huan immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Hey, today's the opening day for the scrap metal recycling station. Let's get up and tidy up. Zhao Huan smiled smugly. I think I can handle you. After tidying up, Zhang Huan knocked on the door of Aunt Li and her husband. Xiao Zhang, you finally arrived. When Grandpa Zhang saw him, he almost burst into tears and began to complain in a low voice. When are we leaving? It is too uncomfortable to stay here. Your aunt has nothing better to do than make me clean the house 3 times a day. Zhang Huan felt deeply sympathetic. I'm leaving today. Grandpa Zhang immediately beamed with joy. Aunt Li had difficulty walking, so Zhang Huan carried her downstairs and drove her all the way to the scrap metal recycling station. On the way, Aunt Li held Zhao Huan's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. My dear daughter, Xiao Zhang is such a good man. He is well off, has a good temper, and is a good person. I think you're a good girl too. You two must live happily ever after. Zhao Huan smiled sweetly and agreed, making her smile continuously. Just then, the phone rang again. Hello, brother? He, Xiao Zhang. Chu Chang is here for negotiations today. Do you want to come over? I won't go. The scrap metal recycling station is opening today, and I need to get things organized. Opening today? Okay, I'll go check it out in a bit. No. Before he could finish speaking, He Yuan had already hung up the phone. Zhang Huan didn't take it seriously. He then discovered that he was completely wrong. Just as he was walking around the room with his notebook, noting down what he needed to buy, a commotion broke out outside. He went outside and was taken aback. 10 trucks were parked on the road, and workers carried hundreds of huge flower baskets from the road all the way to the entrance of the scrap metal collection station, where they laid out a brand new red carpet. Then, 10 hydrogen balloons rose into the air, and a prominent banner fell down. Warmest congratulations on the opening of the scrap metal recycling station. Zhang Huan's lips twitched. What kind of formation is this? I just run a scrap metal recycling station. It didn't really that big of a deal at that moment. A long convoy of cars arrived. Leading the pack was He Yuan's Rolls. Royce, he wasn't the only one who came. A group of senior executives from Sheng Yuan Group also showed up. That is fine. Zhang Peng and Chu Chang even brought their own people to show their support. Besides them, Li Feng and He Yunwei also came over, ostensibly to maintain order. However, what puzzled Zhang Huan the most was the arrival of an interview vehicle. I really just run a scrap metal recycling station, Can. Do you let me keep a low-profile Chapter 30, the clumsy guy versus the adorable little reporter, brother, he? Isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Zhang Huan said helplessly. Those who know it is a scrap metal recycling station opening. But those who don't might think it is the opening of some high-tech enterprise. Yuan waved his hand dismissively. What is this? Let alone a scrap metal recycling station. Even if it were a public toilet, he would put on such a show. What you're driving isn't important. What matters is deepening your relationship with Zhang Huan. It is no problem. It is just for when the new development opens. It is a simple phone call. No trouble at all. Zhang Huan was speechless. Is this something that requires a lot of effort or not? At this moment, Zhang Peng and Chu Qiang also came over. None of them were fools. Knowing that Zhang Huan could invest 200 million with a wave of his hand, they naturally wanted to treat him warmly. Xiao Zhang, this is not right of you. You didn't even tell me you were opening. Mr. Zhang, congratulations. Zhang Huan was both amused and exasperated. After exchanging a few pleasantries with them, a group of people lined up to offer their congratulations. Li Feng and He Yunwei weren't familiar with him, so they didn't approach him. Instead, they went to Zhao Wan and said with a smile, Xiao Wan, congratulations. Zhao Wan smiled politely and said, thank you. Those who came were all important people. Although it was a bit awkward to hold such a grand opening for a scrap metal recycling station, you couldn't tell from their faces at all. The atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. Just then, the reporters from the press van arrived. A cameraman and a reporter. The cameraman was a middle-aged man, while the reporter was a young and energetic girl. Hello, may I interview you? Zhang Huan's lips twitched. Young lady, this is just the opening of a scrap metal recycling station. Is an interview really necessary? Of course, you're very popular in Yangcheng right now, and you're quite newsworthy. Cough, cough. As the reporter was speaking, the cameraman suddenly started coughing violently to their face. You say that their interview value lies in their popularity. Use your brain, will you? The young reporter realized what had happened and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I stop. Just ask whatever you want to ask. The young reporter was overjoyed and, after the camera started rolling, said to the lens, Hello everyone, I'm Ma Yingying. In the past few days, I'm sure you've all heard about someone. A video of the accident earned him the reputation of a conscientious car owner and tens of thousands of fans. A video of him interacting with fans has made him known as approachable. In the video, he is young but chats and laughs with the chairman of Zhang Yuan Group, which shows that he is a promising young man. And just yesterday, the grand fireworks he prepared for his girlfriend were a feast for the eyes of countless people. After listening to the introduction, Zhang Huan himself began to feel guilty. Is this me being introduced? As expected of a reporter, they can exaggerate without batting an eye. Finally, after a long introduction, Ma Yingying handed the microphone to Zhang Huan. Mr. Zhang, everyone is very curious about your profession. Could you please tell us? Zhang Huan smiled slightly. It is inconvenient. Ma Yingying. Cut this part out. Mr. Zhang, why did you help the elderly scavenger in the first place? Money is no object. Ma Yingying, calm. It is okay. It is just a recording. A little mishap is nothing. Thinking of this, Ma Yingying forced a smile again. Mr. Zhang is really sparing with his words. So when you helped the elderly scavenger, was it because you were passionate about charity? Because I'm in a good mood? You're targeting me, Ma Yingying almost exploded. Although she was just an intern reporter, she had interviewed many people, but she had never met anyone as sloppy as Zhang Huan. That is right. It is all a charade. Are you trying to bully me because I'm short and skinny? At that moment, the cameraman coughed twice. Ma Yingying then calmed down and forced a smile, saying, Mr. Zhang, if you encounter someone in need of help again, would you still lend a helping hand? It depends on my mood, Ma Yingying froze. What kind of interview is this? It is completely worthless. Thinking of this, she looked at the cameraman with a pitiful expression. Uncle Wei, I can't continue the interview. Upon hearing this, Wei Yang almost coughed up his lungs. What is wrong, Uncle Wei? Wei Yang's eyelids twitched. Yingying, we're live streaming. Ma Yingying was struck dumb. Uncle Wei, don't joke around. It is not news time yet. Where did this live broadcast come from? Wei Yang said dryly. The station just started a live online broadcast. We originally wanted you to interview about Zhang Yuan Group's acquisition of Zhangyang Real Estate. So as soon as we turned on the camera, they started broadcasting it live. Why didn't you say so sooner? I forgot. Ma Yingying was immediately on the verge of tears. This is a live streaming mishap. The station just started its online news live stream, and it went wrong when it got to them. Does that mean there is no hope of getting a permanent position? Thinking of this, her eyes reddened. At this moment, Zhang Huan silently took out his phone and went to the official website of Yangcheng Radio and Television. Sure enough, the homepage was a live streaming window. After clicking on it, there were less than 100 viewers, but the barrage of comments was scrolling by. Shocking. A local tycoon in Yangcheng made a junior reporter cry during a live stream. Hilarious. This guy's totally clueless. What kind of straight man is this? He is clearly an honest guy. He helps people because he is in a good mood. He is not short of money. Have you ever seen such an honest tycoon? I feel sorry for the young reporter. She is almost in tears. Haha. I've already recorded it. See it on Douyin's trending topics. Zhang Huan was both amused and exasperated. What kind of situation was this? At this moment, Ma Yingying looked at Wei Yang with lifeless eyes and said, "Uncle Wei, turn it off. You're not going to do the interview anymore. A live broadcast mishap has ruined his future. What is the point of doing interviews now?" After Ma Yingying finished speaking, a large wave of comments flooded in. I feel sorry for the young reporter. She is pitiful, weak, and helpless, but I just want to laugh. I watched the video of the fireworks confession yesterday. I thought Yangcheng had gained a new romantic prince, but it turns out he is just a complete idiot. Is this the important point? We strongly urge Yangcheng TV not to fire this reporter. We need to get rid of these adorable, clueless reporters as soon as they refired. Top floor, +1, Zhang Huan was astonished. Sure enough, birds of a feather flock together, and silly sculptors are grouped together. My Ying-Ying, right? Take a look at this. My Ying-Ying turned her head blankly. I've ruined my future, and you still want me to look at my phone. When she looked at it, she was stunned. Are you talking about me? Otherwise what? Ma Yingying's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and finally she couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. You won't be fired. Zhang Huan was speechless, feeling that this little girl wasn't very bright. At this moment, Wei Yang finally shut down his computer. The live stream went black, and the chat exploded. Where is my junior reporter? Give me back my junior reporter. I love it. This little reporter is so much fun. Is this a publicity strategy devised by Yangcheng TV, where a clumsy guy battles a cute little reporter? Seeing the comments, Zhang Huan was speechless. You're the one who is a complete idiot. Your whole family is a complete idiot. Chapter 31, I am going to go after you guys. Ma Yingying was still a little dazed by the unexpected live broadcast until her phone rang. Hello, Brother Lu. Yingying, you did a great job. Our online news live broadcast has received a very good response. Ma Yingying was somewhat at a loss. I didn't do anything. I was just being targeted. Just then, Lu Rong's voice came from the other end. Next, while the hype is still going strong, have Lao Wei start filming and keep filming until you finish. Ah, stop, hurry up. After hanging up the phone, Ma Yingying stared blankly at Wei Yang. Uncle Wei, the station wants us to continue the live broadcast. Upon hearing this, Wei Yang was overjoyed. He thought he was going to be punished, but unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. Then what are we waiting for? As he spoke, he restarted the computer. But Zhang Huan had already left. With so many people here, we should exchange a few pleasantries. Ma Yingying was stunned and asked blankly, what are we filming? Upon hearing this, the chat on the website immediately filled with a joyful atmosphere. I've seen plenty of highly professional hosts, but I've never seen one so clueless. Watching her bewildered online is actually quite amusing. Wei Yang thought for a moment, took out his phone, opened the live stream, looked at the comments, and said, just follow that driver and ask him anything. Okay then. Ma Yingying took a deep breath and quickly followed behind Zhang Huan. Zhao Zhang, this is. He Yuan and the others looked at the camera that was always by his side and asked, somewhat puzzled. Our leader said it is very popular, and on a whim, we'd like to film the whole thing. Is that okay? Ma Yingying asked tentatively. Wei Yang's face darkened. Why do you always tell the truth? A real, life junior reporter who reveals the secrets behind the news with a single sentence. Won't such a dull reporter get fired? Haha, I'm a fan now. Upon seeing the comments, Wei Yang swallowed his words of advice. This generation of netizens isn't very serious. They don't like those who stick to the rules. Since that is the case, let Ma Yingying do what she wants. Xiao Zhang, what do you think? He Yuan asked. Zhang Huan said nonchalantly, if you want to broadcast it, then broadcast it. Let's go inside and talk. Ignoring the cameras, a large group of people walked into the scrap metal recycling station. Looking around, Ma Yingying was somewhat speechless. In an open space, a simple fence was erected around the perimeter, and the only other thing was the corrugated steel shed overhead. On the left were two spacious and bright bungalows, where an elderly couple sat in the doorway, looking at everyone in surprise. That is too rudimentary. Was it really necessary to make such a big fuss about this? Just as everyone was wondering about this, Wei Yang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly signaled Ma Yingying to interview Aunt Li and her husband. That person was involved in the accident a few days ago. Ma Yingying blinked, and it took her several seconds to understand. She hurriedly walked towards Aunt Li and her husband. Grandpa and Grandma, I'm a reporter. May I ask you a few questions? War porter. Kindness. Li Shulin chuckled and looked at the camera. Hey everyone, our scrap metal recycling station opens today. We guarantee honest business practices. It is located in Yulong Bay, so come on over. Comments? Is this old lady advertising? My goodness, this ad came out of nowhere. Who says older people are all senile? Wei Yang's eyes narrowed with laughter as he watched. This old lady was quite something. Ma Yingying was taken aback for a moment, then said, Auntie, can I ask you a few questions? Ask her daughter. What happened after the accident that day? Viewers in the live stream also became curious. Li Shulin was all smiles. That is quite a story. After we hit Xiaozhang's luxury car, he took us to a very luxurious place, saying it was a 5-star hotel, where we were waited on hand and foot every day. The food and drinks are things I've never even heard of before. They're better than what those old masters used to eat. They even bought us clothes, called a doctor to come to our home for a check. And now they found a place for the two of us to settle down and make a living. Little Zhang, you're truly exceptional. As soon as these words were spoken, the comments section was filled with the smell of lemons. You're so rich, you're even so generous with doing good deeds. If I had money, I could definitely do a better job than him. Stop being so sour. They're just rich. What can you do about it? At first, these people just watched for fun and made a few sarcastic remarks. But the atmosphere changed after a single sentence was uttered. Ha! A wolf fed a sheep, a handful of grass, and a flock of sheep praised him for being kind. Those who know exactly. A bunch of suckers, getting sold out and still counting the money for the seller. He himself said that he only does good deeds because he has money and is in a good mood. Don't be so moved, you bunch of suckers. Go back to your manual labor. Open the door. Check the water meter. All right, all this talk about doing good deeds is just a pastime for rich people. We poor people can just watch, and that is it. That is all there is to society. The trend of the comments changed rapidly and intensified. Wei Yang frowned as he watched at this point. Someone said, I'm really impressed. It is a good thing that they helped the elderly. So why does it sound so different to you? What kind of mentality is it to advise others not to do good deeds? 2 comments flashed by, immediately attracting a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Look everyone, these 2 sheep really think they're the owners. You're still too young, doing good deeds in the country. You're dreaming. That is because you watch too much news. You're naive. Wei Yang frowned even more deeply. This is Yangsheng TV's first live broadcast. And with the pace being set up like this, it is easy for problems to arise. Just as he was about to call his boss and suggest turning off the live stream, Zhang Huan suddenly appeared in the frame. Since it is a live broadcast on his turf, it is worth paying attention to. When he saw those comments, he couldn't hold back anymore. I've seen everything you've said, and I can't help but want to share a sentence with you. Brainwashing begins. Everyone listen carefully. Pay attention. This is a positive energy session. The comment section was filled with sarcasm, but Zhang Huan smiled indifferently and said, One can be as humble as dust, but one must not be as twisted as a maggot. As soon as these words were spoken, the live chat exploded. You're the maggot. Your whole family are maggots. See, in the eyes of the rich, we're just maggots. This world is like this. Just because you have money doesn't mean you're all that. Can you honestly say your money is clean? Amidst a chorus of curses, Zhang Huan continued, being ordinary is fine, but don't always complain and blame others. There will always be people who think the problem isn't me, but the world. Sorry, the world doesn't have time for you. You should only take on a bowl that matches your appetite. To put it bluntly, everyone in the comments, if I gave you a company right now, could you manage it? The moment these words were spoken, the live chat exploded. Damn, who do you think you are? It is just starting a company. What is so hard about that? Exactly. It is easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering. It is not that we lack ability. It is just that we lack the channels to use it. Zhang Huan took out his phone, glanced at it, and could help but smile. Hey, if that is what you mean, then I am going to stand up to you. Chapter 32, The Richest Troll on the Entire Internet. Don't you think your unsuccessful career is due to unfair circumstances? Don't you think you deserve to live a life of luxury and rise through the ranks smoothly? All right, I'll give you a chance tomorrow. At Chungshi Road Square, anyone who is not satisfied can sign up, and I'll start a company for you. If you manage to develop your company, I'll apologize in public. How about that? Zhang Huan said firmly. When he was just an ordinary person, he envied those who lived in luxury, but he never complained or made sarcastic remarks. If someone can make money, there must be something to it. Even those who take crooked paths, who can flatter their superiors until they're all smiles, pull strings until they get what they want, extort money from bribes and kickbacks, and cheat and swindle until they're rolling in it. That takes skill. But some people don't even have this ability. All they do is complain and whine. In the past, Zhang Huan would not bother arguing with people like this. We're all broke. What can we possibly achieve by just talking on paper? But now, Zhang Huan just wants to challenge them, not for any other reason than the thrill of defeating them. As for money, I've already opened a scrap metal yard. What is a few pennies to me? In the live chat, everyone fell silent for a moment. Then, Anyum can't brag. You want to start a company for us. Go ahead and start one. That is right. Go ahead and drive. Don't just talk the talk. If you dare to drive it, we dare to do it. Who is afraid of who? After a few sarcastic remarks, Zhang Huan chuckled. I'm bragging, all talk, and no action. Fine. Brother He, come here for a second. What is wrong? He Yuan, Zhang Peng, Chu Chang, and others came over upon hearing the noise and saw Zhang Huan handing over his phone. After glancing at it a few times, they looked somewhat bewildered. I'm at odds with these people. After Zhang Huan recounted the whole story, he said, I just want them to know that if you don't have the skills, don't complain about fate. He Yuan and the others were speechless. What are you trying to achieve? Besides, Xiao Zhang, you're likely to get scolded for doing this. It is nothing. I called you over to be my witnesses and to help me refine my ideas. Okay then. The group began to brainstorm ideas. Everyone nearby who heard this was stunned. This Mr. Zhang is really serious. Did he get into an argument with someone during a live stream and decide to start a company to prove he was right? Capricious at the same time, the people in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Holy crap! Are they serious? They're going to start a company after online arguments. Let's see how far a wealthy troll can argue. If you talk like it is true, you're just bragging. Don't even mention it. If he really dares to open it, I really would sign up and show those people that without oppression, we can stand up. Yes. What is so difficult about it? While they were discussing it, someone posted a screen recording of the video on Douyin TikTok, and it quickly went viral. The official Douyin account was quite cheeky, sending out a push notification. Then, the richest online troll has emerged. My goodness, is this for real? They're even going to start a company to prove their point. If heaven had not given birth to Mr. Zhang, the world of Kong would have been plunged into eternal darkness. I, Zhang, am now the strongest. This is going to be interesting. If the company fails in the end, it'll be a huge embarrassment. The video received numerous positive comments on Douyin TikTok, and this novel way of debating immediately attracted a lot of attention. As its popularity continued to rise, it gradually appeared not only on Douyin TikTok, but also on Weibo's trending topics. The richest online troll has appeared. The comments were almost unanimously in favor of the opposing view. He is just a nouveau riche. He doesn't know anything about making money. That is right. A well-fed man doesn't know the hunger of a starving man. He is a joke. The immense controversy caused the story to spread rapidly. Finally, more than an hour later, Zhang Huan reappeared on camera. The live stream on Yangcheng TV's official website and Douyin TikTok has already attracted hundreds of thousands to watch. Zhang Huan was also startled by the number, but then became excited. Hey, this is getting more and more fun. It seems everyone is very interested, but let me clarify a few points first. This event is aimed at those who are unrealistic and think they should have a car and a house. Get promoted and receive a raise, even if they have no outstanding qualities. If they don't, they are full of complaints. I'll say it again. Take only what you can handle. Have some self-awareness. Read the question carefully. If you think you are the kind of person I am talking about, and you are still not convinced, come to Chengxi Road Square in Yangsheng City 5 days later to register. I'll give you 20 million to start a company. You can do whatever you want. These words caused an uproar in both live stream rooms. Holy crap! 20 million for a leveraged position. That is incredibly extravagant. Trolls aren't scary. What is scary is when trolls have money. Why 5 days? Are you trying to wait until the hype dies down and then pretend you never said it? Zhang Huan said calmly. The reason it takes 5 days is twofold. First, to prepare the venue, office equipment, procedures, etc. Second, to give people from other cities a chance. If they are not satisfied, they can come to Yangcheng. They're getting serious. This is going to be a big expansion. I'm determined to have this melon. Not even Jesus could stop me. I'm telling you, that is a big spender. Netizens are discussing it extensively at this moment. Zhang Huan held up 3 fingers and said, but listen carefully. Those who want to come, if you want to participate, remember these 2 prerequisites. First, nothing in the company belongs to you. Think of it as me buying a car and lending it to you. If you dare to drive it away secretly, the consequences will be severe. Second, if the company makes money, you will share it. If it loses money, you will each share 1/10 of the loss. Why should we share the costs? The company isn't ours. Why should we split the bill? Yeah, you are obsessed with money, aren't you? If you can afford to play, just say you can afford to play. Zhang Huan smiled dismissively. I am playing with you guys for 20 million, and you really think I am a sucker. You don't even have the guts to be responsible for your own profits and losses, yet you have the nerve to keep babbling on, go away and play somewhere else. Damn. So what if he has a little money? What is he showing off for? Zhang Huan clapped his hands. You're wrong. I don't just have a little bit of money. I have a lot of money. Those of you who were making quite a show of things before, you'd better come and show up then. Or you won't have any confidence to argue with people online anymore. After saying that, Zhang Huan gestured for Wei Yang to turn off the live stream. This immediately caused a huge uproar online. There are trolls out there, but this is the first one to go this far. You think what I said is wrong. Then I'll show you 20 million to prove it. Putting everything else aside, the sheer scale of this gesture is astonishing, and the story spread like wildfire even after the live stream ended. By even now? There are huge trending topics related to position. You really know I'll countless trouble. After browsing through Weibo, Zhao Wan found herself both amused and exasperated. Zhang Huan raised an eyebrow. Don't you know whether I am capable of causing trouble or not? Wait for me to come back. Who is afraid of who? Chapter 33. You want me to do a variety show? Just as Zhang Huan was filled with fighting spirit, 3 raptors drove into the scrap metal yard. After Feng Kie, Qian Duo, and Wu Honggang got out of the car, Liu Kai and her mother also got out. Holy crap! Brother Zhang is awesome. Brother Zhang is mighty. You single-handedly occupied 6 trending topics. No one else can do that. Qian Duo looked on with admiration, but Wu Honggang slapped him on the face. What do you think this is? Didn't you see the comments below? They're getting all slammed? Feng Qi curled his lip. Does Zhang Huan look like he cares? Wu Honggang gave Zhang Huan a careful look. Hey, I was just worrying for nothing. Zhang Huan ignored them and went straight to meet Liu Kai. You're here. Hello, Auntie. Liu Kai's mother was not yet 50, but her hair was completely white. She was being carried by Liu Kai, and upon seeing Zhang Huan, she was immediately moved to tears. You must be Zhang Huan, Xiao Kai told me everything. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As she spoke, she broke down in tears. Influenced by her, Liu Kai's eyes also reddened. It is all right, Auntie. Please don't do this. Zhang Huan quickly comforted her, and Feng Qi and the others came over to help. It took a while for Liu's mother to calm down. This scene, witnessed by He Yuan and the others not far away, drew sighs of admiration. If the facts weren't right in front of me, I really wouldn't believe that Xiao Zhang is a billionaire. Yeah, he is so rich, but he looks like the boy next door without any heirs. That is rare. But with that personality, there are some circles he can't get into. As he spoke, Zhang Peng sighed with some regret. He Yuan chuckled and said, Old Zhang, that is not quite right. Does Xiao Zhang need to fit into other people's circles? Just watch. From now on, people will be fighting tooth and nail to get into his circle. Zhang Peng thought for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled. That is true. From that perspective, we're in a very advantageous position. He Yuan nodded, but sighed inwardly. It is a pity that such a perfect son, in-law candidate, is gone. At this moment, Zhang Huan walked over. Brother He, it is getting late. You should take everyone and leave. Let's find a place to eat first, and I'll come over in a bit. Okay, hurry up. After seeing He Yuan and his group off, the scrap metal recycling station immediately fell silent. Grandpa Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. There were so many people, it was really noisy. Everyone came here because of Xiao Zhang, and you're already complaining. Aunt Li rolled her eyes at him, and Uncle Zhang immediately shut his mouth weakly. Sir, did you make Madam angry again? Zhang Huan walked in and smiled. Aunt Li waved her hand. Never mind him, Xiao Zhang. You must be exhausted today. What's so tiring about this? Come here, ma'am. Let me introduce you to someone. Liu Kai and her mother entered the house, and after Zhang Huan's introduction, the group chatted for a while. They were all people who had suffered, and they soon became familiar with each other.
Seeing this, Zhang Huan stood up and said, "You guys continue chatting. I'm leaving first. Liu Kai, help out with any work you can." "Don't worry." Liu Kai got up to see him off, but Zhang Huan pressed him back down, and then he left the scrap metal recycling station.
4 raptors drove into the city, immediately attracting the attention of passers-by. Seeing those envious looks, Zhang Huan couldn't help but smile. What are you thinking about? Why are you laughing so happily? Zhao Wan asked suspiciously. Because there was a fairy sitting in the passenger seat. Show glib. Zhao Wan chuckled and scolded, then changed the subject, saying, By the way, aren't you really going to do anything about what is going on online? I have an uncle who can help dispel some of the malicious rumors. No need. Why would I care about them? Zhang Huan said dismissively. Zhao Wan looked at him carefully for a while, and seeing that his expression was normal, she was relieved. Just then, an unknown number called Zhang Huan answered. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Lu Rong, the director of Yangcheng TV station. Hello, what is up? Mr. Zhang, I saw the live broadcast during the day. I wanted to ask you, are you sure you want to implement your idea? Zhang Huan asked. Is there a problem? Of course not. Actually, I called to ask if you would be interested in turning this into a variety show. Huh? A variety show? Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan was stunned. Yes, a variety show? Record the entire process of how the participants run their companies, and then broadcast it on Yangcheng radio. With the current level of attention this is receiving, the ratings will definitely be high. Zhang Huan's eyes lit up. This sounded really interesting, but are all variety shows scripted? Yes. In order to boost ratings, unless the show itself is very compelling, it is usually scripted. Zhang Huan shook his head and said, Then let's forget it. It is no fun with a script. Lu Rong panicked. Mr. Zhang, the script is only for the sake of the show's effect. It shouldn't be a reason for you to refuse. As for it, what I want is for everything to be true. To be honest, if I were to make the arrangements, I would have someone film the whole process, one person filming the participants, and then edit it for broadcast on television. A person filming the participants and the cameraman will live stream the entire process on the website to ensure authenticity. If anyone has any objections, the playback can be directly retrieved. It can withstand any questioning. Zhang Huan made up a story off the top of his head. It is just bragging that is easy for him to do. However, these words left Lu Rong completely stunned, live streaming throughout. With authenticity guaranteed. In the past, he would have scoffed at it. If we choose authenticity, where will the humor in variety shows come from? No matter who it is, isn't there an element of performance involved when they appear on variety shows? But this time is different. Who is on the show? To put it bluntly, they're all keyboard warriors. Let's see how these keyboard warriors who are so eloquent online will embarrass themselves in real life. Or perhaps it is to see how they turn their fortunes around and prove themselves. After editing, their events over several days were combined, making both their embarrassing moments and their moments of glory quite entertaining. Thinking of this, Lu Rong became excited. Okay, we'll do it your way. Ah! Zhang Huan was just saying it casually, but he didn't expect Lu Rong to actually agree. I admit there's an element of gambling involved, but the odds of winning are very high. Mr. Zhang, do you have time tomorrow? Let's discuss this in detail? Then wait for my call? Oak? Zhang Huan hung up the phone with a strange expression and said, Yangcheng TV station wants me to do a variety show. Can you believe it? Zhang Huan, scrolling through Weibo without looking up, said, "This matter is being discussed everywhere on Weibo right now. It is so popular, so it is understandable that they're contacting you, but I can't understand why you agreed so easily." What is there to not understand? Turn it into a variety show. And when they drive the company into bankruptcy, the satisfaction will be doubled. That is 20 million. Fine, why not just collect some old discarded appliances and get the money back? Chapter 34 audition broadcast. After having a meal with Yuan and the others, Zhang Huan resumed his hands, off management style. They outsourced everything, including renting the venue, office supplies, and handling all the paperwork. Aren't you going to do anything yourself? Zhang Huan laughed heartily. My goal is to dedicate my limited life to endless eating, drinking, and having fun. How can I let things like career hold me back? He Yuan and Zhang Peng were at a loss for words, while Chu Chang, who had been mostly silent, twitched at the corner of his mouth, looking utterly dejected. Because of such a person with no ambition, his company was gone. Life is full of ups and downs. The next afternoon, Zhang Huan, who had been tossing and turning all night, finally woke up and called Lu Rong. The two met in the hotel restaurant. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Lu Rong looked to be around 40 years old and was dressed in casual clothes. When he saw Zhang Huan, he quickly walked over to shake hands. Hello? After exchanging a few pleasantries with him, Zhang Huan took out a program proposal from his briefcase. Mr. Zhang, this is the program plan I worked on overnight. Do you have any complaints? That is fast. Zhang Huan silently praised the proposal and opened it. After watching for more than half an hour, he nodded in satisfaction. That is good. That is exactly what I meant. Eliminate all human interference, and that is enough. Lu Rong was overjoyed. So you agree? Yes. It is a pleasure doing business with you. After the two signed the contract, Lu Rong left excitedly not long afterward. He doesn't have much time left to build the production team from scratch. Zhang Huan, however, stretched lazily. Sure enough, it is much easier to be a hands-off manager. As time went by, more and more topics related to this emerged online. Are the topless people are eagerly anticipating? But your rat tycoon will actually start the, This sounds so illogical. Most people wouldn't throw away 20 million just to spite someone, but if the money is practically free, then that is an exception. Finally, the fifth day arrived. In Shengxi Road Square, 4 tables were set up, with Zhang Huan sitting in the middle and Feng Qi and his 2 companions on either side. Those who become brothers and close friends naturally share similar values, especially since Zhang Huan also gave them guidance. Whoever you don't like, just hire them. Don't consider anyone else. Don't worry. Do you still doubt our capabilities when it comes to running errands and playing minor roles? If we're second to none, who dares to claim first? They said it with absolute certainty. It is just recruiting incompetent, unrealistic people. What is so difficult about that? The 3 of them thought about it with great confidence. By 9 o'clock, Shengxi Road Square was already packed with people. At this density, even a fart could turn into dozens of suspects. At the same time, Yangcheng TV's live broadcast also started as scheduled. Under the watchful eyes of millions of viewers both in person and online, the notary office staff walked onto the platform. This contract has been notarized by the notary office and is authentic, valid, and legally binding. I've never seen such a ridiculously arrogant troll in my entire life. Whether you dare or not, I certainly don't dare to go up against him. Good grief, he is going to put you to the test right after we start. So what if he is rich? If I were rich, I could argue even more than him. Upstairs, you should go and register. Amidst the heated discussion, a few minutes later, Zhang Huan and his group placed the contracts on the table. Now, those who want to sign up, please come and line up. As soon as he finished speaking, someone stepped forward. He looked very young and was probably only in his early 20s. Zhang Huan glanced at him. What abilities do you possess that give you an edge over others? He was speechless for a moment, then said with his neck stiff, I just need an opportunity. As long as you give me the opportunity, I will definitely soar to the top. But what gives you the right? Zhang Huan rested his chin on his hand. In other words, when the opportunity arises, what are you prepared to use to seize it? Forehead. The young man was speechless, and his face immediately turned bright red. Zhang Huan smiled and took out a contract. If you've thought it through and still decide to participate, go over there to review the contract and then sign it. The young man clutched the contract, but ultimately decided to participate online. The number of bullet comments surged. I have a feeling this will be a major face-slapping moment. I agree. Where does he get his confidence that he can soar to great heights? Sigh. The young man is still too young. There are plenty of opportunities, but he just hasn't realized them. Or he realized them but couldn't seize them. That is not quite right, is it? Opportunities don't come that often. Let me give you an example. If a leader wants to promote someone from the office, isn't that an opportunity? But you usually perform only so. So, even if you have an opportunity, why would it be your turn? Forehead. The first person to sign up sparked a heated discussion. Seeing the real-time updated data, Lu Rong behind the camera was extremely excited. All done. If the live stream is this popular, the edited version with even more highlights will undoubtedly be even more popular. It is foreseeable that the viewership will skyrocket. Thinking of this, Lu Rong immediately called the station and requested real-time editing so that it could be broadcast during prime time that evening, striking while the iron was hot. The station responded quickly, immediately organizing staff to begin editing and releasing a trailer. At 8 p.m., the program titled, "Can I Do It?" aired. What is this? Is it a television series? Change the channel? Why are you watching this? That is ridiculous. They didn't even tell me they were changing the program. Those who hadn't received the message complained, but just then the scene appeared. What abilities do you have? In the video. The young man's face turned red. This scene immediately captivated many viewers. It seemed quite interesting. So they watched silently for a while, and gradually an urge to curse welled up in their hearts. Where did they find all these weirdos? We're both employees with similar abilities. I even joined 2 years earlier than him, but he became a supervisor, and now I have to cater to his whims. Is that fair? How did he get the position? He is always flattering and sucking up to people. What were you doing while he was currying favor and building relationships with the leaders? I'm going to work to earn money, not to flatter people. That is it then? You didn't do anything. Just waited for a windfall. Since the abilities are about the same, it doesn't matter who is the supervisor. Why would the leader choose you? Wouldn't it be better to choose someone who is sensible? That is not fair. What is unfair about it? People find ways to stand out and highlight their strengths. It would be strange if the leader chose you over him. Unorthodox methods. But you can't even get things done through crooked means. He was speechless. Zhang Huan smiled and took out the contract. Go over there and take a look. If you agree, I'll give you a project manager position. Viewers in front of their TVs were stunned. What is going on? After mocking him, they actually gave him an offer. Just playing around, chapter 35. A hot topic across the internet. I work myself to the bone all day, and I don't even earn a fraction of what a small internet celebrity makes. Can you make thousands or tens of thousands of people like you? Forehead. If I become the manager, there will definitely be no contract that I can't negotiate. Why? Just throw money at it. Isn't that how everyone in this position does it? With so many people throwing money at the problem? Why would anyone take your money? Forehead. I just lack experience given time. I'm no worse than anyone else. Give me a reason to train you, Forehead. The program runs for 2 hours, and the format is the same. The person who came to register was left speechless by Zhang Huan's rebuttal, and then looked at the contract and questioned his life. However, this monotonous process firmly captured everyone's attention, with people even holding back when they needed to use the restroom, afraid of missing a single exciting moment. How come I never noticed before? There are just too many weird people out there. They wait for a windfall, and then curse God when they don't get one. They grow their own rice, yet they envy those who raise pigs and eat meat every day. She gets so moved by the slightest effort that she feels she deserves everything. The audience was so immersed in the story that they wanted to point their fingers at them and yell at them. When the show ended, the audience was still not satisfied. They took out their phones and saw that Weibo was already in an uproar, so they immediately joined in. In the hotel, as Zhang Huan lay on Zhao Wan's lap, scrolling through Douyin TikTok, Lu Rong called. Mr. Zhang, he is famous. Absolutely famous. According to estimates, the ratings will at least break 8%. And after the public outcry, the ratings for later episodes will definitely be even higher. Oh. Zhang Huan responded with a faint yes. Seeing his calm reaction, Lu Rong felt as if he had punched a cotton ball, and his excitement immediately subsided. Mr. Zhang, why aren't you reacting at all? Why bother reacting? I don't care. But if the show becomes popular, there will definitely be a lot of advertisers. They may not be as rich as I am. Lu Rong gasped. Those with immense financial power are truly terrifying. All right then. What time does registration start tomorrow? Ask Feng Ke about the show. Zhang Huan hung up the phone, once again becoming a hands. Off manager. It is fine to argue occasionally, but arguing every day gets boring. Thinking of this, he grasped Zhao Huan's hand. Going on a trip tomorrow? Zhao Huan shook her head. No, I have to go home. Ah? You've been making such a splash that you've included me in those trending videos so my dad saw them. Zhang Huan sat up abruptly, his mind racing. It is here. Evil parents forcibly separate. A loving couple, and a poor boy comes to their door to slap them in the face. Zhao Huan, don't worry. Go back home. No matter how your parents try to stop me, I won't. Zhang Huan was speaking affectionately when Zhao Huan rolled her eyes at him and interrupted. Are you out of your mind? Why would my parents stop me? This script isn't right, isn't it? Shouldn't they be breaking up the couple? Zhao Huan pinched him hard. Who told you they were going to break up the couple? It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Zhang Huan quickly surrendered, and Zhao Huan let go, massaging his ribs as she said, It is just that I finally found a boyfriend, and they want me to go back and check things out. Oh, then I'll just go back with you. Where do your parents live? Sooth. That is quite far. Zhang Huan was taken aback. The south is quite far. That is the border, isn't it? Everyone says it is dangerous there. Why were your parents transferred there? As they were talking, Zhang Huan suddenly gasped. Your dad isn't a criminal. Yes. They're specifically investigating that stuff, which is why they left me in Yangcheng. Zhao Huan sighed and said, Sometimes I really wish they would quit. Seeing that she was in low spirits, Zhang Huan thought for a moment. I've heard there is a method that is really effective. So he silently turned off the bedside lamp. Zhao Huan left early the next morning. She was accompanied by 2 female guards. Seeing their sharp demeanor and robust figures, Zhang Huan felt relieved. After watching their car leave, a phone rang urgently. Hello? Feng Kei's anxious voice came through. Zhang Huan, something's happened. Be prepared. What is wrong? After yesterday's show, there was a huge uproar online. At first, it was just about your ability and achievements, but then a wave of criticism came out and you were heavily criticized. What is the rhythm? You should just look at it yourself. Calm down. Zhang Huan switched to the search interface and entered Weibo. Looking around, all the trending topics were related to him. The premiere of Can I Do It? Sparked heated discussions across the internet. You think you're right just because you're poor? You think you're powerful just because you're weak? Are they hoping for a windfall? Or are they making a legitimate demand? Who is Zhang Huan? Zhang Huan, Lamborghini. Wow, does that count as becoming famous? Zhang Huan chuckled and clicked on a post that was criticizing him. The comment section was full of insults. He is obviously a veteran wolf warrior. I wonder how many bones he has eaten. These are the people who were sent out to whitewash the situation. Are you right? I suggest banning him from the entire internet and investigating where his money came from. Wouldn't it be better to use it to help the poor? Life is already like eating shit. And now someone jumps out and says you can't blame anyone else for eating shit. Haha. For every critic, there is a supporter. Is it wrong to say you deserve to eat shit? Just because you're poor and weak, does that mean you should be treated the same as those who work hard? Ha! Hard work. Some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouth. What is the use of working hard? Are you stupid? How many times has Zhang Huan emphasized this on the show? It is aimed at those who expect something for nothing. Can you read the question carefully before you speak? Exactly. People tell you to compare yourself to those who started on the same footing, but you insist on comparing yourself to those who were born at the finish line. You're really something else. Amidst the uproar and controversy, Zhang Huan, completely oblivious to being a party involved, not only showed no anger, but also read through the articles with great interest. You are not a strategist. So how can you know the joy of strategizing, just as he was engrossed in watching? Lu Rong called, Mr. Zhang, would you be interested in starting a Weibo account? That way, you can further increase your popularity. Zhang Huan curled his lip. That is going too far. Zhang Huan is confident in a one-on-one offline match, but online, he will definitely be surrounded and attacked as soon as he appears. If one person were to fight against tens of thousands of people, it would be nothing short of asking for trouble. Lu Rong hurriedly apologized. Don't be angry. I was just asking. Yangcheng TV station finally has a program with such high popularity. It was a bit inconsiderate. Just know it. Don't try to use me for publicity. Yes. I'll hang up now. The recording is about to start. After hanging up the phone, Lu Rong sighed. What a pity. Chapter 36 Little Colorful Flag 3 days later. Registration for Can I Do It? Finally closed inside the hotel. Feng Ke and the other two lay on Zhang Huan's bed as if they were paralyzed. Don't hire us for this kind of work again. It is too grueling. Yeah, you wouldn't know unless you saw it. It is shocking. We used to be poor losers too. So why didn't we end up like them? Forget it. It is over. From now on, whoever wants to do this kind of work can do it. The three of them sighed, one after another. The doorbell rang, and Zhang Huan opened the door with a big smile, saying, "Come on in, have some more." Holy crap, this is all we're eating! Two waiters pushed in a food cart, each piled high with skewers of grilled meat and chilled beer below. Feng Ke exclaimed, "Shouldn't we at least have some lobster or foie gras? Just a bunch of skewers. Are you trying to fool us?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Qian Duo and Wu Honggang pounced over, howling with delight, taking bites of meat skewers and sips of wine, their faces filled with bliss. "You damn traitor!" Muttering to himself, Feng Ke squeezed through as well, seeing that they were enjoying their meal. Zhang Huan's smile became even more amiable. "Hey guys, have a few more drinks. Get some rest tonight, and head to the company tomorrow." In an instant, the three of them stopped and turned their heads. "What did you say?" Zhang Huan chuckled. "Although Liangshan Company is just a hobby. You guys can't just watch your brother get taken advantage of, can you? Starting tomorrow, you'll all go and keep an eye on Liangshan. If anyone does anything suspicious, just call the police. It is that simple, right?" The three of them shook their heads like rattles. "No way, we can't afford to mess with a company that cost us over 23 million. Exactly, we don't have that ability. Change players." Zhang Huan waved his hands repeatedly. "No, you have to believe in yourselves. It is not difficult. I've already asked Brother He to send someone to help keep an eye on things. You'll usually be fine. Come on, you said you had no problem with the registration these past few days, but you've been running around like a headless chicken. I had no choice. I'm dealing with hundreds of thousands of dollars every minute. How can I afford to be constantly arguing with people? Then why are you still tearing it up? Do you know how much we've been criticized these past few days?" The mere mention of this enraged the three men, Feng Ke, in particular, pinned Zhang Huan to the ground. "I finally found a well-behaved and obedient girl, but after she watched the show, she broke up with me. I swear I'll never let anyone dump me a second time." "Calm down. Out with the old, in with the new. Haven't you been to Shui Mu Hot Springs?" Upon hearing this, Feng Ke suddenly coughed a few times, then diligently helped Zhang Huan up and patted his clothes. "Well, we did go, but the reception staff were all hired. They were professional. But Brother Zhang, we were like toads trying to eat swan meat." Shan Duo and Wu Honggang's eyes lit up, and they immediately came over. Zhang Huan let out a soft, "Huh? Aren't you guys rich?" "Ahem. Well, money alone isn't enough. If you don't know them, they won't let you contact them." Shan Duo shyly tugged at Zhang Huan's sleeve and showed him his phone. On the screen was a dance influencer with some fame on Douyin TikTok. In the video, she casually lifted her leg high above her head. "Brother Zhang, my happiness depends on you." Wu Honggang patted him on the shoulder. "Xiao Zhang, I'm entrusting the task of making our Wu family's genes even better to you," seeing their pleading expressions. Zhang Huan shook his head and sat down on the sofa. With a wave of his hand, Feng Ke immediately offered him a cigarette. As soon as he lifted his leg, Shan Duo quickly massaged it. With a quick glance, Wu Honggang hurriedly opened a beer and obediently handed it to him. "Psy fathers always have so many worries," Zhang Huan sighed. "Fine. Since you've all said so, I'll make the contact for you." The three were overjoyed and watched eagerly as Zhang Huan picked up his phone. Just then, a video call popped up. "Huh? Rice Grain? Who is that?" "It is not Zhao Wan. She is not the kind of person who would use a cartoon image as her profile picture. Tell me honestly, are you Xiao Kaichi?" The three questioned him as if they were interrogating him. Zhang Huan was speechless. "Don't make wild guesses. This is my little sister." "Get lost. Where did you get this little sister from?" "Exactly. How come I've never heard you mention this before?" Zhang Huan sighed, lit a cigarette, and reminisced about the past. From as far back as he can remember, he grew up with his second uncle and has no memory of his parents whatsoever. "My second uncle, Zhang Chun, is an honest and hard-working man, but he is afraid of his wife. His second aunt, Lu Yu, had a rather complicated attitude towards Zhang Huan. In his memory, he had never seen his second aunt smile at him. Under her domineering influence, even if Zhang Chun was nice to Zhang Huan, He had to do it secretly and dared not make it public. Years later, Zhang Huan finally survived the college entrance examination. After entering university, he never went back, but he would transfer half of his salary to his second uncle every month. Answer it. What are you thinking about? Feng Ke patted him, and Zhang Huan came back to his senses. This rice grain is Zhang Lingyue, the biological daughter of his second uncle. She is 5 years younger than him and just took the college entrance examination a little over half a month ago. Zhang Huan chuckled as he recalled how she used to wobble along behind him with snot bubbles hanging from her nose when she was little. But the girl has grown up and entered her rebellious phase. After a quarrel, we didn't contact each other for a month. Lingyue, what do you want from me so late at night? The moment the video call connected, and the girl appeared on the other end, Feng Ke and the others stared wide-eyed. She had long, straight black hair, an oval face, and delicate features, but her eyes were red, as if she had just been crying. Elder brother? Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Zhang Huan stood up abruptly and asked with a cold face. Zhang Lingyue pursed her lips and said in a wrong tone, My mom. Zhang Huan sat back down abruptly, shaking his head and saying, Never mind then, she is my nemesis. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 feet kicked Zhang Huan aside. Feng Ke and the others huddled together, speaking into the screen. Little sister, don't be afraid. We're your brother's friends. Just tell us if you have any difficulties. Is your mother abusing you? Zhang Lingyue blinked, unsure of what to say. At this moment, Zhang Huan snatched the phone back, glared at them fiercely, and then looked at the phone. Lingyue, what is going on? My mom won't let me go to college, even though I've already been accepted. Zhang Huan frowned. That is going too far. Zhang Lingyue's grades have always been among the best. Unlike her academically challenged brother, if we don't let her go to university, wouldn't that ruin her life? This matter cannot be compromised. Hearing this, Zhang Lingyue was greatly encouraged and smiled. Oh, by the way, which school accepted you? Yanjing Film Academy. A university in the capital, that is impressive. As Zhang Huan was speaking, he suddenly paused. Wait a minute, the Film Academy. Kindness. Lingyue, I think your mother is right. Chapter 37. It is not unreasonable to ask you to run an errand. Is it? Brother, you've changed. Zhang Lingyue's big eyes instantly became misty, and she bit her lip, looking extremely aggrieved. Zhang Huan was sitting on a wax statue. Our sister is in trouble, and you won't help her. Are you even human? If you don't help, you won't help. We will. Feng Ke and his group were shouting righteously, but Zhang Huan kicked them back. You guys don't know anything. In the past, he would have helped his younger sister with anything she asked, but now that he has become rich, he can help even more. However, this absolutely does not include going against your second aunt. That is his nemesis, like an ADC trembling in front of an assassin. Moreover, the entertainment industry is a place of fame and fortune, and he didn't want his sister to get involved in that cesspool. Thinking of this, he hesitated and said, Lingyue, it is not that I don't want to help you, but you know your mother. If I go, it'll be like throwing good money after bad. I recorded the screen. Zhang Huan froze instantly. Throwing a meat bun at a dog, bro? You think you're all grown up now? How dare you talk about my mom like that? Zhang Lingyue still had tears in her eyes, but she smiled like a cat that had stolen a fish. Zhang Lingyue, delete it right now, Zhang Huan shouted in a panic. If my second aunt hears this, I'm doomed. Zhang Lingyue raised her head. No, either you come back and speak up for me, or we'll both die. We are all born of the same root. Why are you so eager to harm each other? You said we were born of the same root, so we must die of the same root. Are you coming back? Zhang Huan was speechless. The point is, it wouldn't make a difference if I went back. There is no way your mother would listen to me. No, no, no. Zhang Lingyue shook her finger. That was you before. Now you're a big boss, so you'll definitely talk differently. Stop pretending. It is all on television. They've already opened a 20 million company, convincing my mom is a piece of cake. The nature of the two is different. Zhang Huan was surprised at all. Being recognized by relatives and acquaintances after appearing on television was bound to happen sooner or later. He originally thought that the first person to call, such as an acquaintance or relative, would be asking to borrow money, but to my utter surprise, it turned out to be an invitation for him to die. Nothing's different. Hurry up, bro. If I don't see you by tomorrow night, you can expect my mom to call you. After saying that, Zhang Lingyu decisively hung up the video call. Zhang Huan remained stunned for a long time. My second uncle's family lives in a city that is not far away, only about 200 kilometers away from Yangcheng if you drive. It'll only take a few hours, but the thought of seeing his second aunt made him a little apprehensive. At that moment, Feng Ke suddenly shoved a bottle of beer into his hand, then clinked his own bottle against his. Brother-in-law, from now on, get lost. You're a year older than Brother Zhang. Have you no shame? Chan Duo shoved him aside and turned to fawn over him, saying, Let's not beat around the bush, Brother Zhang. I want to be your sister. Wu Honggang tightly covered his mouth and said with a smile, Xiao Zhang, don't pay attention to them. Let me ask you, do you have an older sister or anything? Jet lost. Can't you see? I'm having a problem. Zhang Huan cursed in annoyance. It is just going home. Is it really that big of a deal? If it is really that bad, we'll go back with you. The three of them were practically making their ulterior motives obvious on their faces. Get out. Get out. All of you go to the company and keep an eye on things tomorrow. With that, Zhang Huan got up and went into the bedroom, feeling dejected. Feng Ke and the other two looked at each other, their faces grim. The next morning, they left with sighs and groans. Zhang Huan slept until the sun was high in the sky before waking up, and sat on the bed in a daze. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally decided to go back. Anyway, it has been several years since I've been back. I used to be able to use working as an excuse, but now that it is on TV, it would be unreasonable not to go back. Thinking of this, he got up, washed up, and hurriedly went out to the Gucci store on the commercial street. Hello, sir. Welcome to Gucci. A sales assistant in a skirt suit came over and greeted us in a very friendly manner. Looking around, Zhang Huan felt as if the entire store's decor was saying to him, hand over your wallet. He didn't know much about luxury goods, but he had heard of Gucci. Gucci, Prada. I need to buy clothes for a 41-year. Old woman with a similar build to you. Do you have any recommendations? The sales assistant's smile became even more friendly. Customers with these kinds of requests usually don't leave empty-handed. Yes, please follow me. Leading Zhang Huan to a row of display cases, she raised her hand and introduced, These are all the latest seasonal designs tailored for mature women. They're sophisticated yet stylish, and they really accentuate the elegance of mature women. Zhang Huan glanced at one of the items at random. What is the difference between this and what is sold at street stalls? Let us look at the labels again. Wool and silk blend heart, shaped dress. Price $23,699. Forehead. There are still differences. The fabric and the workmanship are both top-notch. Zhang Huan comforted himself for a moment, then said to the sales assistant, Wrap up all the ones that fit. The sales assistant beamed. Which one would you like? Zhang Huan pointed to the wardrobe in front of him and circled it. All of them. Instantly, the saleswoman's smile froze. Are you serious? Okay, hurry up. After saying that, Zhang Huan turned and left, following the signs to look at the bags. What sells best here? The new sales assistant politely asked. It depends on what kind of bag you need. A handbag? A shoulder bag? A suitcase? A purse? A wallet? Hiss? Zhang Huan gasped. You've really gone to great lengths to empty the wallets of our female compatriots. Then, he asked the sales assistant to pick out a few of all the bags she mentioned and pack them up. At this time, news of the wealthy man's arrival in the village finally spread. Saleswomen responsible for watches, shoes, hats, and jewelry swarmed around Zhang Huan with great enthusiasm. Hello, sir. Would you like a watch? Sir, we just received a new batch of high heels. Would you like to take a look? Sir, dressed in designer clothes. You definitely need jewelry to complement your look. Sir, do you have a girlfriend? Zhang Huan was at his wit's end, but he still forced himself to go on the tour with them. The shopping process is similar to that of most men. If you want to buy something, go to your destination, pick one, and leave. Just 10 minutes later, he sat down at the door and started smoking. In the past, the store manager would have politely reminded him, Excuse me, sir. Smoking is prohibited in our store. But right now, she is busy packing things up with the sales assistants. It took them a full 2 hours to get everything ready. All of these things together piled up like a mountain. Sir, the total is 11.8 million. The store manager was stunned when he heard the number. Oh my God, swipe your card. Zhang Huan handed over the card and said, Buying so much stuff, it is not unreasonable to ask you to run an errand, is it? Ah, Chapter 38 showing off makes me happy when 20 saleswomen carried Gucci boxes and walked by like ants carrying food. The shoppers were stunned. Holy crap. Gucci is moving? Are you stupid? It is obvious that the guy in front bought all of these. This must be wholesale purchase, right? How much did this cost? It must cost at least several million. Zhang Huan's ears twitched, and he coughed. Be careful, everyone. It cost over 10 million. Don't break it, passerby. Is he reminding us? It seems yes. Over 10 million? That is really extravagant. I have to ask the price before buying anything at a street stall? Hearing various discussions, Zhang Huan was in a great mood. Sure enough, showing off makes me happy. Thankfully, cars aren't allowed in the commercial street. Otherwise, this joy would have been lost. With that in mind, Zhang Huan decided to make a few more trips later with so much stuff. Let's at least double the fun then. Sir, we'll take care of moving the things. Please wait in the car. No need. I love working. Sales assistant? It took 6 trips back and forth to load everything onto the truck. The trunk was so full that the back seats were also packed with goods. Sir, this is our membership card. Also, we have prepared a cloth to cover the car for you. Otherwise, you won't even know if someone takes your things when you park. Thank you, Zhang Huan thanked them. And, with the help of several saleswomen, fastened a red canvas to the back of the truck. All right. Thank you for your help. You can go back now. Kindness. The saleswoman kept turning back as they walked away. Just as the Raptor started up, one of them suddenly ran back and slipped a note through the passenger window. Immediately afterwards, others swarmed forward, and some even made a phone call gesture before leaving. Zhang Huan was stunned for a moment, then picked it up and saw that it was full of WeChat IDs and phone numbers. Ah, money really does make people more attractive. Shaking his head, Zhang Huan threw all the notes into the parking lot's trash can and drove away. As soon as the car got on the highway, a phone call came in. Hey, Ling Yue. Hey bro, have you set off yet? Zhang Huan said helplessly. We're on the highway now. We should arrive around 4 o'clock. Hee, that is a great idea. Ling Yue, how is your mother's mood today? Zhang Ling Yue thought for a moment and said, just to be on the safe side, brother, you should buy some small gifts instead. Zhang Huan glanced at the rearview mirror. I've already bought it. That is good. The death won't be too gruesome. Ling Yue, maybe you should reconsider. The entertainment industry isn't a fun place. I know, but don't worry. I just want to act. Zhang Huan raised an eyebrow. Wait a minute. When did you start liking to act? Hey bro, do you know what a murder mystery game is? Understood. Zhang Huan suddenly realized, murder mystery games are a type of multiplayer game where each player has their own script, which includes the character's background, experiences, personality, and so on. Once in the game, players will take on the role of characters in the script, experiencing a series of events, finding clues, completing tasks, and so on. Immersion is crucial in this game. Only by fully immersing yourself in the character can you truly experience its fun. Therefore, skilled players of murder mystery games are often drama queens. Clearly, Zhang Ling Yue developed her love for acting because of playing murder mystery games. That makes things much easier. I have nothing but money. Finding a bunch of people to act with you is so easy, isn't it? Thinking of this, Zhang Huan relaxed, put on a cheesy DJ track, and headed towards Baihe City, swaying his head to the music. At 4:30 p.m., Zhang Ling Yue nervously held the phone and paced back and forth in the living room. Zhang Chengqiu glanced into the kitchen and beckoned her over. Your brother really said he is coming back. Zhang Ling Yue nodded. When I called him at noon, he said he was on the highway. Zhang Cheng chuckled involuntarily, then said with a stern face, You brat, don't you know what kind of temper your mother has? Calling your brother back won't do any good. Dad, you don't understand. In Sun Tzu's Art of War, this is called shifting the blame eastward. If I get my older brother back to help me share the firepower, I'll have a chance. Zhang Chun slapped her irritably. What do you mean by shifting the blame? You're just trying to drag your brother down with you. Zhang Ling Yue nodded seriously. That is right. That is what I mean. Zhang Chun was immediately at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Just then, the phone rang. Zhang Ling Yue was overjoyed. Brother, have you arrived yet? Who is home? Everyone's here. You can go upstairs. You guys go downstairs? I bought some small gifts and I can't carry them all. Okay, I'll go down right now. As soon as the phone call ended, a woman with an imposing yet dignified face walked out of the kitchen. She looked about 70% like Zhang Ling Yue, except for a few more wrinkles. That kid's back? Zhang Ling Yue chuckled dryly and replied, Yes, I am downstairs. He actually knows to come back. What are you two standing there for? Didn't we tell you to come downstairs? Okay, I'll go down now. Zhang Lingyue hurriedly pulled Zhang Chun downstairs. As soon as they stepped out of the building, they saw Zhang Huan standing next to a red raptor smoking. Brother! Zhang Lingyue shouted and rushed over to give him a hug. Her head barely reached Zhang Huan's shoulder before she started nuzzling him. Zhang Huan patted her head. You've given me a tough challenge. We'll share the hardships together. Zhang Lingyue chuckled and looked behind him. Wow, this car is so cool. Open the door. I want to sit in it. Zhang Huan opened the car door, and she immediately jumped into the passenger seat. While she was having fun inside, Zhang Huan nodded to Zhang Chun, second uncle. A smile involuntarily appeared on Zhang Chun's face. You finally decided to come back? Too busy. Zhang Huan casually remarked, then opened the back door and took out a case of Zhonghua cigarettes. Second uncle, this is for you. Soft Zhonghua cigarettes? A whole case? Zhang Chun was shocked. How much money would that cost? Seeing his expression, Zhang Huan nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, buying things that everyone knows about is more effective. Whether it is Gucci or Zhonghua, people can tell what brand it is at a glance. And the price immediately comes to mind, instantly creating a show-off effect. If it were someone else, and they didn't know them, then it wouldn't be interesting. Xuanzi, take it back and return it. It is too expensive, Zhang Chun said with a frown. You've already bought it. Why return it? Don't worry about it. I'll buy you a better one next time. Is there anything better than Chinese cuisine? Yes, I heard from a friend that he can get his hands on Fuchun Resort. I'll get you one to try when the time comes. How much will that cost? I think it is 20,000 per piece. Zhang Chun. Why do I suddenly feel like China is just so... Just then, a scream rang out from inside the car, and Zhang Lingyue rushed out, pointing at the car as if she had seen a ghost. Gucci, so many. Chapter 39, Returning Home to Die. Zhang Lingyue knew her brother was making money, but she never imagined he had made so much. When she discovered that the entire car was filled with Gucci cars bought by her brother, she was completely bewildered. Brother, you should turn yourself in. Robbing a bank is illegal. Zhang Huan ruffled her hair. Speak properly. Zhang Chun scratched his head. What is Gucci? There is only one brand. Before Zhang Huan could finish speaking, Zhang Lingyu had already taken a box out of the car. After opening it, revealing the clothes inside, she showed the tag to Zhang Chun, who was immediately dumbfounded. 30,000, Zhang Lingyue nodded blankly. Zhang Chun remained silent for a long time before saying, Xuanzi, tell me honestly, you haven't broken the law, have you? Zhang Huan was both amused and exasperated. Second uncle, why are you saying that too? If this whole car is full of Gucci cars, it must be worth at least several million, right? You've spent so much money. There must be more to come. But you've only been out of school for a short time. Where are you going to earn so much money? Zhang Huan never thought of explaining his relationship with money. The money provided by the system comes from a legal channel, so there won't be any problems at all. As for what others might ask, you know Sheng Yuan Group, right? I'm the vice chairman. As he spoke, Zhang Huan took out his business card, which displayed the title of vice chairman of Sheng Yuan Group. Really? You've joined the Sheng Yuan Group? Sheng Yuan Group's influence extends beyond Yangcheng. They have projects in many surrounding counties and cities as well. For example, the Kangxin residential area where my second uncle lives was built by Sheng Yuan Group Zhang Chun. Without suspecting anything, took the business card in surprise and examined it. Beside her, Zhang Lingyue glanced suspiciously at her older brother and asked furtively, You're not telling the truth, are you? She. Zhang Lingyue understood and pulled Zhang Chun towards the back of the car. Hey Dad, it is great that my brother is making money. Why are you worrying so much? Hurry up and move the things upstairs. No, it is too expensive. Let's return it. Look at my brother. Does he seem like someone I care about? Zhang Huan smiled and said, Yes. Second uncle, do I look like someone who would go bankrupt buying gifts? Well, okay then. After thinking it over, Zhang Chun didn't refuse anymore. He asked Zhang Lingyue to stay, and then moved the load with Zhang Huan. As they approached the third floor, Zhang Huan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The crucial moment has arrived. Click, the door opened, and a familiar face appeared in the doorway. Second aunt. Lu Yu glanced at him expressionlessly. I thought you weren't coming back. Zhang Huan broke out in a cold sweat. I'm a bit busy with work. Busy? Then why did you come back? Forehead. You Xuanzi just got back. Don't. Zhang Chun tried to smooth things over, but Liu Yu glanced at him and he immediately fell silent. Hemph, come in. After saying that, Liu Yu went into the kitchen. Zhang Huan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He and his second uncle made more than 10 trips to move all the things into the living room. Zhang Lingyue asked excitedly, "Brother, can I open it and take a look? Tear it down my ass, just move it all out." Liu Yu came out of the kitchen and said with a cold face, Second aunt, these are all gifts I bought for you. Have you bought a house? Do you have a wife? Do you have kids? Are you not going to live a normal life? I know you've made money, but spending so much money on useless things, what is wrong with your brain?" Zhang Huan instantly broke out in a sweat, like he was being drenched in sweat. "Oh, you. Xuanzi is so filial. Take the bowl." "Okay, all right." Zhang Chun slunk into the kitchen, giving Zhang Huan a helpless look before leaving. Zhang Huan looked at Zhang Lingyue, who was looking up at the ceiling, as if studying a murder mystery game script. "Well, we can't count on any of them." Zhang Huan gritted his teeth and said, "Second aunt, once something is sold, it cannot be returned or exchanged. If you don't want it, you'll just have to throw it away." Liu Yu raised an eyebrow, and Zhang Huan's heart skipped a beat. "Which store? I'll go talk to them." "Isn't this a joke? If we really let her go, and things go wrong, that'll be news." Zhang Huan smiled wryly. "Second aunt, stop joking. We've already bought it. Besides, you're so beautiful. You've raised me and Ling Yue with great difficulty. You should take care of yourself. Otherwise, it will be too late to look beautiful in the future." "Huh? You mean I'll get uglier and uglier in the future?" "Hiss." Zhang Huan gasped, vaguely sensing a murderous intent. "That is not what I meant. You're definitely getting more and more beautiful. Stop with the nonsense, wash your hands and eat." Hey, Zhang Huan hurriedly went into the bathroom, and Zhang Lingyue followed. "You're really not being fair. I'd rather die than see you die, brother. I'm counting on you." As the two were whispering to each other, Liu Yu's voice came. "Did you two lose it while washing your hands?" "They're here. They're here." Zhang Huan sat down at the dining table and saw that it was already full of fragrant dishes: braised pork belly tofu stew with polak, spicy shredded pork, beef stew with radish, sweet and sour pork slices, stir, fried pork, stir, fried shredded potatoes, and candied sweet potatoes. There were 8 dishes in total, which looked very appetizing. "My second aunt's cooking is still as good as ever." Zhang Huan said this in a flattering tone. "Can't eating shut you up?" "Okay, I'd better not say anything." Zhang Huan obediently shut his mouth, and then he saw his second uncle winking and making faces at his second aunt. "Today." "Okay." Zhang Chun was overjoyed and hurriedly went to the kitchen to get 2 cups and a barrel of homemade wine. "Come on, Xuanzi, let's have a good drink, you and I." Zhang Huan glanced at his second aunt, and seeing that she didn't react, he finally agreed. In his memory, his second uncle was known for his drinking capacity in the factory, and even the leaders would drag him along to social events to make a good impression. Unsurprisingly, the two drank from 5:30 until after 10 o'clock. Even though Zhang Huan was exceptionally healthy, his alcohol tolerance increased significantly, and he drank too much. "Xuanzi, don't you blame your second aunt. That is just how she is. She is sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. Look, as soon as she heard you were coming back, she went out to buy groceries early in the morning." "Kindness." Zhang Huan nodded drunkenly, understanding the situation but finding it difficult to accept, seeing that he didn't take it to heart. Zhang Chun took a sip of wine, put his hand on his shoulder, and sighed. "Xuanzi, there are some things I've wanted to tell you for a long time, but I haven't figured out how to bring them up. Now that you've grown up and made something of yourself, there is nothing wrong with telling you. To be honest, when your dad died in a car accident and your mom abandoned you without a word, I never thought of taking you in and raising you." Zhang Huan's heart skipped a beat, but he remained silent. When he was 1 year old, his father was in a car accident while driving a tricycle and died on the spot. His mother was seriously injured, and after recovering, secretly ran away from the hospital. His grandparents were also on the tricycle. Grandpa passed away along with father. Grandma was partially paralyzed and her health deteriorated. She also passed away 2 years later. From then on, he began living with his second uncle. These were all things his second uncle had told him before. As for what he was saying now, he had never heard of them before. The person who raised you from childhood never actually wanted you. At first glance, it is truly heartbreaking. Back then, your dad was driving under the influence and had to pay compensation to the other party. I also had to pay for your grandparents' medical treatment. It worried me so much that we sold the house and ended up with a mountain of debt. Seriously, if your dad were still alive, I would definitely have kicked him. He was already suffering enough, but he dragged his parents, wife, and children down with him. As he spoke, Zhang Chun took a sip of his drink and continued. Later, when your mother saw how much money she owed, she ran away. Your grandmother told me to raise you, but how could I raise you? The creditors were practically coming to me 8 times a day. I got angry and left, but not long after I got home, your second aunt brought you back. I was furious. Doesn't she know her own situation? She's raising a child. And guess what your second aunt said? Zhang Huan's eyes were a little red as he asked, "What did you say?" She told me, "If you don't raise this child, I'll send you to see your brother and see how you explain it to him." I was terrified. From that moment on, you were my son. More than 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. After saying that, Zhang Chun burst into laughter. In the bedroom, Zhang Lingyue listened through the crack in the door, then looked at Lu Yu with a complicated expression. "Mom, really?" A nasal voice rang out. "Go to sleep." Oh. Chapter 40I. LL buy you a house there that night. Zhang Chun, drunk, said many things. Do you know why your nickname is Xuanzi? It was given to you by your second aunt so that you would keep the people around you tied down and prevent them from running away. You were quite mischievous when you were little. You even dared to hit the village chief's son when the chief came to complain. Your second aunt scolded him back. Zhang Huan listened in a drunken stupor until Zhang Chun fell asleep, only then realizing it was already past 1 o'clock. At this moment, my second aunt came out. Go back to your room. A miraculous thing happened. My second uncle actually stood up and staggered into the bedroom. Lu Yu snorted, and just as she turned around, she heard Zhang Huan's indistinct voice coming from behind her. Hey, can I call you Nizma? Lu Yu trembled, biting her lip as she asked. What did you say? Can I call you Mom? Thump. After saying that, Zhang Huan choked on the table and lost consciousness. Lu Yu stood at the bedroom door, covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. The next day at noon, Zhang Huan woke up groggily and felt a foul odor permeating the surroundings. He turned his head and saw his second uncle's big foot resting next to his pillow. No wonder I dreamt I fell into the toilet last night. Zhang Huan hurriedly got up and sat in the living room, taking deep breaths of fresh air. You're up! Hearing the commotion, Zhang Lingyue hurriedly came out of her room and asked, Brother, when are you going to tell me? Forehead. Zhang Huan scratched his head. Let's pick a time when second aunt is in a good mood. Where is second aunt? I went out to buy groceries. Didn't you have so much left over last night? Why are you still buying groceries? My mom said my dad should eat the leftovers. Zhang Huan was speechless. How had his second uncle managed to get through all these years? Just then, Lu Yu returned carrying a bag of vegetables. As soon as she entered, she glared at the two of them. Didn't you see I was carrying something? Zhang Huan and his companion jumped up instantly and carried the 3 bags of vegetables into the kitchen. Are you coming now? Zhang Lingyue suddenly exclaimed in surprise and went up to look at Lu Yu. Mom, you went grocery shopping wearing Gucci? Any objections? Zhang Lingyue quickly shook her head. No, I just think you look absolutely stunning in this. If you don't need to tell me, you go wash the vegetables. Hey, Zhang Lingyue happily returned to the kitchen. But before going in, she gave Zhang Huan a wink. I've raised my brother for 1,000 days, but I only need him for 1. It is up to you, bro. Zhang Huan's lips twitched. After his second aunt finished changing her clothes and came out, he took a deep breath. Second aunt, when are you leaving? Tomorrow? What kind of work do you do now? The vice chairman of Shengyuan Group. Oh, do you have a girlfriend? I've got it. Auntie, could you? Go wash your face. After saying that, Lu Yu went into the kitchen. Zhang Huan sat blankly on the sofa, perfectly complemented by the background music. Snowflakes are falling. The north wind is howling. Lunch consisted of cucumber with minced garlic, shredded potatoes with green peppers, a cold salad of 3 shredded vegetables, and tomato and egg soup. I'll go call my second uncle. Ignore him. Eat. Okay then. Zhang Huan sat back down and began to enjoy his meal. Just as they were finishing their meal, Zhang Lingyue suddenly kicked him without making a sound. Second aunt, there is something I'd like to tell you. Kindness. After responding, Lu Yu continued eating slowly and deliberately. Is that so? Lingyue wanted to go to film school, didn't she? Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Huan suddenly stopped. Oh no, there is a murderous aura. Please don't be angry. Let me finish. Ling Yue wants to go to the film academy, right? I think she can go. She just likes acting. Not that she wants to get into the entertainment industry, that big cesspool. I know you're worried that she might go astray, be deceived, or suffer mistreatment. And I'm worried too, but I assure you, that will never happen. Ling Yue is my sister. Putting everything else aside, at school, I can make her the one with the most pocket money, so much that it would make those with ill intentions feel ashamed. After graduation, if you want to appear on camera, you won't need to ask anyone else. I'll pay for it, and you can film whatever you want. Are you relieved now? After speaking rapidly, Zhang Huan and Zhang Lingyue became nervous and looked at Liu Yu cautiously. What? You've got too much money to burn. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to buy a house in Yangcheng? Yes, there is. Please wait a moment after saying that. Zhang Huan hurriedly ran downstairs and came back with a backpack. After opening it, he slammed the 3 property ownership certificates onto the table. Shangshan Villas, 3 villas, all of them are mine. Ah, Zhang Lingyue was startled and quickly picked it up to look. Mom, it really is. Where did you get so much money? This was built by our company. I'm practically giving it away for free. You pick one, and it'll be a gift for you and my second uncle. Staying at home is bad for yin energy. We don't want that. Liu Yu pushed the property certificate back. We have the house. But what about the car? I saw it. It's red, and it looks really imposing. Zhang Lingyue said. Where is your girlfriend? Zhang Huan quickly showed the photo on his phone of him and Zhao Wan together. Brother, why did you end up with a blind person? Ah, otherwise, why would I have fallen for you? You mustn't be disrespectful in front of your second aunt. Zhang Huan gave Zhang Lingyue. You just wait. Look, then looked at Liu Yu. Second aunt, I have a car, a house, money, a horse, and a girlfriend. Now you can rest assured? Yes, Mom? Look what my brother has said, so please say yes. Zhang Lingyue hugged Liu Yu's shoulders and shook her repeatedly. Liu Yu was silent for a moment, then said, All right. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingyue let out an excited scream, hugged Liu Yu, and rubbed her head against him. They slaughtered a pig? Zhang Chun, still half asleep, walked out of the bedroom. Seeing the table, he rushed into the bathroom without a word, quickly washed up, and then began wolfing down his food. What were you saying just now? You were screaming like pigs being slaughtered. Zhang Lingyue said earnestly. Dad saying this is not good for you? Ah? If you call me a pig, then you glanced at Zhang Lingyue, who immediately shut her mouth and honestly told her that her mother had agreed to let her go to the Beijing Film Academy. Zhang Chun was stunned for a moment, and after a few seconds of silence, he said dejectedly, Didn't we agree to find someone close to home? Beijing is so far away. The dining table fell silent. Zhang Lingyue broke the silence. Dad, it is not like I'm not coming back. Zhang Chun shook his head. The person can come back, but the heart can't. Once you've seen Beijing, you can't stay in a small city anymore. Zhang Lingyue's nose tingled with emotion. Dad, what are you saying? Liu Yu glared at him and said, If you can't speak properly, then don't speak. Okay, I won't tell. All right, Zhang Chun, unusually, retorted, put down his chopsticks, and went back to his bedroom. The dining table fell silent again. Zhang Lingyue, for some unknown reason, hugged Liu Yu's arm and burst into tears. Parents' hearts are always full of love and worry. Zhang Huan shook his head. Second aunt, how about I buy you a house there, and you can go together? Chapter 41 Murder Mystery Experience Hall, buying an apartment for his second uncle in Yanjing for the second trial, was not a difficult task for Zhang Huan. Even buying a courtyard house wouldn't be a problem. But the problem is, we're not going anywhere. Liu Yu said in an unquestionable manner. This is a common problem for most older people. They are reluctant to leave their homeland, which holds memories of their youth. Mom, my brother already said he'd help you buy a house. How can you bear to have your daughter all alone out there? Zhang Lingyue shook her arm and said coquettishly. Liu Yu stared at her expressionlessly. Zhang Lingyue, your brother has made it big, but don't take what he has done for granted. Got it. Right? Lingyue was taken aback, feeling somewhat wronged. I'm not using my brother as a meal ticket. I just wanted to use this as an excuse to advise you. Why are you saying such harsh things? Seeing this, Zhang Huan quickly tried to smooth things over. Second aunt, Lingyue isn't a child anymore. She knows what she is doing. How about we rent instead of buying a house? Consider it a loan from Ling Yue. She can pay me back when she earns money later. Zhang Ling Yue nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mom. Is this all right? Liu Yu shook her head. Stop talking nonsense. If I said I'm not going, I'm going to take a nap. After saying that, she went straight into the bedroom. In the dim light, Zhang Huan seemed to hear her scold. Shut it up? Brother, what should I do? I'm starting to panic when I think about going to the capital all alone, in a place I don't know at all. Zhang Huan glanced at her sideways. Want me to go with you? Zhang Lingyue nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Brother, your sister is so cute. Aren't you worried? How can I not worry? There are all sorts of strange and bizarre things in this world, including Poas who specifically target women. Zhang Huan had no doubt that if his younger sister encountered those scoundrels, it wouldn't be impossible for her to be tricked into giving birth to 108 heroes. Okay, I'll go with you. But you have to show your appreciation, right? Zhang Lingyue immediately cheered. Come on, I'll show you some hospitality today and take you to a nice place. What good places could there be in this small county town? Zhang Huan was somewhat curious. Half an hour later, looking at the plaque in front of him, he understood. The Alley Detective Agency, your so-called hospitality, is just taking me to play a murder mystery game? Zhang Lingyue nodded repeatedly. It is a lot of fun. You'll know once you play it. Of course I've played it. Is it fun? I almost got beaten to death? Ah, I'm not a drama queen, and people who play with me have no gaming experience at all. Zhang Lingyue's eyes twitched, and she chuckled dryly. Well, you see, we'll play all we want. If all else fails, there is also billiards, arcade games, and stuff like that. Zhang Huan looked at her suspiciously. Lingyue, do you want to play this game yourself? You're just bringing me along as a side activity? That is not important. Let's go inside. Zhang Lingyue was speechless for a moment, then gave a perfunctory reply and went inside. Zhang Huan had no choice but to go along with it. A murder mystery game experience center opened in such a small city can't be very large. It is about the size of an ordinary coffee shop. However, the decor is quite nice, and the dark lighting creates a great atmosphere. Lingyue, you finally come out. As soon as they entered, a girl skipped over, hugged Zhang Lingyue, and then looked at Zhang Huan with some hostility. Who is this? My brother, Zhang Huan. Zhang Lingyue, holding Zhang Huan's arm, introduced him with a touch of arrogance. The girl's hostility vanished instantly. Hello, my name is Zhu Qian, and I'm Lingyue's classmate. Hello, Zhang Huan said politely. Then, Zhu Qian shouted into the private room. Lu Wei, Zhang Lei, quickly call Brother Chen out. Lingyue is here. As soon as she finished speaking, two boys who were about the same age as them came out. Lingyue, it has been so long since you've come. That is right. You've come at just the right time today. Brother Chen just bought a new laptop, and I heard it is quite touching. Zhang Lingyue's eyes immediately lit up. It is touching. That is great. I'm tired of investigating killers. I specifically looked for a new script because I saw you were tired of it. As a deep voice rang out, a man with androgynous long hair and light makeup walked out. He looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, wearing a shirt and trousers with a somewhat ascetic air. Thank you, Brother Chen. Zhang Lingyue politely thanked her. However, Zhu Qian, standing beside her, said in a strange tone, Lingyue, is it just a thank you? Brother Chen went to great lengths to find this script for you. I heard it was very expensive, but he didn't plan to make it available to anyone else. He only brought it out when you came. Isn't thank you enough? Zhang Lingyue thought for a moment, then took out 300 yuan from her pocket. Is this enough? Zhu Qian's face immediately stiffened. Are you stupid? Is this about money? Can't you see? I'm trying to set you two up. Shen Shu's complexion wasn't much better, though he still wore a kind smile. From the first time he saw this girl, he couldn't forget her. He even paid Zhu Qian to whisper in her ear. In the end, he even catered to her interests and opened this murder mystery game experience center. But in the end, there was no progress at all. Am I destined to have no chance? Thinking of this, Shen Shu's expression became uncertain. Just then, a somewhat surprised question came. You are Shen Shu? Zhang Huan looked at him in surprise, and the more he looked, the more he resembled his high school classmate. Shen Shu glanced at him with a puzzled look, then said with a smile, Who are you? I am Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan finally realized that this was indeed his high school classmate. He wasn't this good at grooming himself back in high school. Zhang Huan? Shen Shu was taken aback, looked him over carefully, and nodded. I was wondering why you look so familiar. It is you. Please take a seat." After saying that, he turned his gaze to Zhang Lingyue. "Lingyue, you don't need to pay. I didn't open this shop to make money. Just come often in the future." Zhang Lingyue's attitude suddenly turned cold. After taking the money back, she picked up Zhang Huan and walked out. "Aren't you going to play anymore?" Zhang Huan asked. "I'm not playing anymore. What kind of attitude is that? Dude, is this really your classmate? I get angry just looking at how he treats you. It is like you're trying to curry favor with him." "Pasha," Zhang Lingyue pouted and muttered in a low voice. Seeing this, Zhang Huan was overjoyed. Not bad. She can tell if someone is being nice or mean. This girl isn't hopelessly stupid, but we still can relax. It is just a difference between the 108 heroes and the 36 heavenly generals. We still have to keep a close eye on them. Just then, Shen Shu's enthusiastic voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Oh, Zhang Huan. So this is your sister. Look at the mess you've made. Don't go. It has been so long since we last saw each other. Let's chat for a bit." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan frowned instantly. "I considered you an old classmate, and you want to be my brother-in-law. Okay, let's talk then." Chapter 42, showing off 1's limited skills before an expert. Turning around, Zhang Huan revealed a warm smile and pulled Zhang Lingyue toward the private room. "Dude, are you crazy? What is wrong with you? It is just a chat." While the two were whispering to each other, Shen Shu also looked confident of victory. "Since we can't win over Zhang Lingyue, let's take a roundabout approach and win over her relatives and family." He was initially worried because he had no way of knowing any information about Zhang Lingyue's family, and she herself kept it a secret. Now her brother has actually come. And what is even more unexpected is that her brother is actually her high school classmate. That makes things much easier. "Zhu Qian, go get a bottle of Ace of Spades." Zhu Qian's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly went to get it. When she returned, she coughed deliberately and asked, "Brother Chen, is this bottle of Ace of Spades okay?" Shen Shu gestured with his chin toward the table. "Just put it there." Beside them, Liu Wei and Zhang Lei immediately exclaimed, "Holy crap, Brother Chen. This bottle must cost at least 7,000, right? I've seen people display it in bars before, and you're willing to drink it?" Shen Shu waved his hand dismissively. "It is just a bottle of champagne, isn't it? Just for drinking?" "Brother Chen is so generous, isn't he, Lingyue?" As Zhu Qian spoke, she nudged Zhang Lingyue's arm and asked, "Well enough." Zhang Lingyue replied indifferently. A day ago, she might have been surprised, but it is because her brother came back. They give away whole Gucci cars, buy Zhonghua cigarettes by the case, and take 3 villas at once. They say buying a house in Yanjing is as casual as buying groceries at the supermarket. Before I knew it, I'd seen it all. As Zhang Lingyue was sighing, Shen Shu stood up and poured champagne for everyone, secretly feeling smug. He knew something about Zhang Huan. His family background is so winning him over would be incredibly easy. Give him a couple of good meals, and let him try things he has never done before, and it won't be long before he becomes your pawn. Then I'll get to know Zhang Lingyue's parents through him and win them over one by one. I refuse to believe I can. Zhang Lingyue, for example. Have you ever drunk a bottle of champagne that costs around 7,000? Scared to death, aren't you? Zhang Huan was indeed dumbfounded. This kid poured himself a full glass, gave himself and Zhang Lingyue half a glass, while Zhu Qian and the others each had less than a third of their glasses filled. Zhang Huan didn't know if he had divided people into different classes or if he simply didn't want to be taken advantage of. All he knew was that, in the eyes of this nouveau riche, such behavior was simply considered stingy. Or more, there is not enough to feed the fish. Shen Shu's lips twitched. He is definitely a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. When he comes across something good, he wants to eat as much as he can. However, he couldn't refuse in front of Zhang Lingyue. Just as he was about to fill Zhang Huan's glass, Zhang Huan suddenly snatched the champagne away. "I'll do it." As he spoke, Zhang Huan filled everyone's bottles and then tossed the empty bottles aside. "Here, I'll finish mine, you can do as you please." With a hearty shout, Zhang Huan tilted his head back and downed his drink. Seeing this, the others immediately followed suit and drank their glasses of champagne clean. Shen Shu's heart was bleeding as he watched. "My champagne, it is all gone." At this moment, Zhang Huan smacked his lips and said, "This stuff isn't that good. Is there any more?" Shen Shu's lips twitched, his expression stiff. "It is gone." "Oh, never mind then. Just get me a bottle of mineral water." Zhang Huan put down his cup as if he regretted it, and Zhang Lingyue immediately went to get him a bottle. At this moment, Shen Shu took a few deep breaths to calm down. took out a bunch of keys from his pocket, and used the nail clippers hanging in one of them to file his nails, while the Audi car key kept shaking. Zhang Huan, what have you been busy with lately? Zhang Huan glanced at his car keys with a half smile and said, Nothing much, just wandering around all day, occasionally taking on some projects or something. Shen Shu secretly curled his lip. What a load of bull contracting projects, and you, Zhang Huan asked. I can't compare to you. Your family owns 7 shops in good locations, each with a rent of about 80,000 or 90,000 yuan. I also run 2 hot pot restaurants myself, and they're doing quite well. As Shen Shu spoke, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Zhang Huan nodded. That is really good. This is not sarcasm. Such conditions are what many people dream of, including him in the past. But right now, it is just not quite there yet. How much do you earn a month now? Shen Shu asked, seemingly casually. Not many. Shen Shu scoffed inwardly. If you earn little, just say you earn little. Why pretend to be humble? Look at you. Stop being modest. I think your watch is pretty good. How much did you buy it for? It is not much money. Let me see. Zhang Huan smiled, took off his watch, and handed it over. Shen Shu took it. Oh, it is a Patek Philippe. He said that, but in his heart he didn't think so. Zhang Huan can afford a Patek Philippe. Are you kidding me? This watch is probably a high-quality fake, worth at most 1,000 or 800 yuan. I never expected him to become so vain. If we can satisfy his vanity, things will be basically settled. Thinking of this, Shen Shu returned the watch. The workmanship is quite realistic. Zhang Lingyu raised an eyebrow. Are you saying my brother is wearing a fake? Zhang Huan held her down and laughed. It is all right. You're being too modest? How about we go out for something to eat and chat over drinks? Sure. Zhu Qian and the others were delighted and were about to get up when they heard Shen Shu say apologetically, I'm sorry, we're having dinner with our old classmates, so we won't be including you. How about another day? I'm okay then, Brother Chen. You guys go ahead. Zhu Qian and the others said awkwardly, I'm sorry. After apologizing, Shen Shu led Zhang Huan and Zhang Lingyu out the door. Get in my car. As he spoke, he pressed the key, and the lights of a black Audi Q3 parked on the side of the road came on. Take my seat. It is spacious. As he spoke, Zhang Huan took out his car keys, and next to the Audi Q3, the red Raptor winked. Shen Shu's smile froze instantly. Next to the Raptor, the Q3 suddenly seemed like a petite and delicate beauty. Don't just stand there. Let's go. While still in a daze, Shen Shu was pulled into the car by Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan, you? Are you really a contractor? Shen Shu asked, somewhat incredulously. Zhang Lingyu finally couldn't resist and opened the armrest box, taking out a business card. The vice chairman of Sheng Yuan Group. Shen Shu could hardly believe his eyes at this moment. Zhang Lingyu suddenly exclaimed softly, What is this? As she spoke, she took out an exquisite wooden box from the armrest box, opened it, and found a watch inside. Shen Shu was struck dumb. Brigette's Voyages. What did you say? Zhang Lingyu asked. Shen Shu didn't answer. He only had one thought in his mind. I was so stupid. Really, a watch worth over 1 million, and it is just sitting in the armrest box. If he has bought a watch worth over 1 million, then how could the Patek Philippe on his wrist be fake? Why would I flaunt my wealth in front of him? That would be like showing off my limited skills before an expert. Chapter 43, I have family matters to attend to. Please let me go. The Raptor started up and drove into the traffic. While Shen Shu was still reeling from the shock of a poor boy turning into a nouveau riches, Zhang Huan's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Feng Qi's solemn voice came through. Zhang Huan, something has happened. Shen Shu's ears immediately perked up. Zhang Huan asked casually, Is it Liangqian Company? Well, it is only the first day. There is a kid who went out to do business without even receiving any training. He said he was going to invest, but he ended up signing a contract with someone for 2 million to build a factory. Zhang Huan chuckled. Not surprising. What kind of investment did he talk about? A labor? Saving shovel made by an uncle? Does it have a patent? No. Does it have commercial value? In my opinion, it is like taking off your pants to fart. Okay, I got it. Remember everything. They have to pay me 200,000 after they go bankrupt. Okay. Feng paused for a moment, then said, Also, can you hurry up and find someone to replace us? We can't take it anymore. What is wrong now? It is only the first day, and they're already thinking about how to eat, drink, and have fun, and then ask us to reimburse them. They're clearly here to take advantage of us and eat our money. As for advanced wages and passive resistance, I don't even want to talk about them. The worst thing is that they dare not take the company's computers and printers, but notebooks, pens, toilet paper, water cups, and everything else are all gone. Then I caught one, and guess what he said to me? Zhang Huan asked curiously. What did you say? He said, "You're so big and powerful. Do you really need a little toilet paper? I was just wondering, what the hell do I owe you?" Zhang Huan laughed heartily. That is the style of that kind of person. You're still laughing. Get us replaced right now. We can't take it anymore. Bear with it. You need to put yourself in their shoes. If they keep doing this, the company will go bankrupt soon, and then you'll be free. Jet lost. You're just trying to fool us. I have something to do. I'm hanging up now. Before Feng Qi could finish complaining, Zhang Huan hung up the phone. Hey bro? Is that the show you produced? Zhang Lingyue asked curiously. Zhang Huan nodded and couldn't help but complain. A bunch of people waiting for a free lunch. They don't have any themselves, so they complain about those who do. But when asked to make their own, they say they don't have pots and pans, flour, oil, or salt. Now I've prepared all the pots, pans, flour, oil, and salt for them. But instead of thinking about how to make themselves a pancake, they're racking their brains trying to figure out how to take all this stuff home. It is really brilliant. Zhang Lingyue gave a thumbs up and said in a cheeky tone, "What is so profound about it? It is such a simple thing. If you want to eat pancakes, just learn how to make them and gather the ingredients. If you're lazy and don't want to learn or do anything, then don't even think about eating pancakes. It is fine to eat whatever you have. Wasn't that what I used to be? As a result, some people do nothing. Even if I have no cooking utensils, no ingredients, and no cooking skills. If you eat pancakes, I have to eat them too. Isn't that just asking for trouble?" Zhang Lingyue blinked. According to you, there are people who work hard to make pancakes for themselves, only to have their stall overturned, and there are also those who burn their pancakes halfway through. Zhang Huan stepped on the brakes and stopped at the red light, then laughed and said, "Lingyue, pay attention to the question. What I can't stand are those who wait for a free lunch, not those who try to make a free lunch for themselves, but fail." "Oh." Zhang Lingyue nodded obediently. Zhang Huan ruffled her hair, glanced at the rearview mirror, intentionally or unintentionally, and said, "But your brother has plenty of cakes now, enough to last a lifetime. Just lie back and wait to be served." "Can't you speak properly?" "Since you've put it that way, give me the phone." Zhang Lingyue handed it over, and Zhang Huan opened her Alipay account and enabled voice notifications in the settings. Then 10 million yuan has been deposited into your Alipay account. Upon hearing the voice notification that the money had arrived, Zhang Lingyue was completely stunned. Then Shen Shu, sitting in the back row, was struck dumb. 10 million? I must have misheard. Even if you sold everything in his house, you still wouldn't get that much money. As a result, Zhang Huan transferred several times his family's wealth with just a flick of his finger. A profound sense of unreality enveloped Shen Shu's mind until a scream rang out. "Ah, dude, is this for real? I'm a rich woman now, right?" Zhang Lingyue was so excited that she kept jumping around in her seat. "Yes, isn't that considered speaking properly? That is a great deal?" "Absolutely a great deal." Zhang Lingyue held her phone and kept giggling to herself. Zhang Huan patted her head and said, "Remember this. Now that you have money, if you want to find a boyfriend in the future, don't even consider anyone who isn't as rich as you." Zhang Lingyue suddenly became wary. "Brother, what if I find someone with a net worth of billions?" "I'll transfer you 10 billion, Zhang Huan said calmly. "Hiss?" Zhang Lingyue gasped. "Brother, you don't mean to leave me to grow old alone, do you? Not only will you die alone, but when you are cremated, there can be no other old men's ashes in the furnace." Zhang Lingyue's eyelids twitched wildly. "Brother, what if I insist on finding one?" Zhang Huan paused for a moment, then began to sing a section from An Inescapable Duty, which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. "Don't ask me if I should be ruthless and take the plunge." Zhang Lingyue. In the back seat, Shen Shu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "Which will come first, tomorrow or an accident." Zhang Huan, I suddenly remembered something came up at home. Could you stop up ahead for a bit?" Zhang Huan chuckled. "No way. It is not easy for us old classmates to meet. We have to have a drink." No, don't mention it. My sister has been so well taken care of by you in the past." You went to so much trouble to find scripts. It wasn't easy for you. Shen Shu forced a dry laugh, almost as if he were crying, and said, "What is so difficult about that? There are script suppliers, just tell them what you want to buy. That won't do either. The script you went to so much trouble to buy was specially prepared for my sister. For that alone, I have to thank you properly." Shen Shu was almost in tears. "If I had known you were this incredibly wealthy, I would have been crazy to even consider hitting on your sister. It won't happen again. To be honest, that murder mystery game experience store didn't have many customers, and it was losing money almost every month. I was even thinking of closing it down." "Is that so? I hope it won't be too much trouble for you." "What is the trouble if you lose money? You just close down. Isn't that normal?" Zhang Huan's lips curled slightly as he slowly pulled the car over to the side of the road. "Since you've said so, then you can get out." "Okay. Okay." Shen Shu hurriedly got out of the car, and after watching the red raptor gradually disappear into the distance, he breathed a long sigh of relief. He dared not take Zhang Huan's words as a joke. Putting everything else aside, for some desperate people, 10 million is definitely worth stepping on the gas. That was close. Chapter 44 Relatives Visit Zhang Huan was very satisfied that Shen Shu withdrew when faced with difficulties. Beside him, Zhang Lingyue pondered for a long time. "Brother, what you just said was a lie, wasn't it? That is not necessarily true." Zhang Huan said non-committally, "No way. Don't rush, let me finish." Zhang Huan parked the car and carefully considered his words. "You've grown up now, and I don't necessarily want to interfere in your love life, but there are some things I need to say in advance. I'll give you enough money so you don't have to worry about material things and can go find your other half, but I can't stop those who are after money and have ulterior motives. You have to keep your eyes open." Zhang Lingyue's eyes lit up. "Really? Seriously, if I can't control myself from admiring your partner, then I'll only look at you. If your smile when you're with him is so bright it is blinding, then I'll wish you well. Incidentally, help you win over my second uncle." "Brother." Zhang Lingyue grabbed Zhang Huan's arm tightly, her eyes red. "Don't be so touched. I want to eat hot pot." Zhang Lingyue raised her head, blinked, and said, "Zhang Huan." Just as he was about to agree, the phone rang. "Hey, second uncle." "Xuanzi, where are you?" Zhang Chun asked in a somewhat serious tone. "What happened on Guangming Road? Come back right away." Oak. Zhang Huan's expression turned serious. Had something happened at home? Thinking of this, he immediately turned around and headed home. Zhang Lingyue stopped mentioning hot pot and looked nervous. Just over 10 minutes later, Zhang Huan returned to his building. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw 4 or 5 motorcycles parked around him. He frowned. This matter was not simple. Zhang Huan and Zhang Lingyue hurriedly went upstairs and knocked on the door. "I'm back." The door opened, and Zhang Chun appeared with a stern face. Zhang Huan glanced into the room, his brows furrowing even deeper. "My second aunt is a clean person, and her house is usually spotless. But now, the house is not only filled with smoke, but also littered with sunflower, seed shells, scraps of paper, cigarette, ash, and other debris. The whole living room is a mess. The culprits were the middle-aged men and women sitting in various places, along with 2 teenagers. Hey, isn't this Xuanzi? You're finally back. No wonder he has made a fortune. His energy and spirit are completely different. Xuanzi, come sit down. Do you still recognize us?" Upon seeing Zhang Huan, the group immediately became enthusiastic, throwing away sunflower seed shells and stomping on cigarette butts as they surrounded him, showering him with concern and pushing Zhang Lingyue aside. "Who are you?" "I am your eldest aunt. This is your eldest uncle. This is your second uncle and aunt. This is your third uncle and aunt. And this is your fourth aunt and aunt." After the aunt finished speaking, she pointed to the 2 mischievous children playing with flowers and said, "Those are the children from your second and third uncle's families. Both of them are your younger brothers." Zhang Huan glanced at them and immediately made a guess. He had only met these relatives of his second aunt a few times, and had long forgotten about them. However, out of politeness, he called out to each of them in turn, and the 8 people immediately beamed with joy. "Look at them. They're all big bosses now, and they're still so polite." "That is right. I could tell this kid was extraordinary when he was young. He was destined to be a big boss." "Yes, Xuanzi, do you remember? I used to hold you when you were little." Zhang Huan's lips twitched. "Many people have hugged me. Who do you think you are?" It seems that when unfamiliar relatives meet, they will all say something like, "Aren't you embarrassed?" Don't they even consider that a baby who needs to be held doesn't remember things? seeing that they were still bringing up old trivial matters, even things they'd never heard of. To try and build rapport, Zhang Huan was speechless. "Excuse me, I need to change my clothes." As he spoke, he winked at his second uncle and then went into the bedroom. After his second uncle came in, he asked bluntly, "Second uncle, what is going on?" Zhang Chun sighed and said indignantly, "They saw you on TV and thought you'd made a fortune. Then they saw your second aunt wearing designer clothes to the morning market. So, borrow money?" Zhang Chun nodded and said, "When our family had this accident, they acted like they didn't see it. When your second aunt and I went to their house, they locked the door and said we shouldn't have any contact with them anymore." "Okay, I understand. If I had a poor relative who asked me to help fill a bottomless pit, I wouldn't want to help either. But since we're not going to have any contact, then we should keep our word. Now that we've stepped in, you're rushing over immediately. I can't stand it." Zhang Huan laughed heartily. It is rare to see his second uncle so assertive. "Second uncle, what do you suggest?" "If you say you'll lend them the money, I'll give you the money. If you say you won't lend them the money, I'll kick them out." Zhang Huan spoke casually. Money really didn't matter to him. If lending it out can bring my second uncle and his wife a peaceful life, then I'll lend it out. But if my second uncle doesn't want to lend it, that is fine too. Zhang Yuan Group also has a construction team in Baihe City. A single phone call can scare people away. Zhang Chun hesitated for a long time, then sighed. "It still depends on your second aunt's opinion. After all, they are her brothers and sisters. I can be indifferent, but she can't be indifferent." Zhang Huan nodded slightly, agreeing. "Where is my second aunt? She is calling her mom from the master bedroom." At this point, Zhang Chun couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. What a terrible mother. When Yu was going through a tough time, she didn't say a word to her. Now that she is well off, she is finally willing to call. Zhang Huan patted his second uncle on the shoulder and shook his head helplessly. No one can truly empathize with another person, not even a family member. Behind every incident that evokes outrage and evokes pity for the victim's misfortune and anger at their inaction, there is always a willing perpetrator and a willing victim. Yuan didn't know what place these damn relatives held in his second aunt's heart, so he decided to wait for her decision. Thinking of this, he went to the living room with Zhang Chun, where he saw his aunt and fourth aunt pulling Zhang Lingyue and trying to persuade her. "Lingyue, you're a young lady. 12 years of schooling is enough. Why go to university? It is a waste of money." "Yeah, even if you go to college, you'll still end up working for someone else. You might as well find a good family to marry into. Your fourth aunt is right. Wang the carpenter's son in our village is quite good. He's only 26 this year. Honest and hard-working. Although he's 8 years older than you, he knows how to take care of people. There is also old son's grandson from the East End. He is about your age, but he is a bit lame. However, his family is wealthy. You should consider him too." Zhang Lingyue was overwhelmed by the saliva of her two aunts, like a startled fawn. "I no need. I still want to go to university." "Hey, you silly girl, your fourth aunt and I are doing this for your own good. How can you not distinguish right from wrong?" "That's right, Lingyue. Listen to your aunt. I've been through this before. As long as you agree with your looks, I guarantee I can get you a dowry of 200,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan's anger flared up instantly. He took a few steps forward, pulled Zhang Lingyue behind him, and said expressionlessly, "Mind your own business. It is none of your concern how Lingyue is." Chapter 45. None of your business. Elder brother. Zhang Lingyue huddled behind Zhang Huan, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhang Huan comforted him. "It is all right. I am here." "Xuanzi, what are you saying?" "We're doing this for Lingyue's own good. That is right, would we, as elders, harm children?" The eldest aunt and the fourth aunt chuckled awkwardly. Zhang Huan, however, scoffed at it. "The knife that is used in the name of love is the most hurtful. Moreover, the person holding the knife was not well-intentioned to begin with. Sorry, you're not the ones who need to be nice to Lingyue." Upon hearing this, all of them were unhappy. "Xuanzi, how dare you speak to your elders like that? You've grown wings and don't even respect your elders anymore. So what if you have a little money? Does that mean you don't know how to be filial?" A barrage of questions followed, as if Zhang Huan had committed some heinous crime. It is just that the authority of the elders has been challenged. Zhang Huan sneered and couldn't be bothered to pay them any more attention. After all, they are my second aunt's brothers and sisters. If we break off relations before she has expressed her opinion, it will only put my second aunt in a difficult position. "Lingyue, come inside. We haven't finished talking yet." "Why are you going inside?" Aunt Tsai blocked the doorway, hands on her hips, and said, Old son has come to me for help. You have to give me an answer. Zhang Lingyue took a step back and said in a voice barely above a whisper, I already said I didn't want to. Unwilling, Zhang Lingyue. Do you think you're some rich heiress? You're unwilling to do this and unwilling to do that? Let me tell you, old Sunday, son is a businessman. He makes a lot of money if you marry him. The bride price will be at least 200,000 yuan. I am not going. Not going. Your fourth aunt has already promised them, and IV even accepted the matchmaking fee. If you don't go, wouldn't that be a slap in my face? Auntie was yelling and cursing so loudly that Zhang Lingyue burst into tears. Zhang Huan couldn't hold back any longer. Just as he was about to step forward, Zhang Chun suddenly rushed over and slapped his fourth aunt hard across the face. Go to hell. Liu Ting, you think I'm being too nice to you? You're taking money to make my daughter someone else's wife? Why don't you go instead? Zhang Huan was taken aback. Holy crap! Is uncle really that angry? Liu Ting was slapped so hard she fell onto the sofa. Her fourth aunt's husband saw this and immediately jumped up. You son of a bitch, Zhang Chun. How dare you hit my wife? I bang. Before fourth aunt's husband could finish cursing, Zhang Huan rushed over and kicked him. Despite being the healthiest person in the world, Zhang Huan, who had never exercised, was much stronger than his fourth aunt's husband and kicked him to the ground. Don't you even know whose house this is coming here to cause trouble? You, ouch, my back hurts. Fourth, uncle pointed at Zhang Huan, his lips trembling with anger, and then suddenly clutched his waist and wailed. Seeing this, fourth aunt Liu Ting followed suit, clutching her head and crying out in pain.
Seeing this familiar scene, Zhang Huan smiled. It seems like there is a chance this time that we couldn't achieve it last time. Oh dear, we're all family, why are you fighting? My aunt and the others were startled and quickly tried to smooth things over.
If you anger someone, how can you talk about money? However, auntie and uncle on the ground didn't care. Anyway, we've been beaten, and we can't get back up without paying. Seeing the four families fighting amongst themselves over this matter, whispering amongst themselves, Zhang Huan found it all absurd. Indeed, the world is a vast and wondrous place. Lingyue, go back to the house. Zhang Huan escorted Zhang Lingyue into the bedroom, and she immediately lost her composure. Brother, why did they say those things about me, Waya? Zhang Huan rubbed her head helplessly and comforted her. Don't cry. They're awful. Don't take their words to heart. Wah. After being comforted for a while, Zhang Lingyue finally vented her grievances and sniffled as she blew her nose. Okay, bro. I'm fine now. Real. Zhang Lingyue nodded. Zhang Huan smiled, sat down on the edge of the bed, and said, That is good. Remember, the difference between young people and older people is like heaven and earth in terms of education, life experience, and the amount of information they receive. Now, even if you spend a whole day at home playing on your phone, you may receive more information than they did in a month or even a year back then, which will naturally lead to different perspectives. But whatever the concept it is based on the historical context, living environment, and so on, there is no right or wrong. Just like when you look at prehistoric creatures now, you think they evolved in the wrong direction, but at that time, only by becoming like that could they survive. Brother, what are you trying to say? Zhang Lingyue asked, completely confused. Zhang Huan chuckled. Silly girl, I'm teaching you. Don't argue with older people. You can't win an argument with them. They're like donkeys that you have to be stroked. Forehead. Zhang Lingyue was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter through her tears. Okay, I understand. Go check on my dad now. Okay, stop crying. When Zhang Huan returned to the living room, he found that the only sound was from the television. Everyone had found a place to sit and remain silent. When he came out, his relatives looked at him coldly. Xuanzi, you've really grown up, even hitting your elders. You have no manners at all. I don't know how Liu Yu raised you, exactly. If you keep going like this, you might make a fortune at best, but you're guaranteed not to be able to hold on to it in the future. A barrage of sarcastic remarks followed. So this is a united front, Zhang Huan chuckled, sat down next to his second uncle, and casually picked up his cigarette case, only to find that it was empty. Second uncle, where are the cigarettes? I'd like to take a pack. Zhang Chun shook his head and said without any attempt to hide his feelings, They're all gone. Those shameless bastards divided them all up. Zhang Huan paused for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. Second uncle, you look really impressive today. What a load of rubbish. Not a single box was saved. Those relatives acted as if they hadn't heard a thing, keeping their eyes down and their minds focused. displaying remarkable composure. Zhang Huan patted his second uncle on the back. It is okay. What do you want to smoke? Zhang Chun thought for a moment. How about the Supreme Emperor position? Okay, let S go with the Supreme 95. I'll buy you 10 or 8 cases. Zhang Huan spoke very loudly, and the ears of the people on the other side immediately perked up. No, that is too much. We can't fit it all at home. It's okay. We'll buy a big house to live in. If you don't want to move, I'll buy the upstairs or downstairs and combine them into a storage room. Zhang Huan waved his hand and shouted in a grand and extravagant manner. Upon hearing this, the person on the other side swallowed hard with envy. At this moment, Lu Yu finally came out of the master bedroom, her eyes red, clearly having cried. The aunts and uncles rushed over immediately. Lu Yu, look what kind of thing you've raised. It actually dared to hit its elders. Yes, look how you hit me. And your husband is no better. He even hits your sister. What kind of brother-in-law is he? They were all talking at once, giving off a kind of admonishing tone. However, at that moment, Lu Yu spoke coldly. Xuanzi is my pet. What is it to you? I found Zhang Chun. Why are you worrying about him? And Liu Ting? Were you just trying to get my daughter to drop out of school and get married? Liu Ting stammered. Sister, I am doing this for her own good. You snapped. Liu Yu slapped her across the face. That is my daughter. What is it to you? Chapter 46, Miscalculation. These rich people are all black-hearted. The slap was loud, and Lu Yu's words were even more resounding. Everyone was stunned. No one expected her to be so resolute, taking action without hesitation, and leaving no room for negotiation with her words. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Chun suddenly clapped and cheered. You, well done, and those insults were brilliant. Zhang Huan and Zhang Lingyu snapped out of their daze and echoed each other's sentiments. Mom, that is awesome. Second aunt, what a jerk. Lu Yu's sudden outburst truly relieved the three of them, and the worries that had been weighing on their minds instantly vanished. They had been holding back because they were concerned about Lu Yu's feelings. After all, they are relatives who grew up with her since childhood. Even if you don't care about the monks, you have to care about the Buddhas. Right? Now that Lu Yu has stopped giving them any face, they naturally have no more scruples. Just as they were secretly praising Lu Yu for her heroic demeanor, the relatives finally came to their senses, and their expressions changed drastically. Lu Yu, what are you saying? That is your own sister. How could you do that? So what if you have a little money? You're getting all cocky now. Don't forget how tough things were back when your family was struggling. Before Auntie could finish speaking, Lu Yu interrupted her. I almost forgot. When our family was going through a tough time, didn't you say you'd cut off all ties? How come you have the nerve to come knocking on our door again today? The aunt was speechless for a moment, stammering and not knowing what to say. It was her husband who, sensing the situation was turning sour, stepped forward. Lu Yu, we weren't well off back then either. Besides, it was your husband's family that had trouble. Why would you want to drag your own family down with you? Upon hearing this, the others immediately found their pillar of support. That is right. Back then, who would spare money? We all had to endure hardship to get through it all. That is right. Back then, my own family couldn't even afford to eat, so how could we have the resources to help you? What, Lu Yu? You're holding a grudge against your siblings because of this. They launched a verbal attack on Lu Yu, as if she were some kind of traitor. However, in reality, Lu Yu never blamed them for their indifference back then. Helping is a favor. Not helping is one's right. I understand that you have your own lives to live and don't want to be dragged down by us. But that is no reason for you to start gossiping after that. Lu Yu heard countless rumors, all originating from her closest relatives. This left her disheartened for a long time before she slowly accepted reality and even gradually forgot about it, as if she had no family at all. As a result, her son Xuanzi, whom she raised with great difficulty, has become successful. And now you're coming to her door to talk about feelings. Bah, Lu Yu was utterly disappointed in her brothers and sisters. But what disappointed her most was her mother, who didn't distinguish right from wrong. Lu Yu, I heard your nephew has made it big. You mustn't forget your brothers and sisters. They're not having an easy time either, so we'll help them out if we can. If you ask me, 100,000 yuan per family would be fine. If that is not enough, we can talk about it later. Lu Yu felt a pang of heartache whenever she thought of what her own mother had said. When I took my 2 kids to a restaurant to ask for leftovers, why didn't you offer to help out? What nonsense are you spouting now? Thinking of this, Lu Yu took a deep breath Shut up. You want money, huh? Let me tell you, you don't have any. Get out of here and don't ever come back. My aunt and her family were immediately enraged. They had never really paid any attention to this younger sister before, but who would have thought that she would turn her life around and suddenly become rich? Goodness! They even wear designer brands when they go to the morning market to buy vegetables, and the bag they use to carry scallions cost 48,000 yuan. They immediately got interested. We real sisters. Now that you're rich and powerful, you can't forget about us, can you? Although we didn't get along very well before. That is all in the past, isn't it? To everyone's surprise, she chose to completely break off relations, leaving no room for compromise. What should we do? The aunts and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't really care about Lu Yu tearing things apart. The key was money. Lu Yu, it is really heartless of you to say that. Didn't Mom call you? What is wrong? You're not even listening to your mother anymore. I knew you were heartless a long time ago. You want to cut ties, huh? Fine. Pay up and give us back everything you owe us. Lu Yu glanced at Lu Ting with disgust. What do I owe you? Everything you ate and drank when you were little was given to you by your parents. You can deny that, can you? Since you want to break off relations, then give Mom 400,000 yuan. From now on, we will never see each other again. My aunt said righteously. Lu Yu sneered. Stop giving me that nonsense. Using Mom as an excuse. You guys have no shame. Stop talking nonsense. When are you going to give me my retirement money, Mom? I won't give it to you, Lu Yu snorted. So you want to support us in our old age? 3,000 a month is more than enough for me. Don't even think about it, Zhang Chun, Xuanzi. Zhang Huan and his second uncle immediately stepped forward. Get them out of here. If that doesn't work, call the police. We won't tolerate their bad behavior. Okay, Zhang Huan opened the door and tilted his head at the relatives. Let's go. Leave. What right do you have to leave? The aunt immediately became agitated, plopped down on the ground, and wailed. You heartless bastards. You ungrateful wretches. Auntie Sai followed suit, hugging her and crying bitterly. You heartless people. Even raising a dog would be better than you. Seeing this, the others gritted their teeth and pointed at Lu Yu. Are you trying to force your sister to her death? Watching their performance, Zhang Huan was speechless. There are so many strange things. The second uncle was extremely troubled. Zhang Huan, let's call the police. Go ahead and report it. Did we commit murder or arson? What can you do to us? I'm telling you, if you don't pay, we'll come every day. Zhang Chun hesitated. If they keep pestering me, things will never be peaceful again. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Huan for help. Zhang Huan reassured him, then took out his phone, squatted down in front of his aunt and the others, and put on a playful expression. I'm giving you a chance. Now get out of here and don't come back to cause trouble again. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that no one will break into your house while you're sleeping at night. The crying of the aunts and the others stopped abruptly. Then Zhang Huan continued, 400,000? Instead of giving it to you, we'd better use it to hire people to visit your homes. Stop trying to scare us, they shouted, sounding fierce, but actually weak. Give it a try. These two are my cousins. They'll be going to school soon, right? You'd better keep a close eye on them, or you won't be able to find them after school. Upon hearing this, Auntie and the others broke out in a cold sweat and turned deathly pale. Seeing this, Zhang Huan stood up with satisfaction and spread his hands towards the door. 10, 9, 8. His aunts and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. When he counted down to 3, they suddenly rushed out all at once. We miscalculated. These rich people are all ruthless. Chapter 47. A fool runs a company for a bunch of fools. The wicked relative finally left, leaving behind a mess. However, the family inside the house smiled knowingly. The feeling of uniting against a common enemy and winning was truly wonderful. At this moment, Zhang Lingyue suddenly tugged at Zhang Huan's clothes and winked at him. Zhang Huan was puzzled. He turned around and saw that his second aunt's face was extremely serious. Xuanzi, now that you have money, have you started breaking the law? Ah? What do you mean? Huh? You were quite skilled at threatening them just now. Have you done that kind of thing before? Lu Yu took a few steps closer and stared at Zhang Huan from above. Judging from her expression, Zhang Huan had no doubt that if he dared to admit to doing it, he would be slapped in the face the next moment. Second aunt, you've misunderstood me. Do I look like someone who breaks the law? Then what you just did. Isn't that how it is always portrayed in movies? Zhang Huan chuckled. Although he said that, if those families didn't stop, then the movie might become a reality. A tiger may not show its power, but you can't treat it like a sick cat. Lu Yu's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and he nodded, saying, "That is good. You remember this. I can't control what others do if they break the law. But if you dare to break the law, I'll slap you across the face." Zhang Huan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, I promise to abide by the law. Please sit down for a while and calm down. Why are you getting angry? It is not worth arguing with them, Zhang Chun. Why are you still sitting? Get up and tidy up the house." With a whoosh, Zhang Chun sprang up like a spring, ready to sweep the floor. Zhang Huan and Zhang Lingyue were watching the spectacle when Lu Yu's gaze swept over them. They shrank back and quickly went to help. It took more than an hour to finally clean the living room. "Your Majesty, is there anything else you require?" Zhang Chun smiled obsequiously. "It is okay. Wait here. I'll go cook." "Don't bother, Auntie. Let's go out to eat." Zhang Huan said that he had originally intended to let his second aunt rest, but "I'm a bad cook? Tasty? Can't eat at home? Able? Then just sit still." "Okay." Zhang Huan obediently sat down and saw Zhang Lingyue next to him, smiling broadly. "Dude, you're such a coward. If you're not afraid, go ahead and say it. Didn't you want to eat hot pot?" Zhang Lingyue glanced at her mother, who was wearing a scarf, and shook her head like a rattle drum. "I've done some calculations, and I've predicted that I'll have a bloody disaster." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yu suddenly turned around and looked at him expressionlessly. The brother and sister immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Just as I was feeling uneasy, Lu Yu suddenly said, "Nothing to do, huh? Then let's go buy hot pot ingredients." After exchanging glances for a few seconds, Zhang Huan suddenly said, "Lingyue, it seems you pinched the wrong finger." Zhang Lingyue didn't care about any of that and excitedly pulled Zhang Huan outside. "Enough talk! Let's go buy some meat!" As night falls, steam rises in the living room, and on the induction cooker, the bottom of the butter pot keeps bubbling, the rich aroma making one's mouth water. "Let's eat." Zhang Huan stood up and shoveled all the beef chuck, fatty beef, and other cuts from several plates into the pot. As the family of four was enjoying their meal, Zhang Chun suddenly coughed and smacked his lips, saying, "It feels like something's missing in my mouth. Just one drink." Lu Yu said while dipping her food in the sauce. Zhang Chun was overjoyed. "Xuanzi is leaving tomorrow. 1 cup. I wonder when I'll be back. Don't want to drink anymore." Zhang Chun immediately shut his mouth, knowing when to stop, and went to the kitchen to pour 2 glasses of wine. The 2 clinked glasses, and he took a sip. "That is great," Zhang Huan chuckled. And looking at the harmonious scene, he suddenly didn't want to leave. "But just like my second uncle said, once you've seen the big city, you can't stay there anymore. Second uncle, second aunt, why don't you reconsider? Go to Yanjing with Lingyue, or come to Yangcheng with me. My 3 villas are still empty. I'm not going." Both of them shook their heads at the same time. "No, we're not short of the means. Don't you want to live together as a family?" Zhang Chun hesitated, but Lu Yu said expressionlessly, "I don't want to. Finally, I can have some peace and quiet. I can't wait for you to leave." Zhang Huan. "Is this being rejected?" Zhang Lingyue, unwilling to accept reality, pouted and said, "Mom, if I leave, won't you miss me?" Lu Yu looked up at her for a while and said, "I just remembered you should go with your brother tomorrow too. Then I won't have to cook for you." Zhang Lingyue. Zhang Chun weakly raised his hand. "Jade, I have to eat it. You do it yourself, Zhang Chun." In the blink of an eye, all 3 of them had become a burden. Just then, Zhang Huan's phone rang. "Hey, Feng Ke. Zhang Huan, watch Yangcheng TV. Can I do it? Has started airing." "Huh? Wasn't it supposed to be Sunday? Did they change the time?" There were so many interesting things about that group that the director couldn't bear to cut, so he changed it to airing twice a week. "Okay, I'll take a look." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Huan explained to the 3 people on the table and changed the TV to Yangcheng channel. At the beginning of the program, Ma Yingying stood in front of the camera, serving as the host and voiceover narrator for the first few minutes. Zhang Huan had some impression of her. She was a somewhat naive young reporter, but he never expected her to become a host. Suddenly, the camera panned to show a young man in his late 20s on television. Across from him sat a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. "Your product is very good." "Really? Then why hasn't anyone built a factory for me?" "That is because they lack foresight." "But I do. I'll give you 2 million. Let S sign the contract now." A voice over says, "Chen Hao, 26 years old, dropped out of junior high school to work in an electronics factory. In his self-introduction, he believes he just lacks an opportunity to rise to the top. Hearing this, some viewers who didn't understand the situation even found it inspiring. Is this a story of a grassroots entrepreneur becoming a business elite? Is this a documentary? It looks pretty good. Then, the next moment, they saw the uncle's product. A shovel with a support at the bottom of the handle, which he said utilizes the lever principle to make it more labor. Saving audience. This is a project with a 2 million investment. Are you kidding me? Everyone thought it was a joke until the man disappeared after receiving his first sum of 500,000 yuan. And the police issued an arrest warrant. Only then did they realize it wasn't a joke. There are really idiots who run a company for a bunch of idiots. However, Chen Hao's reaction afterward was even more unexpected. No one is born knowing how to do business. Isn't failure normal? According to the contract, you caused the company a loss of 500,000 yuan. 1/10 of that is 50,000 yuan. Since you acted on your own, you have to compensate for this 50,000 yuan yourself. Profits go to the company, but losses are blamed on the employees. On what grounds? Excuse me, but here, if you make money, it is yours. So if you lose money, it is also yours. Any questions? Yes? What kind of ridiculous rules are these? I quit. Okay. You can leave with a compensation of 50,000 yuan. I won T-Pay. Security guard. Audience. My eyes. Chapter 48. This is the empire I built for you. The show immediately grabbed the audience's attention from the very beginning. A variety of bizarre characters take turns appearing on stage, and all their actions are presented to the audience by the camera. They use public funds for meals, and then seek reimbursement. They steal and take without restraint. They only want the rights, not the obligations. Seeing them, the image of keyboard warriors who constantly complain and laugh at others' misfortunes gradually becomes more vivid in the minds of the audience. 2 full hours passed before the program finally ended, and at the same time, the internet exploded. My goodness, are there really this many weirdos sitting in the office for 2 days, doing absolutely nothing? And they dare to ask for an advance of 10,000 yuan in salary, and they think it is rightfully theirs. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest, so I am used to it. There is only one in our unit who comes in later than anyone else and leaves earlier than anyone else. His performance is terrible, but when he gets paid, he sees that others are getting paid more than him, and he still has the nerve to go to the boss to ask for an explanation. Haha. That is normal. There are people like that everywhere. Just ignore them. Who wants to pay attention? The point is, they're willing to cause trouble themselves. They even said that anyone who believes in getting rich through hard work is a fool. You don't even have the hard work, and you still want to get rich? It is similar to the university is useless argument, saying that university graduates can't find good jobs. But what about someone who didn't even go to university? It is like saying that hard work doesn't guarantee wealth, but laziness does. But when I look at Douyin TikTok, aren't most people like that? Take it easy. Most people don't comment much. It is just those who think they're the only ones who are sober in a world of drunks who are willing to jump around. For a time, online public opinion was almost unanimously against those who were waiting for a windfall. Ironically, those people couldn't refute it. The people on the show were a microcosm of them. As soon as they opened their mouths, they were silenced by the rebuttals. Dude, your show is really popular. Zhang Lingyue nestled on the sofa, scrolling through Weibo while muttering to herself. Zhang Huan really didn't expect it to become this popular. The internet was almost entirely filled with discussions about the show. The focus now is no longer on him as the instigator, but on a distinctive group that resents the rich. I shouldn't be so ordinary. Don't ask me why. I should be a young model at a club. Zhang Huan was speechless. He never expected that his whim would cause such a big reaction. All right, that is enough with the entertainment. Weren't you coming to Yangcheng with me? Get your things packed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingyue chuckled and showed her Alipay balance. Seeing that her parents hadn't noticed her, she whispered, "Brother, I feel like my old clothes no longer match the style of a rich girl." Zhang Huan chuckled to himself. "Okay, let's buy them in Yangcheng then. Buy as many as you want. As for whether the younger sister is being vain, if you have money, can't you spend it? Besides, even if she is vain, so what? Money talks. I love you, bro. Sending you love." Zhang Lingyue crossed her thumb and forefinger to make a heart shape. "Go to sleep, leave early tomorrow. Kindness." Zhang Huan also returned to the master bedroom, leaving only his second uncle and his wife in the living room. Zhang Chun was silent for a moment, then asked like a thief, "Yu Xuanzi's suggestion is good. Why don't you agree? Also, Let Ling Yue stay at home a little longer. Liu Yu glanced at him. Children have their own lives. Why are you causing trouble? As for Ling Yue, she will get married, become a mother, and stop. Zhang Chun interrupted her, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then asked seriously, do you think Ling Yue can become a nun? Liu Yu was stunned for a moment, then grabbed a slipper and started hitting. Zhang Chun hurriedly begged for mercy, but Liu Yu was still not satisfied and hit him more than 10 more times before stopping. I'm also reluctant to part with it. You have to be willing to do that. Starting tomorrow, you are going to learn square dancing. The next morning around 7 a.m., Zhang Huan and Zhang Ling Yue drove away, watching the car disappear into the distance. Liu Yu said, "What are you still looking at? Let's go back." "I'll watch for a little longer. You go back first." Liu Yu paused for a moment. "Then I'll watch for a while too." In the passenger seat of the Raptor, seeing the two figures finally disappear in the rearview mirror, Zhang Lingyu suddenly burst into tears. "Brother, I miss home." "Oh, then the plans are cancelled. Shopping, eating good food, going to the amusement park and stuff like that. Brother, I suddenly feel like I've grown up and it is time for me to venture out on my own. You should continue driving." Kindness. Zhang Huan's lips curled slightly. He was young after all, and his yearning for new things was off the charts. Around noon, just as the car entered the city, Zhang Huan received a call from He Yuan. "Hey, Xiaozhang. Brother He. What is up? Can I call you if there is nothing wrong?" He Yuan teased. "Of course not." He Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled. "All right, I can't argue with you. Let's get down to business. The villa's renovation is finished, and we can move in any time." "Wow, that was quick. A professional engineering team will naturally work faster. Okay, by the way, Brother He, how is things going at your company?" Zhang Huan asked. After all, he was the vice chairman. So he had to ask. "Not bad. After acquiring Chu Cheng's Zhengyang real estate, we have gained a lot more confidence, but we are a bit short of funds." "That is a small matter. How about I transfer another 100 million to you?" He Yuan gasped. "Xiao Zhang, you must be joking." "I am not kidding. I'll send you the account details later. That is all. Bye." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Huan saw that Zhang Lingyue's mouth was wide open, big enough to fit an egg. What is with that expression? "Dude, you're going to give someone 100 million. "Yeah, it is all small change." Zhang Huan said this, but his face was already beaming with joy. Zhang Lingyue's lips twitched, and she was speechless for a moment, her mind a complete mess. She just couldn't understand it. Her brother had only been away from home for a short time. How could he have made so much money? Was it from stocks? However, Zhang Huan did not answer, but changed the subject and drove to Shangshan Villa while chatting. Mr. Zhang. The two security guards at the entrance were the same ones he had taken a photo with before. As soon as they saw him, they greeted him warmly. Zhang Huan exchanged a few pleasantries with them before leaving the two security guards with a sense of unease. Mr. Zhang is such a kind person. Despite being wealthy and famous, he doesn't seem to have any airs at all. If Zhang Huan knew what they were thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. If you have money, being stingy is considered thrifty. If you don't have money, being stingy is simply being cheap. If you have money, being generous is being generous. If you don't have money, being generous is just being stingy. Brother, is this yours? A few minutes later, the Raptor finally stopped in front of a villa. Zhang Lingyue jumped out of the car, looking at the exquisite and beautiful villa in front of her, her little face filled with disbelief. Zhang Huan got out of the car, put his arm around her shoulder, and pointed to the villa in front of them. "No, this is the empire your brother built for you." Chapter 49, the group arrives in style. Zhang Lingyue was completely immersed in surprise. As soon as Zhang Huan finished speaking, she eagerly grabbed the keys and ran inside. The villa, which was originally simply decorated, has now been completely transformed. As per Zhang Huan's request, it did not appear extravagant. Adopting a Mediterranean style with blue, white, and yellow as the main colors, and decorated with marine elements such as pebbles and seashells, it looks fresh and comfortable. The furniture was all from the Opane brand, and it was all brand new, without even a speck of dust, clearly having been carefully cleaned. "Ah!" screams erupted as Zhang Lingyu excitedly jumped around, dragging Zhang Huan on a tour of the entire villa. "Wow, a gym! A home theater! This can seat 20 people, right? There is even a karaoke room. At each place they arrived, Zhang Lingyue would exclaim in delight. Once we reached the top floor, we stood on the open air balcony. In the distance lies the lush greenery of Central Park, while closer at hand is the villa's backyard, where a swimming pool measuring 15 meters long and 10 meters wide has been built. Zhang Lingyue froze for a few seconds, then suddenly screamed, making Zhang Huan's ears ache. Dude, am I dreaming? Zhang Huan silently grabbed her ear and only let go when she cried out in pain. Do you still feel like you're dreaming?
No thanks.
Zhang Lingyue laughed foolishly. The thought of living in such a villa filled her with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Huan, seeing her silly expression, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Having money allows the people around you to live better lives, and that feeling is indescribable, even more comfortable than when you're making money. All right. Speaking of making money, I need to make time to visit a scrap metal recycling station. Zhang Huan was thinking. Zhang Lingyue suddenly patted him. Hey bro, let's go shopping. Let's go. Zhang Huan readily agreed. I thought Zhang Lingyue would head straight to the mall, but I didn't expect her to go directly to the furniture and home textile specialty store. Don't we already have them at home? He asked, puzzled. You don't understand, do you? Decorating your own room is very important for a girl. Remember this? You must leave this kind of thing to my sister. In-law in the future. Zhang Lingyue playfully raised her eyebrows at Zhang Huan, then turned and disappeared into the shop. Seeing her excited expression, Zhang Huan immediately made a decision. Let's just wait outside. If we go in, she'll definitely drive us crazy. Hey bro, come over here and give me some advice. No, I have something to do. I'll wait for you outside. All right, Zhang Lingyue pouted, somewhat disappointed, but her brother's business was still more important. Then see for yourself. Thinking of this, her disappointment was instantly forgotten, and her mind was drawn to the dazzling array of home furnishings. Just as she was excitedly making her selections, a surprised voice came from behind her. Huh? Zhang Lingyue? Zhang Lingyue turned around and immediately revealed a surprised smile. The speaker was Han Shasha, her classmate. She was a long-haired girl wearing a white dress, high heels, and heavy makeup. She is pretty, but she doesn't look like a girl who has just come of age at all. Sasa, what a coincidence. Han Shasha chuckled. Oh, what a coincidence. You're here to look at furniture too. As she spoke, she glanced up and down at the clothes Zhang Lingyue had bought on Taobao. Things here are all quite expensive. Zhang Lingyue waved her hand. In the past, the things here would have been too expensive for her, but now, should I tell her I have 10 million in my account? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We're all classmates. Isn't it too ostentatious to say this? Han Shasha was secretly delighted to see her awkward demeanor. She had always disliked Zhang Lingyue. In junior high, she was the most popular girl in school. But after meeting Zhang Lingyue in high school, she became a green leaf next to the flower. All the glory was stolen by Zhang Lingyue, and this huge disparity was something she couldn't accept. They just haven't shown it yet, because that would damage their reputation. But now that high school is over, everyone is going their separate ways. So what is there to care about? Thinking of this, Han Shasha smiled even more, and intimately took Zhang Lingyue's arm. Lingyue, what do you want to buy? Zhang Lingyue's train of thought was interrupted, and her attention immediately returned to the furniture. There is a lot to buy, like bed sheets, duvet covers, desks, wardrobes, and so on. Han Shasha sneered inwardly. Hack. You come from an ordinary working-class family. Which of your classmates doesn't know that? Are you here to buy bedroom supplies? A bed sheet here costs several thousand yuan. But since you're willing to pretend, I'll play along. Then we'll have to choose carefully. As she spoke, Han Shasha looked around and pointed to the blue bed sheet that cascaded down like a waterfall, saying, That one is pretty nice. My boyfriend's family uses this one. Take a look. Zhang Lingyue reached out and gently pinched a corner. It was silky smooth and cool, and her eyes lit up immediately. This is great, Han Shasha thought disdainfully. What a pretentious act. Really? This is so comfortable to lie on, but it is a bit expensive, 4,008. Zhang Lingyue hesitated immediately. 4,008, that is all my dad earns. Spending so much money on a bedsheet is such a waste. My brother gave me 10 million, but I'd rather save it to buy something more useful. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyue loosened the bedsheet. Never mind, I'll go look somewhere else. Han Shasha almost burst out laughing. So you're not going to pretend anymore, that is pointless. but since we finally caught Zhang Lingyue, it would be a shame not to tease her. All right, I'm free anyway. Let's go together. Oak, Zhang Lingyue was overjoyed. Finally, someone was there to give her some advice. Let's go? Have you had lunch? No? Let's go have lunch first, and then we can do some more sightseeing in the afternoon. Zhang Lingyue nodded happily. Okay. The two walked out, chatting and laughing. As soon as Zhang Huan saw them, he quickly turned off the emulator and pretended to make a phone call. That is settled then. I have something to do. I'll hang up now. He put away his phone and looked at Zhang Lingyue with a smile. Lingyue, why are you out here? It is too expensive here. I'd be better off buying clothes and bags instead of spending so much money on these things. Zhang Huan remained silent. Buy it if you want. I'll give you more if we run out. No, I'll keep it to buy clothes. Upon hearing this, Han Shasha almost lost her composure. Wow, this is a group showing off their wealth. Lingyue, what is this? Zhang Lingyue slapped her forehead. I forgot to introduce them, Shasha. This is my brother. Brother, this is my classmate Han Shasha. Hello, Zhang Huan said politely. However, Han Shasha simply nodded. He is quite handsome, but unfortunately, he probably doesn't even have. Just then, Han Shasha's gaze fell on Zhang Huan's wrist, and she was immediately stunned. This watch, is it real? Chapter 50, you guys haven't tea-eaten this before, have you? Han Shasha was somewhat surprised and uncertain. That watch must cost over 300,000, right? I am sure I didn't misread it. Puzzled, she carefully examined Zhang Huan's clothes from head to toe. Nike sportswear costs at most 3,000 yuan. She was relieved. How could someone wearing such inexpensive clothes possibly wear a watch worth over 300,000 yuan? It must be a high-quality replica. Thinking of this, she felt a hint of disdain. At this moment, Zhang Lingyue said, Brother, let's go eat together. I'm starving. Now that you mention it, I'm hungry too. What would you like to eat? Han Shasha suddenly suggested. Let's go to Whale Island. Whale Island, bro? Have you been there? Is the food good? Zhang Lingyue asked curiously. Zhang Huan scratched his head. If you ask me about veteran barbecue, fatty barbecue, and stuff like that, I know them all. But Whale Island, I've never actually been there. In his view, the purpose of having money is to satisfy one's own preferences, rather than to cater to the preferences of others. But these words only made Han Shasha despise them even more. As expected, it is a third-rate restaurant. Whale Island is a famous Western restaurant in Yangcheng, a must-go place for the rich. If you haven't been there, it just means you can't afford it. But this is fine too. Let me show you something new. Thinking of this, she glanced at Zhang Lingyue. So what if she is prettier than me? She still doesn't live as well as I do. You'll be so envious and jealous from now on. It is okay if you haven't been there. The food there is amazing. You absolutely can't miss it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingyue's eyes lit up. Seeing this, Zhang Huan nodded. All right, let's go to that Whale Island then. Hempfish, how rude. Han Shasha sneered inwardly, but smiled and said, Get in my car. Whoa, Sasha, you bought a car. Come on, I want to ride in it. Zhang Huan wanted to say no, but seeing Zhang Lingyue's enthusiastic expression, he thought about it and decided not to say anything, silently following behind them towards the parking lot. When they arrived at the underground parking lot, Han Shasha took out her keys, and a pink BMW Mini blinked at her. Get in the car. The three got into the car, and Zhang Lingyue looked around curiously. This car is so cute. When did you buy it? My boyfriend just bought it for me. It wasn't too expensive, less than 200,000 yuan. Han Shasha said reservedly, but it is quite good for practice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan suddenly felt that this feeling was somewhat familiar. It seems like that is what I say when I'm trying to show off to others, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh and cry, but he didn't say anything. He just helplessly watched Zhang Lingyue play the straight man without realizing it. This student did a really good job. More than 40 minutes later, we arrived at Whale Island. From the outside, it looks like a magnificent European-style church with luxury cars parked in front of it. As soon as we arrived at the entrance, a hostess greeted us. Hello, welcome to Whale Island. Are there 3 of you? Han Shasha, exuding confidence, raised her head and replied, Okay, let's find a seat by the window. Okay, please follow me. Following the hostess inside, Zhang Huan and Zhang Lingyue kept looking around, marveling at what they saw. Now that is what you call magnificent. Han Shasha took in their appearance, feeling extremely smug.
Stunned, aren't you? This is the difference between me and you guys. Please sit down. The three sat down, and a waiter approached. Gentlemen, what would you like to do?
Han Shasha picked up the menu with gold trim and said, 1 baked snail appetizer, vegetable soup, and a Wagyu ribeye steak, a vegetable salad, and a cream pudding. Order whatever you like. This meal is on me. After saying that, she handed over the menu, somewhat anticipating Zhang Huan and the others' reaction to the prices. Confused. Have you never even heard of it? Now you know what the upper class is like? But to her surprise, Zhang Huan didn't even glance at it. Whatever your chefs are good at, bring it all out. Han Shasha was stunned. Perform them all? Do you know how much that costs? It'll max out my credit card. However, before she could figure out how to politely refuse, the waiter took the menu back. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Watching him turn and leave, Han Shasha seemed to see a credit card repayment notice from the bank. Calm. It is just the cost of a meal. I can always make it up to you by sweet-talking you when I get back. In comparison, a sense of superiority is the most important. After calming herself down for a while, Han Shasha finally smiled and said, You've never eaten anything this expensive before, have you? You'd better eat more later, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhang Lingyue nodded blankly. Don't worry. My brother has a big appetite. Zhang Huan's lips twitched. Are you genuinely stupid or just pretending? Can't you hear the underlying meaning? But since she is my sister's classmate, I'll let her show off if she wants. Zhang Huan suppressed the urge to show off, and silently listened to Han Shasha flaunt her superiority. Have you ever been to the Maldives? The scenery there is incomparable to anything in China. This bag was a gift from my boyfriend a few days ago. It is not expensive, only 80,000 yuan. I don't plan to work anymore. He can focus on making money, and I can focus on looking beautiful. Han Shasha said triumphantly, feeling extremely happy. Envious, jealous? Too bad, you're not. Then the waiter began serving the dishes. Steak, foie gras, caviar, snails. Seeing the table full of food, Han Shasha's heart began to bleed again. However, on the surface, she still acted generously. Come on, eat whatever you like. Huh? Zhang Lingyue was completely captivated by the food. She picked up her knife and fork and began to eat heartily, her little face full of satisfaction. Zhang Huan didn't stand on ceremony and started eating a Wagyu beefsteak. He cut off a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, and was immediately amazed. Sure enough, there is a reason why it is expensive. This steak is delicious. Waiter, come here for a moment. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Who did this? Can we call them over here? The waiter was taken aback. Sir, is there something wrong with the food? No, it is delicious, so I'd like to see the kitchen. The waiter breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, please wait a moment. Han Shasha was speechless for a moment. You watch too many TV dramas, don't you? You want to see the chef even though the food is delicious? You're really something else, putting on airs like this. At that moment, a middle-aged, overweight man walked over. Hello, sir. I am Chef Yang Qing. Are you satisfied with my cooking? Zhang Huan nodded and smiled. Very satisfied, Mr. Yang. How much money did you earn this month? What do you mean by asking this? Yang Qing asked, puzzled. Not to mention him, Han Shasha and Zhang Lingyue were also stunned. Why are you asking someone how much money they make when you're enjoying your meal? It doesn't mean anything. I just want to hire you to cook at my house.